Hello, my name is Matt Jennings, also known as at 1701BLERD. I'm with Anne-Marie Segal, Robin Sweet, and Ryan Husk. We are here to talk about the Hollywood Food Coalition. Please donate. You can donate using the QR code on the screen or text Trek 53555. How's everybody doing?
We're
Awesome.
So excited.
I have something I'd like to say, Matt, at the top here.
Yes,
everybody,
Ryan.
please make sure you donate. First and foremost, donate early, donate often. Use the QR code that you see on your screen. As Matt said, text TREK, T-R-E-K, as if you don't know that, to 53555. And we're going to be reminding you guys all day because it's the most important thing of the day.
Yes.
Absolutely. So, for those of you that don't know what the Hollywood Food Coalition is, I just thought I'd give a little bit of information about that. The Hollywood Food Coalition is dedicated to ending food insecurity and building a stronger, more connected Los Angeles through compassion, nourishment, and collective action. Is there anything that anyone wants to add about the Hollywood Food Coalition?
I think throughout the day, everyone will be very impressed learning more about the organization from John Billingsley and in the interstitials. And I know at every Trek Talks, I'm always learning more about, just like how to build community while helping those underserved and those in need. And what you'll be struck by the whole time is the amount of dignity that comes through in all of the discussions. And I think that's so emblematic of a Star Trek future. So couldn't be more excited to be here on one of my favorite holidays.
I like that you call it a holiday.
It is. It's like replaced the Jerry Lewis telethon. So excited.
I wish I knew what that was. Okay, well, I want to give a couple words about the Hollywood Food Coalition as well. And again, John Billingsley will give you guys way more information on that a little later in like 12 or so minutes. But these guys are the real deal. Every time he talks about it, John, that is, and everybody here on Trek Talks, as Anne-Marie said, you'll learn more and more and more about it. You'll be way more impressed with every word. And they just do such great work. This is the 5th year in a row that everybody here is doing this. The SyFy Sistas, the Trek Talks team, all the good people. So definitely donate now and keep donating throughout the day. Make sure you share this video with all of your friends so that they all know and tell them, hey, donate. Check out these awesome panels. Did somebody say awesome panels, Robin?
Oh, yes. So my top panel is definitely going to be the Trials and Tribulations. It's one of my favorite episodes of Star Trek ever. And I'm looking forward to just finding about the background of it and how they were able to make it so seamlessly put together. So that's one of my top panels that I'm looking forward to.
All that mid-century modern design. So excited.
Yeah.
But one other thing is, as we're talking about giving often, giving a lot, giving what you can, I think one of the people to beat is Mr. Dave Gregory, because every year when I start looking at who's donating, his name is popping up repeatedly. So
Absolutely.
I think make yourself a Dave Gregory, see if you can even beat him.
Make it a personal challenge.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah. It's very much about walking the Trek talk. Mm-hmm. Very much so. I know one of the panels I'm looking forward to is the Tawny Newsome. Yes. I consider her a cousin, whether or not she knows it. But we've got others here. We've got Remembering Gene and Majel. We've got Robbie and Roxanne coming up. We've got Enterprise writers. I'm really looking forward to these. This is going to be some good stuff here for everyone to tune into and check out and listen to. While again, you donate, again, the QR code and text Trek 53555.
Yeah, and just give what you can, even if you're a struggling student like our Academy cadets. A little goes a long way. And speaking of, I'm just so excited for that panel. I can't even wait. Oh my gosh, I love that show.
Yes.
You know what I'm looking forward to is being Vulcan, that panel. And I think
For your haircut.
my hair's not long enough to be Vulcanish yet, but I can do this. Honestly, maybe I'm not the biggest Vulcan fan. I don't know. But for me, I'm a huge fan of the people on that panel. Tim Russ, I was just talking to him a second ago, one of the best people and most passionate about his work of anybody.
Amen.
You're going to really, really, really love hearing him talk and laugh. Gabrielle Ruiz is an angel and a superstar. Robin Curtis is just positivity personified. So I see those three together and I'm like, holy moly, that's almost too good of a panel. I'm not sure if it should be allowed. But if you agree, text Trek to 53555, everybody.
Absolutely. One of my favorites. I'm looking forward to seeing Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton is just a ball of joy. And I genuinely think, he's a fan that got to be part of his fandom. And that is a beautiful, infectious thing. So I am looking forward to seeing Will Wheaton. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, there was one year at Trek Talks where Will Wheaton went on location and did a little bit of a location tour. And it's just you never what I love about the start of Trek Talks Day is that you never know what's coming up. And you're always going to be wowed. You're always going to be surprised. You're always going to learn something. And in the live chat or the chat pack, as Sabrina Wood dubbed it, you get to meet all these new friends, connect with old friends. It's just a really beautiful time, and I can't wait to spend all these hours with everybody.
You guys mentioned the Gene and Majel panel. I want to give a shout out to John. John Champion's going to be moderating that. I love that dude. It's impossible for him not to moderate perfectly. No pressure. But but yeah, that's going to be a really, really good panel. Our buddy Denise Crosby is going to be on there as well. Roddenberry.
Yes.
Cool. That dude is one of the biggest supporters in every way of Trek Talks and of the Star Trek way and the Star Trek values throughout our little ecosystem. So huge shout out to Rod for, really holding that flag and keeping the flame alive for us.
Absolutely
Beautiful. And you talk about moderators. Oh yeah, and just in terms of moderators, I mean, I think I'm as excited to see all the moderators today as I am the Star Trek celebrities.
Yeah.
What a Mount Rushmore of moderators?
Like Melissa Navia
movie. Wait.
Melissa Navia is going to be moderating. Ortegas is at the helm.
Sorry, but my mind is always on Dr. Trek.
That's true.
Larry Nemeczek.
This is a true statement.
So true. If he's there, I'm there. But also SyFy Sistas' very own Tamia Harper. It's just the best of the best. It's going to be an amazing day.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Bonnie coming in as well. Mm-hmm. Beautiful voice, by the way, if you've not heard Bonnie sing.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful, amazing. Beautiful voice.
Mm-hmm. Hey, speaking of moderators, I should have mentioned this earlier. In that Vulcan panel, we have our very own, our buddy, our pal, Charlene Schmidt is moderating. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, what did she do to strike that jackpot? Awesome for her. She's the best. She's awesome. Yes, very happy for her.
OG podcaster from To the Journey.
Mm-hmm.
She's just amazing. What an all-star cast.
We've got Sirach coming in too from Seventh Rule.
Heard of him.
That guy?
Yes. And most recently seen in Starfleet Academy.
That was so good.
Gosh.
Please don't tell Sirach that I didn't mention him first.
I just didn't know if it was holographic Sirach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's some breaking news, you guys. We have about 5 minutes until the official start of Trek Talks 5. So everybody, please make sure you hit that QR code. If you're just joining in right now, hit that QR code, text Trek to 53555, and enjoy the comedic stylings of Robin.
You put me on the spot. So I'm going to throw it back to you guys. Which panel are you guys looking forward to the most?
Oof.
Oh boy. I mean, I think again for me, it's Tawny Newsome. It's getting to see Tawny and Gates McFadden up there. Gates used to have a theater company in LA.
Yes.
I think I was too young to be able to do anything about it. I think I was still in college, so I couldn't do anything about it at the time. I was studying theater in college, so I couldn't do anything about being part of her theater program. But she used to have a theater program in LA. Can't remember what it was. But Gates McFadden, Tawny Newsome, seeing that duo together is something I'm really excited to see. Tawny also just because the talent, the comedic timing. I would just love to pick her brain one day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's a major one here too that we haven't even addressed yet because it's sort of breaking my brain, which is, as a massive fan of Sideways, it's Paul Giamatti. And I just could not even get enough of him in the show, like tasting the wine, swishing around in his mouth. I love it. I love every second of it. So I cannot wait for that. And like, obviously the original Trek Talks, like behind the curtain men, Trek Geeks are going to moderate, and it's just going to be a fantastic moment of the day.
Yeah. And one great thing, about Paul is just he's another fan that got to be part of the franchise. And watching him in Academy, there were little Easter eggs and things that I saw him throw in there as part of a nod to fans. If you look closely in the first episode, he does this on one of the glass doors while he's inside the Athena, which is a nod to the Wrath of Khan. Paul is a fan. Paul is a fan, true fan, and it's a pleasure to have him. I'm looking forward to it.
That dude was unreal in Starfleet Academy. Like, I know everybody was like, oh, Paul Giamatti, he's really good. He's going to be... And I was like, oh, that sounds cool. But when I watched him, oh my God, I am so late to the party. That guy is freaking phenomenal. And Anne-Marie, you said how he blew your mind and you loved watching him. He said that he loved you watching him too. So it's a real coincidence there. I wanted to say that one that I'm really looking forward to, maybe the most, the people that give the best stories, honestly, in more ways than one, are the writers. And the Enterprise Writers panel is going to be so freaking cool and so interesting. And I also want to give a shout out to our buddy Sarah Middich of Star Trek Discovery. You're going to see a video of hers at some point. But you guys, we only have 2 minutes. Final thoughts? Text Trek to 53555. That's Trek to 53555.
And the QR code as well, wherever it is. I'm holding it in this nicely framed corner.
Just there aren't enough minutes in the day to say good things about Hollywood Food Coalition. So every time I give, I know without a doubt my money is going to an amazing place where they're really checking where it goes and monitoring that and thinking of everybody's dignity as for like a top priority along with everybody's health and wellness. And it's just a beautiful organization. I'm so happy to be here kicking off the day.
Yeah. Same here. I couldn't imagine being a part of something that's providing so much to the community. And as Matt said earlier, walking the walk, you're actually, providing something that results in action for the community. So as a Trekkie, I feel like that's what we're put on this earth to do. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I know what I was put on this earth to do. It was to mention that Walter Koenig is also going to be up a little later. I love that dude so much. Can I just tell you, I literally just got off the phone with him like at 30 minutes ago, and he is still at 89 years old, the funniest dude, and as Anne-Marie said, the best dressed Star Trek
He is the best dressed. Those leather pants.
I was just having a conversation with someone about that leather ensemble in the voyage home.
Oh my God, stop, you're making me blush. That's why I couldn't imagine it myself.
Yeah, it's like in terms of memes, I remember he had a meme not too long ago, and it's like, come see me before I die. And I'm just like, oh my God.
He did do that, and he loved it afterwards. He said he got a great reaction. Cute. But you guys, this is it. Bonnie and John Billingsley are coming up next. We have to run. We're going to keep talking forever, but not in front of you guys because you have more important things to do with John Billingsley and Bonnie Gordon. Remember, hit that QR code. See you soon, guys. Enjoy the show.
Enjoy.
Welcome, 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 in the inimitable words of the great John Oliver, to Trek Talks 5, our 5th annual 8-hour-long Trek-themed Lollapalooza Gabathon convention without pants. Hosted by yours truly, Dr. Phil, no dirty forceps, Phlox, and by the incomparably talented, lovely, and pertinacious Bonnie Gordon.
Pertinacious?
Pertinacious, possessing vigor, doggedness, tenacity, blessed with exceptional courage, virtue, and grace. Also.
Okay, we got it. But wow, I mean, yes, thank you, John. Thank you for the compliment. I'd like to say something nice about you in return.
All right, well, it's an 8-hour show. Maybe later.
Okay, I'll think about it. You bet. Everyone, we're here to raise money and awareness for the Hollywood Food Coalition, which since 1987 has provided consistent, compassionate, and dignified support to people in need throughout the greater Los Angeles area.
Hoco's vision is a city where everybody has food, community, and support. And to that end, the Food Coalition does many, 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 many wonderful things.
And you're going to be learning lots more about the coalition today. Short films about Hoco will be interspersed throughout our entire show.
Which largely consists of oodles of Trek celebrities and behind-the-scenes legends spilling the beans about their love lives.
Love life? I don't think that's true, John.
I'm trying to hook the audience here, Bonnie. I'm trying to hook them.
Okay. As we were saying, it's going to be interspersed throughout our 8 hours of programming, and there are going to be short films about the Food Coalition. You're going to find out why Hoco is a very special place and way, way, way worthy of your support.
You'll learn about how we rescue food and share it with people in need all over the city of LA. Our community exchange program supports a network of over 240 community organizations. We augment and buttress other groups' meal programs. Imagine a drop-in center for street kids that now serves nutritious multi-element lunches when it used to barely be able to serve the occasional stale tuna sandwich. Now, you think those kids are more engaged than they were before? You bet.
And you're
here. Go ahead.
Oh, you're hearing about the amazing meal that Hoco serves to hundreds of people every night of the week and the wide array of other services that Hoco provides.
Almost 40 years, never a meal missed, because Hoco believes that reliability and consistency is everything. For many of our clients, the dinner we serve is the only meal that they might eat that day. And just as important, we have got an amazing roster of guests today. Tons of fabulous panels and interviews in store for you. Paul Giamatti sits down with the Trek Geeks, Bill Smith and Dan Davidson, to talk about his career, his role in Starfleet Academy, and so much more.
Walter Koenig joins us too in an interview conducted by our dear pal, Ian Spelling. And we have some great double acts. Robbie Duncan McNeil and Roxanne Dawson get together with Lori Flubish-Ulster hosting, and Gates McFadden and Tawny Newsom gab about everything under the sun.
And we've got multi-guest panels, the Vulcans, featuring 3 of our favorite Vulcans, Tim Russ, Gabrielle Ruiz, and Robin Curtis, hosted by Charlene Schmidt.
And we have a terrific panel about the writing for Enterprise.
And I may just make a surprise panel surprise appearance during that panel. How come Dr. Phlox didn't get more love scenes?
I know why he didn't get more love scenes. Simmer down, John. This panel features Brandon Braga himself, once again gracing us with his presence, as he does every year, plus Phyllis Strong, Judith and Garfield Reeves-Stevens, and the great Mike Sussman.
And Andre Bormanis, too. And we also remember Gene Roddenberry and Majel Barrett in a lovely conversation with their son, our dear pal and patron Rod Roddenberry, plus Will Wheaton, Denise Crosby, Fred Bronson, Ernie Over, Gene and Majel's longtime personal assistant. And this one is hosted by the most dapper man in Hollywood, John, the Ascot is not dead champion from Roddenberry Podcasts.
Plus, we're going to love up on some of our favorite special Trek episodes, Trials and Tribulations from DS9, with Terry Farrell, Ira Stephen Bear, and Dan Curry, hosted by Dr. Trek himself, Larry Nemeczek.
Subspace Rapsidity, from Strange New Worlds with songwriters Tom Pulse, Kay Hanley, director Dermot Downs, and executive producer Bill Wolkoff, hosted by the fabulous Melissa Navia.
I'm excited for that one.
Yep. And we couldn't begin to think about doing the show without a special appearance from Trek's second best doctor, Bob Picardo.
You mean after McCoy?
No.
After Crusher, you mean?
No.
Alexander Sindig, Wilson Cruz, Babs Ulashamakun, Gillian Vigman, John Hoyt, Paul Fix, Susie Plaxton, Dan Mulder, Booker Bradshaw, Carl Urban.
No, I don't know how you remember all those names and mispronounce so many of them too.
Yeah, I mispronounced most of them. I'm very pertinacious.
You're pertinacious.
I did pronounce that word correctly.
Yes, you did. And you're a fan of Star Trek.
I am a fan of Star Trek. You should watch it sometime. It's good.
I should watch it sometime. Dig the whole deep.
Names are hard.
Anyway, Bob Picardo, writer Ken Biller, and Dr. Elizabeth Hudson will join us for a discussion about the rationing of medical care based on some of the issues raised by Voyager in the famous episode Critical Care.
Oh, and Starfleet Academy is represented today by 3 of our favorite cadets, George Hawkins, Kareem Diane, and Carice Brooks. They're going to talk.
Unfortunately, George Hawkins will not be able to join us. Alas.
That's right. Oh, that's right. But they're going to talk with Sirach Lofton, and we always love Sirach. Yay! And a special Sarah Mittich. Yes, Sarah Mittich, a special guest appearance that we don't want to say anything about, but I just said that, so I kind of ruined that. But geez, I'd like to say so much more, but I won't.
Well, anyway, that's enough, isn't it? I mean, there isn't more because we're doing 8 hours. I mean, as it is, I'm peeing in a bucket. I think that's plenty.
But wait, John, there
is more.
Oh, yes, there is. I was just messing with you. Don't forget the ever popular Trek Talk silent auction, which you can check out throughout the day. We have great memorabilia and some really cool experiences, too. You can actually bid on a chance to spend the night with us at the Magic Castle here in Los Angeles. And dinner is going to be on John Billingsley. Woohoo!
And drinks, too, because the Magic Castle has 257 bars. And guess what? We opened up the auction on Thursday, and somebody paid the buy now price of 2,000 clams for the castle experience right away. It's that special of an evening. So Bonnie and I decided to put a second castle night up for auction. Exactly the same deal. Check it out. Buy it now for $2,000 or let the bidding begin. Plus, the amazing Stephanie Tchaikovsky, the bald, badass bridge officer, Tavine from Picard, is auctioning off the use of her amazing Palm Springs getaway casa, Sleeps 8, for a long weekend.
I've seen the property. It's gorgeous. You should definitely bid on that. But one of the most important things that you can do today is, to support us is to spread the word.
Do your bit by opening up your window and shouting out to passersby below. Or better yet, jump on your socials and say, hey, fellow Trek fans, there is this amazing 8-hour-long Star Trek Lollapalooza Gabathon convention without pants on YouTube featuring yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. You don't want to miss it. Do that.
That's right. I think so. You're helping us megaphone the word out. It's very crucial to making this a successful day for the Hollywood Food Coalition. And if you do donate, will your employer match your contribution? Could you remember to ask your boss on Monday? And if you're self-employed, maybe you can match your own contribution.
And if you're schizophrenic, or you have multiple personalities, or you're in touch with the evil you in the mirror universe, all of you are welcome to put something in the collection plate.
That's right. Donating to us is easy. So all you have to do is go to https://givebutter.com/c/Trek Talks5. Just go to the link. I just spelled it all out for you. But text the word Trek in all caps to 53555. Or you can just use the QR code on the screen right there. I don't know where it is, but I'm pointing to it somewhere. And here's how you check out our auction. https://givebutter.com/c/Trek Talks5/auction.
To kick off our show, as always, we will be bringing in Rod Roddenberry, who is the menchiest mensch in Star Trek, and Hollywood Food Coalition Executive Director Anali Ray, one of the most inspiring community activists you're ever going to meet. Together, they're going to say a few words about what Hoco is up to and what the Roddenberry Foundation is up to as well.
So that's our Dog and Pony Show, Chapter 1. We're going to be back in a bit to keep y'all apprised on how our telethon is doing and to plug some of our auction items and to remind you what's coming up.
So again, thank you everybody who's already donated. We're off to an amazing start. Brandon Braga. 44 seconds left. We have time to say, look at that screen. Text
Look at it.
53555. without further wisecrackery, with 30 seconds left, let's kick the show off with the aforementioned visit from Rod and Anali, followed by our first two terrific panels.
That's right.
Vulcans.
The Vulcans with Tim, Gabrielle, and Robin, moderated by the marvelous Charlene Schmidt, and Trials and Tribulations with Dan, Ira, Terry, moderated by Dr. Trek, the one and only Larry Nemechek.
And now we have 12 seconds to do a big mutual smooch to ourselves and to the audience before we are joined by Rod and Anali. Mwah, mwah. Bonnie, I adore you. I love you. Thank you for doing this every year.
Oh, shucks. My pleasure.
Rod Roddenberry. Oh,
hello.
Hello. And now the
There's
beautiful
Bonnie.
Oh my God.
I love Bonnie.
Hello.
Such a highlight of the year for me, getting to spend some time with you guys, such magnificent people. To begin, because I never want to assume anything, we doubtless have some first-time viewers. I'm wondering if you guys could kind of introduce yourselves, and particularly in relationship to the Food Coalition, to the Roddenberry Foundation, and to Trek Talks, just so we kind of have a commonality of understanding amongst the audience. Anali, you want to start?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I can't believe it's already been a year since our last Trek Talks, and it just feels wonderful to be in this family. My name is Anali Ray. I'm the executive director at Hollywood Food Coalition. I've been with the organization now for almost going into my 4th year. I can't believe it. It has been a really incredible journey, and I'm so proud of the work that we've been doing here. And it's just an honor to be chatting with everybody here. There's so much commonality between the Star Trek world and Hollywood Food Coalition, and I'm excited to kind of dive into it.
And Rod, we of course all know you from you wear so many hats, but I specifically was hoping today you might tell us a little bit about the foundation and the work that the foundation does.
I mean, sure, absolutely. And the context of the introduction, I just want to say, and I don't think I said this exactly the same thing last year. Hollywood Food Coalition's been going on for a long time, and I don't know how many years ago, but of course heard about it most likely through John Champion, but of course knew of John Billingsley here, his work on it, and meeting you, John. Like, I never knew you on Star Trek. I mean, we never really crossed paths too much and all that. But
very few people did, Rod, really.
What character were you? No.
Show the franchise.
No. So meeting you and your Bonnie and your commitment and passion to this organization, you weren't just celebrities lending your name to something because, I'll lend my name. You were there hands-on, a part of it, working. And I'm not trying to just compliment you. I'm saying the real reason I am interested in Hollywood Food Coalition is because through you, I've seen your commitment, your dedication, your time, and your boots on the ground, and you're a no bullshit kind of guy. Oh, I don't know if I can say that, but I was always impressed by that. And it was great to see, someone. It wasn't just your celebrity you were using that as a tool. You were using your knowledge, your effort, and your hard work to make people's lives better. And I was just always really proud of that. So that's why I'm still proud of it. And that's why I'm here today, because I trust in you and I trust in the organization and everything that's going on there. So thank you.
That's very sweet of you. I do want to, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions because I'd love to. And Bonnie, please just step in, shut me up, ask questions.
It's so hard to do that without the muzzle or the shot collar, but I'll do my best.
It is.
Bonnie didn't send me the remote. I was going to try and do it remotely.
One thing that I think that the foundation and the Food Coalition have in common that to me is like incredibly beautiful is that, it's about federation building. It's about coalition building, and it's about working with a lot of different people and a lot of different groups to address the question of systemic change. How do you look at systems and structures and try and see if we can make them work better for the benefit of all? And I'd love to kind of get your input, both of you, on what you all are doing within your respective organizations to kind of address those big picture problems. Anali, you want to jump in with some of what's going on at the Food Coalition in that respect?
Yeah, I mean, I just think about last year and, for those of you that may not know us, we believe in connecting through food. And we have a nightly meal service that we've been running for almost 40 years. We serve every single day using all food that would otherwise go wasted and make them into delicious meals. We have a wonderful kitchen team with a professional chef, and we have this really warm, dignified meal service that we provide. And through that work that we've been doing forever, we created a community exchange program, which John, him and his Bonnie they created this program. And essentially it's based on community need. The community said to us, like, we are trying to start a food program during COVID. All these businesses are shutting down. How do we help others? And so we essentially started aggregating all the food and started building this, through our coalition building, creating this large network. And essentially last year, we were able to build on that network. And, I'll be able to talk about it, John, with the fires and kind of what we've done. But I'm really excited about thinking of how we were able to tap into these networks to continue feeding folks.
There's always a number that stuns me, and then I want to kind of ask you, Rod, to talk about it from the perspective of the foundation. But the number that stunned me this year is that we have 240 social service organizations that we ally with, partner with, work with. I'm wondering if you can talk about some of those particular relationships. Give us a sense of what the range and the breadth is of the things we do in relationship to other organizations.
Yeah, so we have, a lot of different partners that pick up from us. And again, this started during the pandemic. We had churches who had soup kitchens. We've had recovery homes. We've had social service providers. So we've had a different group that come in to pick up food from us. In time, we've been able to build that. When the fires hit, our organization we like to go into crisis response really quickly, not, wait for things to shift and create these systems. We're like, hey, we have this huge network. How do we tap into this? And so we had a lot of different groups that were already working in the Altadena region. So we essentially mobilized with them and were able to get more food donations and get them to the different groups. We also helped set these mobile pantries up. So as you know, all these folks were really suffering. They weren't getting access to food. They didn't have their kitchens. So we're like, how do we both get prepared food and, food for them to produce and set up a mobile pantry for folks? And so I think last year we served, up to like 15,000 families, which is a ton. And we did that all in partnership with the different groups that are there. But I think for us, it's like really learning, like, we've created these nimble systems that we can essentially take and work with our partners who are based in those areas to provide these types of services. So it's really cool to see how we work with the, different community groups. And that's something that we will continue to do as things shift with SNAP and with all of the different, either the natural crises that are happening or the man-made crises that are happening.
Crises, yeah.
And I just want to really push the fact that, everyone who's donating and all the viewers at home that are watching and spreading the word, when you donate to Hollywood Food Coalition, that's what the beauty of this is. It's not just giving money to one organization. In turn, your donation is being spread out among so many different organizations and different charities that Hollywood Food Coalition works hand in hand with. So just keep that in mind. Every donation that you're giving to the Hollywood Food Coalition is actually being used for, again, what was it, over 240 different charities and organizations that they work hand in hand with. So honestly, your donation goes a lot longer and a lot further than you think. It's not just going into one place.
And Rod, I'm going to save a special announcement that Rod would like to make to the end of the show, because then we'll get to go woohoo. Sort of segue out, but I know
my pom poms. Oh, no.
Yeah, I know, Rod, that a lot of what's going on with you as you're looking at the foundation, as a team is looking at the foundation, as you're kind of evaluating the mission and the vision. And my understanding is you're beginning to think about education as something that might be more of a focus. Could you talk a bit about what that and how that kind of is working right now?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. But I do want to quickly say, Anali, so my son Zale and I had a chance to go to Hoco in Hollywood, and we got to participate. We got to see how it works, how it runs, give out food. It was very impressive how the team there interacted with all the various kinds of people that are coming in. People are coming in from all scenarios and walks of life that, to be completely honest, as privileged as I live my life, would never even comprehend or understand. But to see the compassion and the unconditional respect for everyone, regardless of what they came in with, personality wise, physically, whatever it was. The I'll say love that was given to everyone and respect, that was what I noticed the most in that experience. And that was something that I truly admire, because I will be honest about it. On the street, you walk by people all the time, homeless, whatever the case is. Some may live on the street, some may live in their cars, so who knows? And some may not have a car. And I just wanted to say that to see it in person, I just want everyone out there to know, I don't know. Sometimes I get worried that the word Hollywood Food Coalition, all the Hollywood people, all the rich people have got these little problems. And no, these are, real homeless people, just like anywhere else in the world. And it's great that an organization is doing what it's doing. Anyhow, I can now talk about the foundation and our interest in education. The short of it is, in the last 15 years that we've been running, or 10 to 15 years that we've been running the foundation, we've done a lot of things. We've been trying to find people who are really working towards that future, that Star Trek future, not with Starfleet necessarily, but that humanity working together. But what I've realized is that I use the word education. I don't mean STEM or STEAM. I think, in my opinion, that's only half of the equation. There's critical thinking skills, there's social emotional skills, there's ethics, there's humanities, those cultural understandings. There are so many things that you don't get taught in, I'd say, traditional public schools. And I think a lot of that was expected to get either, back in the day, from church, we won't go there, and at home. Mm-hmm. And we're not getting that. And so you can have people that are graduating MIT and Harvard and all that who still do not understand how to interact with other people, how to have compassion and empathy for the people around them. And so it's not just about STEM or STEAM education. There is more to it. And we're really, really looking at the organizations and institutions out there that are trying to push that a little bit and integrate it into more of our basic education.
I love that.
Because I think education's been taught the same way for hundreds of years. People get a textbook, they memorize something, they pass a test. They didn't learn anything necessarily. I'm not saying you haven't learned. There's plenty of people who have learned by traditional schooling. I am just saying there are other things that need to be taught, and there are other methods to do so.
It's interesting, because I would say this, that an education for me in the last 10 or so years in terms of working with the Food Coalition has been exactly what you said. There's an education in terms of empathy and understanding and how systems work and function on the ground too. That working with the not-for-profit, I think, really is eye-opening, and working with the Food Coalition has been the experience of my lifetime. I know, Anali, we've talked about this, that you're looking for ways to kind of bring education a little bit into our work too, about just the challenges of what it is to provide food for a world and how it happens.
Yeah,
and it's very complex. Go ahead, please.
I think you bring up so many good points, Rod. I've been thinking so much about it, especially thinking about volunteers, right? And I will say, getting volunteers in through the door through our dinner service is such a great way in, because then they start to learn so much about the complexities of homelessness, of food insecurity. Then they get to learn about our community exchange, where we essentially have all this excess abundance of food, yet we have so many hungry people, and how do you stitch these things together? And I think for us, we're in this sort of we're evolving, this organization's evolving to say, how do we get to do that deeper level work? And that work that John's been talking about for so long with the coalition building is how do we educate people, and even thinking about the younger folks, because we're having a lot of parents and folks come to us and saying, how do I bring my kids into the mix, and really think about educate them on these complex issues like food waste and how to be better humans, right? And, it really touches me to hear the beautiful experience you had when you came in, because I think so much of my work now is reminding people that we're all human beings at the end of the day. And sometimes it gets lost because we're all in our own world sometimes and just kind of trugging along. And I think those human relationships are so important. And when you can look past the socioeconomic and all of those types of things and really kind of sit down with someone, share a meal with someone and look at them and learn their story, it changes. Like it really changes the way that you look at people who you might just walk past in the street and not know their entire story. I actually had this really great conversation with our senior lead officer the other day, and she was sharing how deeply invested she's in the work. And she's been actually helping me try to bridge relationships with our small businesses who might, not love the fact that we have people, in a queue and all of that stuff. But she shared with me that she learned about somebody's experience, and that really changed the way that she viewed things. And now she's really trying to drive change. And that really hit home for me, is reminding myself, like, that power of the story and learning about these human beings is I think is where we need to go with the educational piece, both for our youth and for our adults.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Anali, because this is something that comes up a lot in any conversation I have. It's really interesting because sometimes the abstract nature of what we do, I don't think it penetrates. Los Angeles is a huge city, and people who are experiencing poverty or homelessness or hunger, they can be run from pillar to post over 86 separate municipalities, spanning thousands of miles to get all the different services. Can you give us a couple of like success stories that you've had as a collaborative agency, working with other agencies, how we've helped move people through a complicated system more efficiently and effectively?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that you say that, because I don't think people understand how hard it is to get somebody into services and keep them like in housing, right? For instance, I can think of one particular woman who came to us, had never lived on the streets. She had come here from Texas, and I happened to be at the line that day. And she came to me, and I was like, I could tell because she was pretty well kempt and like just looked like she had never lived on the street. So I was chatting with her, and she basically said to me that she was fleeing domestic violence and had, was in the streets, and she didn't know what to do. And I was like, well, you can't stay in the streets of Hollywood. Like, let's figure out what we're going to do. So we assembled our team together and then made a bunch of phone calls. So we have all of these different groups in Hollywood that we work with on different aspects, and essentially got her plugged in. It's not that simple, because she was in interim housing, and then we had to essentially work to make sure that she got into mental health services. So we worked with the county, and then we worked with the center, who helped got her case management. All that to say, now she is successfully in housing. She's thriving. She's doing well. But there was so much that happened in between, and it took there was probably about 6 or 7 different partners who worked on this case. And I think sometimes it's like, if I simplify the story, because like, I don't want to tell you every single detail of it, but it's so complicated because this impacts, especially when I'm talking to folks that don't understand the intricacies. She might have gone to the emergency room. She might have gone to these other resources because there are no other resources. So having services like us, which really, like, we're no barriers, come on in, we invite you in, we welcome you, we're there every single day, so there's consistency. That trust building is so critical for folks who are so vulnerable. And so, again, I thank you, John, for asking me that question. I think it's always helpful to hear how
Yeah.
complicated it is.
I remember the first time, and then we've got a 2-minute warning, and I want to turn it over to Rod so that we can go. I remember, and I think we may or may not have this video today. Every year we show some videos about the work we do. But the one that had moved me the most was the gentleman who got the first pair of glasses, because we have a
love that
collaboration with
story.
the UCLA medical team, and at different points in time had a vision van or a dental van. One of the things to do when we create a campus and have service providers available is provide, in essence, a form of a soup to nuts set of services for people in need. And I think that's always been a vision animating us, that the idea that people shouldn't have to chase all over town to get what they need. With 1:35 left, wishing I had more time.
I know. The way we just started.
We talk about this stuff all day long. I love the work you both do. Rod, I'm going to just kind of innocently look up at the screen. I'm wondering if you had anything you might want to say to us.
Well, I will also be repeating myself, because I've been proud to be a part of this every year and do the same. But I would like to put a challenge out there, like I may have in the years past, that if we can hit the number, I'm going to call it $31,000. I will gladly match that number with another $31,000.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
And
So
we are
I
already up to
Challenge accepted.
I know.
$12,000.
I
We
look
already
at
have
it and I'm like,
12.
oh, I would have to revisit my numbers for next year, I guess.
Um, wow. With 39 seconds left, I really don't. I'm verklempt as always. I
We
just
can
want to
do
say,
it.
because of Rod's generous support down the years, Trek Talks and the Trek family has raised over $500,000 for the Hollywood Food Coalition. When you factor in the giving that takes place throughout the year and the annual contributions, most of which come through this event, but some not. Rod, without you, we would not have been able to do this, and your support and appreciation. In fact,
You guys put in the hard work. I am one of those people who comes in and can contribute money, but it's you guys who make it happen. So my part is easy, and I'm more than happy to do it to this organization.
We end with like,
Yes, yes.
You heard it here first, everybody. Challenge accepted. 31,000.
Thank you.
Bonnie, give us a
Cheers,
quick
guys.
song.
I'm already writing the song for the end of the show.
We're
Trust.
out of time, and I will get yelled at if we're late. So,
Yes. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Rod.
thank you.
I'll see you guys later.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. My name is Charlene Schmidt, and today I have the honor and pleasure of talking with three lovely humans whom we love because they played Vulcans. With me today, Robin Curtis, aka Savick from Star Trek 3 and 4, Tim Russ, best known as Tuvok from Star Trek Voyager, and Gabrielle Ruiz, who played T'Lyn on Star Trek Lower Decks. Thank you all so much for being here and supporting Trek Talks and the Hollywood Food Coalition. Speaking of which, let's do that thing. All of you watching now, make that donation to the Hollywood Food Coalition. Go to GiveButter/Trek Talks 5 or text Trek to 53555. And you can also hit the QR code when that shows up on your screen with your phone. All of those get you to where you need to go to make that donation. And there's no such thing as too small of a donation because every little bit makes a big impact. Now, with that said, I'm so excited for this panel because it occurs to me that the three of you are all coming from different, I don't know if you want to say generations or eras of Star Trek, all playing Vulcans. And, you know, we got to kick this off by acknowledging the late and great Leonard Nimoy, because we just very recently, as of recording this, celebrated the anniversary of his passing. It's been 11 years. Without him, we're not here. And he started the party. He set the rules, and he was the template. And Robin, you had the fantastic opportunity to work with him directly to help shape Savick on Star Trek 3. So I'd love to start asking you the questions, and I would love to know, what was that process like for you, working directly with Leonard?
Well, it was an incredible honor, but I also want to just call out the Food Coalition, Hollywood Food Coalition. How do you say it? HOFOCO?
Like that.
Oh my
Well
God.
done.
I thought to myself, that could come out naughty coming out of my mouth. But anyway, HOFOCO. I think one of the strongest themes of Star Trek is the generosity and the kindness and compassion for others. And I'm just tickled pink to be with you all today, and happy to talk about being a Vulcan. I don't know about my other fellow actors, but I was just so grateful to have Leonard telling me what to do. And I did make it clear to him very first day of shooting, Mr. Nimoy, you seem to think I know what I'm doing, but I really don't. And so I said, please, please, please help me out every step of the way, because any kind of personality of self-control or stoicism would not be moi. I'm just the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm leaking and diffusing most of the time. And so I felt very stiff and robotic and uncomfortable in my body. And I really leaned on him heavily to understand how important the restraint was, and how important the nature of a Vulcan is, and it was stifling to be so contained. I'm wondering if my other actors felt that way, or if you got comfortable in that saddle after a while.
Well, that's such a great question.
If I can jump in, Robin, I definitely leaned on him heavily. like you accidentally said.
I know, I love that when that happens.
Yes, I really did. I am from the animation world, so I'm in a booth, not in full hair and makeup and having to use my body in that way.
Right.
So I definitely remember studying I Am Spock, and just to get the bit, the rundown, refresh of the history of how this world was created and how seriously he took it to honor developing a world that wasn't a parody. And so Lower Decks is comedy, and it really leans that way. It's still not a parody, but we really, have a drum kit in the room. It's like, da, 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 da. It's just as loud as it gets and as fun as it gets, phonetically and with the words. And so for me, I leaned on him heavily. It might sound a little basic.
I love that.
But it might sound a little embarrassing as an actor. I literally would say to myself, kind of like, what would Jesus do? But like, how would Leonard Nimoy say it? Or how would Spock say it?
Aww.
And I would envision and feel that. I literally would kind of set like a TOS scene of my line, but Spock saying it. Like, that's what I would see in my the third eye, is that what you call it? And I would see him say it, and then I would just deliver the line in that way. So heavenly is my angle for sure.
You channeled him. You channeled him.
I did.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That is so cool. Now, Tim, how about you? You came into Tuvok with a fairly established set of rules on what Vulcans were at that point. And I don't know if that is even more stifling as an actor, because you've got to fit the mold, but at the same time make this character yours. So how did you approach that?
Well, I grew up watching the reruns of series shows. There was about 3 or 4 of them. And Star Trek was one of them, along with Gilligan's Island and Isle of Lucy and the rest of them, over and over and over again for years. So, I had seen Spock's character a million times in the past. So I had that sort of template in my head to begin with. And since my character was 100% Vulcan, his was only half Vulcan, I figured that my character was more comfortable in his skin. And that's kind of where I came in with this character as a template. And in fact, the writers are the ones, as everyone knows, the actors know, the writers are the ones that sort of start writing based on what you present initially as a character, and then develop your character and give them the layers and the depth along the way of the show. But coming in, I just used the template of Spock's character just as a foundation, because it was important, playing a Vulcan character, especially on the bridge, as one of the main characters that I get, that the audience that knows that character will believe that you are that species. Otherwise, we're in trouble. So
that's right. You were the first regular Vulcan character as a main member of the cast. If it
was a species that, like the Ferengi, which we hadn't seen before, now we've got a wide open track, and we can play with it and do, because you come up with all kinds of interesting things to develop this character. But I've got to come in with this character being who he is when the door opens. You've got to believe that this character is Vulcan right from the start. So I had to start with a very basic template based on what Spock's character had done. And of course, there might be just the smallest element of the fact that my friends who know me very well said, that is not a stretch for you, playing that character. So there may have been some elements of my personality that allowed that to happen a lot easier and quicker. It was not a stretch for me at all. It was pretty easy to walk into his shoes.
That's cool. And you had previous experience, with Star Trek before. You knew what you were walking into.
Correct, yes, as a franchise. But that character is very specific. Like I said, they have to be, from the time the door opens and he walks in, you've got to believe that he is that species, and works that way. And like I said, the main difference with my character was that I was comfortable in my skin. I didn't have to prove anything. I didn't have inner conflict going on, so it made a big difference, I think, to play that.
Yes. And for Gabrielle and Tim, one of my favorite things about both of your characters is, yes, you've got that Vulcan restraint, you are reining it in, but sometimes you get the absolute best one-liners.
I
And
concur.
I mean, nothing makes me laugh more than a really good to Lynn line. Every time I'm watching Lower Decks, that is mac and cheese for my brain and my heart. It's just so comforting and soothing. Now, Robin, you didn't get that opportunity really, because that just wasn't as much of a thing. Like Spock got to do that, maybe because of the allowance of the fact that he was half human, half Vulcan. But for Saavik is very straightforward.
Yes.
Do you regret not being able to do that?
Well, no, I think Leonard chose to direct me as a purist version of Vulcan, and I latched onto that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
As uncomfortable as I felt doing it, sincerely, I'm not saying this to be nice. I felt very unnatural. I really sincerely thought I was going to get a pink slip the first 2 weeks. I thought they're going to fire me. I'm not nailing this. I know I'm not nailing this
Aw.
because it felt so restrained. But in the end, maybe because I am such a leaky person, that he knew that something would come through regardless of how stoic I was. Um, uh, she had important things to figure out in that storyline. Do you know the betrayal of David, Spock's rapid development? Do you know, and then
Yes.
David's death to save us, and etc. So yeah, there was no time for tongue in cheek, except early on, I think, in the
That's
storytelling.
true.
There was a
Star
little bit
Trek
of
3 is all business.
yeah.
They got a lot to accomplish.
For me, yeah, it was
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
serious stuff.
Yes, heavy, serious things, and we've got to connect 2 to 4, and I will forever defend Star Trek 3 for doing a remarkable job of that. It is not one of the maligned odd-numbered movies. No, it is not. It is very important.
Is that true for the odd numbered films? They're maligned.
There's
I
the
didn't know that.
alleged curse of the
Oh,
odd numbers movie
okay.
not being as good
I
as
never
the
put
even
that
numbered
together.
movies.
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
With 3, I don't think it's true. I love Star Trek 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Just
Good, I'm
floating
glad
my
to hear it.
opinion out there.
Yeah.
But it sounds like going into it, though, maybe it was a little intimidating as an actress to do this role, was it?
Well, it was, except for the fact that I think at some point Leonard Nimoy and Harv Bennett, who both left the planet at roughly the same time, like within a week or two of one another, 11 years ago. Thank you for reminding us. They chose a tack which was, I thought, so lovely for me, in that I was not made to feel as though I was filling another actor's shoes. So although the part had been established by a fabulous actress, Kirstie Alley, previously, and she didn't come back to play it, I wasn't made to feel like I had to imitate or echo anything she had done. In fact, it's very clear the collaboration between Nicholas Meyer and Kirstie was one way of interpreting the character, and the collaboration between Leonard Nimoy and I was something else. And I think the fans have come to sort of appreciate and respect that. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And so I didn't have the pressure of having to somehow maintain something. Leonard acted as if the character were born that day, the day I came on the set. Lieutenant Saavik came into the world, and so that was a very lovely and generous way to go about it for my sake. Yeah.
Yeah. That's wonderful. That's lovely.
Yeah.
I mean, I always hear wonderful things about Leonard Nimoy and the gentle way he just had with people.
Correct. Oh no, a very deft touch. Almost, he had a way in his way of working with actors of disarming you. Do you know yeah, just very effortlessly getting you out of your own way.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Well, okay, I want to shift gears just a little bit. Let's talk about the relationship between humans and Vulcans. Because it's been a little complicated as the Star Trek franchise has developed. There's been highs and lows, and yet since 2063, when humans and Vulcans make first contact, it's like we can't quit each other. You know, we're not keeping our space. We don't need a timeout. We're sticking together for some reason. As actors who have played Vulcans, why do you think that is? Gabrielle, how about we start with you?
I mean, Vulcans are snobs. I sometimes still can't believe that we're friends with the humans. Especially for T'Lyn. I mean, she got kicked out of High Vulcan Command because, I mean, Starfleet was a step down for her. And so it's a slow burn for her to accept that she is allowed in the new world that she is in to fail. And she's allowed to try, and she's allowed to, dare I say, trust her instinct that really gets her in trouble. And so I love her journey. I love her arc that, you know, we all can learn from as humans, that, you know, you don't know what the cards you're dealt and the places you end up or the people that are in your circle. You do become those people, and you know who you surround yourself with. And the fun motley crew of Lower Decks is the perfect group for her to thrive at her best. And I love that she shares roles with Tendi, and she's able to give her wisdom to the humans in a way that a lot of the other leads of the show don't. You know, she becomes that voice of reason. She becomes the voice of balance that I think Vulcans are very good at doing. And there's just so much as writers and actors with this beautiful universe that was created of Star Trek, that the relationship between humans and Vulcans is just so much fun. Everything can happen.
Truly, and on Lower Decks,
like, it never stops. The opportunity of play never stops, and it's so enjoyable from both sides.
Yeah, and Lower Decks really takes advantage of that. And you were so right. T'Lyn is on the right ship. She has a little bit of a mischievous side, and she's with the right people to kind of nudge her in that direction just a little bit, but not to the point of anything degenerate or anything. It's just,
I mean, that's what she thought at the beginning, for sure. She's like barely holding on. She's ready to go back. You know, she's ready to prove herself. And, you know, that whole episode where she has that conversation with Tawny's character Mariner, that she too is Vulcan as a motherfucker and exactly where she's meant to be, is just so iconic. And it's so true. You know, it's so true as a human on planet Earth in 2026. Like, we are exactly where we're supposed to be. And that is such a beautiful lesson, rewritten over and over and over in Star Trek on so many different shows. I love it.
Yes. And I'm sorry, but as high and mighty as Vulcans think they are, they know how to do shenanigans too.
They do.
Hey, even Tuvok in the episode Prime Factors, you stole that technology because Captain Janeway she had to follow the rules. So you did it for her.
Yeah, correct. I mean, ultimately, I think the main reason that the humans and Vulcans are still, you know, working together and still sort of relying on each other. I mean, is they're compatible in the sense that, you know, the Vulcans they're like safety rails on, you know, for human beings. They're also like an example of where human beings could benefit in many ways. If you're going to rely on a character to be in charge of something, I don't know, like the nuclear codes, you might want a Vulcan rather than a human, because they're only going to base their decisions on logic, data, you know, information. There's not going to be that emotional response, you know, to things. So if you've got a tactical officer, if you've got someone in the bridge working on the ship, you've got a task that's got to be done. You've got to rely on somebody who's not going to go off the rails. They're not going to get rattled. They're not going to get shaken. They're not going to go off the rails. None of that's going to happen. And you can at least rely on them to act and behave in you know, in a steady, you know, logical, reasonable manner. The only time where that could be, you know, a problem is with some of the storylines I had, is if the logic isn't going to work based on who you're dealing with, that you need some kind of human response, an understanding of human emotions in order to get through a situation. that could happen. And it did with my character a couple of times. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It is fun to see when Vulcans break the rules just a little bit, or maybe bend the rules is the better way of saying it. Yeah. And Robin, how about for you? Why do you think Vulcans and humans are sticking together?
I was just loving listening to my colleagues here, and thinking how desperately we need Vulcans in our current world.
Mhm.
And
Gosh, that'd be
without
nice.
putting my foot in it too much, you know, rationale, calm, intelligence, fairness, it just. Yeah, these are all things that, my mind was going a mile a minute as Tim was speaking so eloquently about what Vulcans bring to the table. And when Gabrielle was talking, I was also thinking of all the juicy ways that humans and Vulcans interact, and the myriad of ways they tease one another, and what fodder it provides to the writers to be able to put the emotional up against the rational. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm also inspired, by the way, listening to you guys to watch your shows. I admit that I'm not the biggest sci-fi nut. And so I have not made it my business to sort of get into some of these other series. There are so many now, and I'm so impressed with all of you, and pleased to see our world ever expanding. But I don't. It's not what I seek when I'm looking for viewing pleasure. And so I think
That's
I
fair.
need to go back and I need to check out some of your work, Tim, and also your current work, Gabriella. The show is still running, right? Lower Decks?
Just 5 seasons.
Oh, really? Did it end?
Yes.
Ended recently.
I'm sorry.
That's
Okay.
streaming,
It
but
broke
that's
all of
streaming
our
for you.
hearts.
That's
Well,
streaming
5 is
for
a
you.
good
It's
run.
there.
5
5
years.
is a good
Yeah,
run.
it's a great
Yeah, 5 is a good
run.
run. That's
Yeah.
a good one.
Yes,
Yeah.
It is
this
now.
last year,
Yeah.
all these panels and all the conventions and whatnot. It's just our therapy session. We just talk about it over. We're coping just fine, I think.
Well, but you make a good point, because the conventions are, we're all pinching ourselves. We're the envy I think, of
Yes.
our peers in show business, that we get to go out and have fun years after the job
I know. What a
is
gift.
over. Right?
What a
It's
gift.
just
Forever.
ridiculous how blessed we are.
Forever. You're so
Forever.
Yeah, forever.
Forever.
Yeah.
Tim, do you mean forever, Tim? Like forever?
Yeah, like forever. Like eternity.
Even in the afterlife.
Yes. I'm
Yes.
thinking
There
that
will
as
be
well, Rob.
conventions.
Yeah.
You're in the family. We don't let go of you, and you don't let go of us. You keep coming back more and more. And that kind of segues into a question I had, which is like, for Robin and Tim, you both have been doing this for quite a while now. Do you ever
Forever.
get tired of it?
I really don't. I really don't. If I were, I think I would step back, because the fans don't deserve half our attention. They deserve our full attention. In fact, I'm on Cameo, right? Like many of us decided to do during COVID, when we were looking for ways to connect with people. And there was a young man who reached out on behalf of his beloved for me to give her a pep talk. She was making a big job change last fall. Then he reaches out to me again a few days ago. They're about to be married and she's nervous. Could I do a cameo where I'm, encouraging her to keep chin up and all will go well? And I said, I wrote him back in the messages, and I said, well, listen, why don't you retract your request and tell me your phone number and I'll call her and we'll have a talk. So
Wow.
So I finished playing pickleball today, and on the drive back, I got to know Sarah Hook in Kansas City, and she's going to marry Joe March 21st. And I made her promise that she would send me a picture, and we had the loveliest conversation. And and so, no, I love the connection. It's very genuine and very authentic with the fans. They're great people. I brag about them all the time.
That's so sweet.
So. And
Tim, how about you?
If there's an actor amongst us who doesn't come with gratitude, we have a way of setting each other straight.
That's
Whip
true.
into shape.
I think for me, it's just I to people that reach out for interviews, I think sometimes for me that's it becomes tedious because it's the same. I've been saying the same stuff for 30 years now.
Sure.
I grant you that. Yep.
So if it's just interviews about specifically that, after a while it is tiring and it is redundant. If it's dealing with the fans, that's a whole different matter. That to me is remarkable because just yesterday my daughter told me that she had a friend of hers that was online, and his name's Colt, and he said that my character, particularly in the show, saved his life. And I get that very often at the conventions and the interactions with fans. I get that a lot.
Yeah.
That my, having to memorize a mile and a half of dialogue, show up and work 16 hours, hit the marks, you're exhausted, you're tired, go home, do it over and over and over again. And you forget about most of that the next day or the next week. And to know that legacy, the effect of that, the fallout from that is incredible. That people will tell you that their lives were saved. Not, help me make a decision about my job. No, their lives were saved by watching our show, and often my character in particular, because he's a stabilizing character. He's not all over the map. That's what Vulcans are. This stable sort of, enlightened and meditative sort of state, and the way that they interact and how they deal with things, and that becomes a role model for them, and it pulls them out of this emotional spiral that they go down. This is real. I was like, I've heard this over and over and over again, and every single time it just reminds me. It takes me aback because from our perspective, we're just doing a gig, man. It's just a gig.
Right.
I don't know if anybody who stocks the shelves at Walmart gets somebody coming up and says, hey, you inspired me to save my life or whatever. I mean, for a regular job, that's not going to happen so much as what we do. It's just extraordinary. The transformation, the difference between our perspective as entertainers and the fallout, the effect that it has just from people watching it on a screen and listening to the story and seeing it played out. That is magic, man. That is alchemy of some kind. For that to happen as a result of what you do, when I've been doing that for 40 years.
It never gets old. That part.
It's crazy. It's
right.
Yeah. It's what a gift, but also a gift to us as an audience. I mean, Voyager helped raise me, if I could just be really honest about that. As a teenager, you all helped raise me. I told you in 2015, it was during the photo op, so I had 10 seconds to tell you that. But, it really does have a profound impact. What you see, what you hear, who you hang around with, is your friends, the things that you consume into your brain. It all matters. It shapes who you are. And yeah, for a lot of us, Star Trek is everything, or at least a big part of. And so, Gabrielle, I think we know the answer to this, but just to check in, 30 years from now, do you want to be doing the conventions and all the coming back and reprising your character, the whole bit?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. My mom's a Trekkie. I, of course, watched TNG every night with her. Seeing my name in Star Trek font for the first time on a Lower Decks credits, it does not wear. It does not wear on you. It's everything. And that's when I was like a one-line computer voice in season 1 versus like T'Lyn, and to put this, badge on my actor lapel, it's, my goodness, what a win. What a win. And what a wonderful family from the performing side, from like all the series, of every single series from beginning to now, has been so welcoming to me, and as well as the fans. I love to celebrate how hard everyone works to make a show, as well as how hard everyone how hard everyone works to get to that convention. Or to get to the interview, or find you on Cameo. So I don't take it lightly. And I have littles right now. I have a 2 and a 5-year-old. And so there will be a time where they'll be able to come and either roll their eyes, I don't know, but, to share that with them, would be really special, and take them to a Vegas trip for us to do that with all Star Trek things. I look forward to many decades or just many phases of my experience as a member of the Trek family. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Hope to see you and the fam there at a future convention for sure.
And I actually had to take my 6-month-old because I was shooting a film in Los Angeles and we both got COVID. And so we stayed in LA. I don't live there anymore. We stayed in LA. And I called my managers and I was like, sorry, I have to sleep here for 2 weeks and then fly to Vegas. And I think the baby's coming with me. And everybody was so welcoming. I mean, all the Treks, there was, everyone also brings their babies. So it was like a wonderful welcoming because I was like, it was my first year. So I'm like this freshman on the floor trying not to make, any kind of like big deal. But everybody was so sweet and nice. You could see that on my Instagram, this little baby with me, with everyone just like, saluting to her. It was so cute.
Oh,
it was the sign and it just set the tone.
Love that. Love that. Yeah, and we don't have tons of time left, but I do have one more thing that I want to touch on, and that is the whole idea that once you're in Star Trek, there's always that possibility you can come back and reprise your character, because Robin and Tim, you have both done that in the last few years. Tim, you came back on Picard playing a changeling, so it wasn't actually Tuvok, but it was still good to see you there. Now, that said, I really wanted to know what like real Tuvok was doing, but okay, still good. And then you were also in the Khan audio drama that recently came out.
Yeah, and a couple of video games as well. So
that's right.
Yeah, that I do get approached every once in a while for some of these projects to reprise that role, which is fine. For me, it's a cakewalk. Because I know the character backwards and forwards, so it's not a huge deal. For Khan, I had to play him a little bit younger. And for Picard, it's further in time. So he's a captain in that show. So, but it's easy to put get back on the bicycle and ride it. It's not a so if they reach out to me to do it again, I certainly will consider it. If it was something that was a regular character on a series, we'd probably go a few rounds and discussions about some things, before taking that role. But, you never know when any of that stuff can happen, as Robin knows. And everyone knows, everything can change tomorrow with a phone call or today.
Right. Your colleague, Robert Picardo, he's been on Starfleet Academy now and all of that. Yeah. The sky's the limit, honestly. Whatever they want to do, you just never know when that phone call's coming in, right?
No, you never know.
Yeah. And Robin, you were on a short called Unification, playing an older Savick. I wanted to ask about this because they weren't just putting the ears on you, they also aged you.
Yes.
So when you looked in the mirror for the first time as this version of Savick, what were you thinking?
Oh my, it was so emotional. It was so emotional. And I didn't anticipate that. I didn't actually know what to anticipate. These two entities, the Roddenberry Archives and Otoy, called me out of the ether to come into LA and they were going to be doing something, but I didn't really understand what the something was. And I didn't know that it was Savick much further into the future. And the dress that they designed, the costume and the makeup and the hair, once I was complete and I could see my image in the mirror, I cried. I really did. I cried because, Savick was sort of left rather unceremoniously,
unfortunately, yes,
on Vulcan, right, and at the top of Star Trek IV, which I accepted and was grateful that at least they left the character somewhere. But
sure.
rather sad that such a juicy storyline, the idea that she and Spock might have a child, etc., was just left to languish.
Yes.
So all these decades later, to be invited out and to be given such an amazing visage, and to think. I mean, I looked in the mirror and I immediately thought, oh my God, Savick has had a beautiful life. They've given me a beautiful, beautiful life of dignity and of family and of commitment and accomplishment and integrity. And then we shot this moment with Kirk and my son steps from behind me and in other words, pretty much as you all saw it in the movie is how I experienced it on set. I didn't quite understand. We were definitely playing Let's Make Believe. Do you know what I'm saying? And so I was like, okay, what are we doing? All right, okay. Oh, that's Kirk. Oh, okay, and it's way in the future. Oh, okay. And this is my son. Oh my goodness. And then boom, action. And so it was miraculous. Honestly, it was lovely. It was such a gift to me to give the character a finality, a coda, so to speak. And
That's so
I will be
cool.
grateful to them to the day I die that they gave Savick that. And who knows, maybe they'll pull me out of the ether again. But
You
for
never
now,
know. Very
that was a
recently, you
great nugget.
reenacted like a missing scene with John Champion for the Trek Files that talks about Savik's possible fate in Star Trek 4 that was left out.
Right, right. So yeah,
Yeah.
so we'll see. Yeah, as Tim so eloquently put, the door is always open. We don't know. I don't wait for the call, but
Yeah.
you never know. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to start wrapping things up here. But before we go, if people want to keep up with you on the internet and see what you're up to, anything you want to promote, here is that time and place. Gabrielle, where can people find you?
Sure. My full name on Instagram. Lots of projects coming up. It's wonderful. You can connect with me there. I love Cameo too. I sing Happy Birthday in Vulcan all the time.
Oh, how
my
fun.
God. You've got to tell me what that is. I don't know what that
You want to hear it for a second? I know we're running out of time. It's
Yes,
like Kunlige
go.
te kestan tordu. Kunlige te kestan talkam renda. Kunlige te kestan tordu.
Oh my
I'll
God,
send
you
you
have such a
lyrics.
beautiful voice.
That is beautiful.
I'm in heaven.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I have so much fun doing it. So yeah,
That's
just
so
find me
cool.
on Cameo, guys.
Guys, get that cameo. That is awesome. Robin, how about you?
What's going on? Well, I have some fun conventions coming up. I'll be in Sao Paulo in early May,
That sounds
I'm
terrible,
feeling.
Robin. That sounds terrible.
I know, isn't it awful? Just
What a horrible life.
oh. And I'm doing the cruise again this summer with my ex-husband. He and I are going. I'm celebrating my 70th, and he will be 75, and we're going to be sailing with Charlie and Aaron and a small group of fans. It's become a smaller and smaller little cruise every year, but we'll do the Mediterranean together, and I'm excited about that. And I've got two little films coming out, actually. I want to say Awaken the Reaper, directed and written by Dave Campfield, and The Subscriber, written by Fran DeMeo and Ivo Raza, and directed by Ivo Raza. Both and little parts, but good little films.
Awesome. All right. And Tim, how about you?
People are able to find out what I'm doing and all the projects and all the appearances that I've got coming up, and some of them are music related, some of them are conventions, on my website, which is timrusswebpage.com. If anybody just types in my name on Google, it's going to come up on the first page.
Perfect.
And you can click on that and just check out what I'm doing. I try to keep everything up to date on it as to where I'm going to be and what I'm doing. Still playing a lot of music. I'm still in LA based and performing here all the time. So that's a big thing for me as well. And I directed a second season of a web series called The 12-Sided Die, which I hope will be out sometime this year. The producer's looking for a distribution outlet for it right now. But that's a cute little romantic comedy sort of thing with about a group of friends who are playing role-playing games. And
Neat.
And I was not familiar with any of that before in terms of role-playing games, but I learned a great deal, and it's a wonderful thing. There's a love story in it. There's friendships and conflicts and obstacles they have to overcome, and it's a really wonderful, written by Curtis Fortier. He stars in it, and he wrote it and produced it. Just a wonderful little series. It's the second season that they've done, and it's very funny and very fast-paced and very cute. So
Did you love directing?
Yes, absolutely.
Good for you.
I've done that more than I've been doing acting in the last 20 years, and it's mostly
awesome.
Yeah, so that's all those are listed on my website. So as they develop and things happen, we spoke about before, everything can change tomorrow. So, but that I'll try to keep. I do try to keep up with it. I keep it up to date. I have to think about it to remind myself in the calendar. Update the website.
I know what you mean. Lister, my friend.
Yeah, Instagram. I don't really, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. It's those posts. I just post, and it's not pictures of a dog or washing my car or anything like that. It's mostly political. So I do post.
I love your posts. Your posts give me comfort. Kindred spirits from across the miles.
Thank you. It's very important to me.
Yeah.
That's a very important thing, as we all know today.
Yes.
How important it is, and
Yes.
so I want as many people out there to have accurate information.
Correct.
Know what's going on,
Yes.
so that when decision time comes down the line, they can step into a booth and make a decision based on actual facts and information, which is the worst thing we've got going on right now. So that's what I do. Nothing else goes on those posts. It's mostly that.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. All right, Tim, Gabrielle, Robin, thank you once again so much for being here. It's been a real treat talking with you all today. And before we go, if you enjoyed this panel, how about donating to the Hollywood Food Coalition, huh? Go to givebutter.com/TrekTalks5. You can text Trek to 53555 or take a photo of that QR code. Make that donation on your phone. It's going to appear on your screen if it's not already, and every bit adds up. So if you've already donated, thank you. And if you haven't, now's a good time because we got to go. Live long and prosper, everybody.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Have a good one.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
all so much.
Hey.
All right. Good morning or good afternoon, wherever your star date is this morning. I'm Dr. Trek Larry Nemechek, and it is so great to be part of Trek Talks 5. I can't believe this once again. Everything benefiting Hollywood Food Coalition today. And listen, you can donate at www.givebutter.com/TrekTalks5, or you can scan the QR code that you see, or you can text Trek to 53555. All right. Because it's been such an awesome day so far. It's going to be incredible going forward. I can't wait to join these two lovelies. We're going to be talking about, here's the thing, guys, not only is Star Trek 60 years old and we have anniversaries, we can now celebrate the anniversaries of the anniversaries. And if you do your math quickly, as we'll talk, Trials and Tribulations for DS9 was a 30th anniversary show. We're celebrating the 30th anniversary of Tribulations, so there's 30 plus 30, 60. So this bunch needs no introduction, but I'm going to introduce them anyway. You all know. The great Ira Stephen Bear, executive producer and head writer. Didn't use the term showrunner back then, Ira, did we?
Yeah, towards the end we did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't want to, dethrone Rick or anything here.
Yeah, well, it confused me when it started too. When I showrunner, what the hell is a showrunner? But yeah,
right,
writer,
executive producer,
yes.
right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
that was the goal.
And of course, the lovely and talented, and oh so talented, Terry Farrell, our own Jadzia Dax, who was a big part of Tribulations. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
We may be
afternoon.
joined. Yes, like I said, wherever you are. Now look, it's cool that we got you two, because any episode is, it starts with the writers, it moves to stage, and I hope Dan can join us, Dan Curry, because post was so big, visual effects was so big of Trials and Tribulations, and I know so much of the story has been out there, but we've always got, as I have learned, a lot of these stories don't get old because there's always new ears that have not heard eyes and ears. So
yes,
yeah,
we have a lot of new fans because of it being on Paramount Plus, and
yeah,
actually the plus of COVID was having to be able, or being able to watch the show and not have big pauses in between, right? Don't you think, Ira? Although now it's like too much. We need some series where people can make enough money to survive as actors and writers and
exactly
showrunners.
Yeah, and showrunners, whatever they're doing. So let's start with the roots of this. So it's the 30th anniversary. It's 1996. What is it? Ira, pick this up here. Rick basically comes and says, we want to do some anniversary shows. Voyager's going to do one, which was Flashback, and we want you all to do one. What was your reaction? Where did it go from? Because I know it was like the kind of was wide open, right? You went through some ideas and the tech made this possible, but kind of take us through that.
Well, the initial reaction that I had, Rick called me on the phone. We knew it was the 30th anniversary. We suspected they'd want something. So he called and said, Voyager's doing one and you should do one. And immediately, it's the 30th anniversary. And I grew up thinking, never trust anyone over 30. So that was the saying back in the day.
It
So it's like,
was.
why the hell would we make a big deal about how old this franchise was? We didn't see that as like, wow, let's pat ourselves on the back. It's like, so he got a very, very lukewarm response. I said, I'd talk it over with the guys, and we spent some time saying, we're not going to do it. Let Voyager do it. Screw it. We don't need to.
Those DS9 troublemakers.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
the imp of the
Ira is a
perverse.
rebel. He's the rebel of Star Trek.
The imp of the perverse. But then we started talking, and Ron pitched a piece of the action, do a sequel to that, which seemed so ridiculous that we liked it. I thought, okay, that's a way to do it, but yet also not do it in a way. But then we couldn't figure how that would work. And then blah, blah, blah. Renee came up with the idea of doing an old episode and seeing if we could mix our people in, do the Zelig, the Woody Allen movie Zelig, and kind of put our people into the old show, and that sounded good. And then there was, Gary Hutzel, the late great Gary Hutzel, who showed us a clip from the old show, and we looked at it and said, okay, that looks good, but what does that have to do with us? And he said, well, you see that guy coming in through the door? That's not from the 1966 episode or 67 episode. That's one of our people. And it was like, oh my God. So, and then it became a thing, and it became an episode that at the time.
Hang on a second. Can I ask you? I just want to tell you, Ira, didn't you run into that person when you were having a writers' meeting?
Well, that's the best story of 7 years at Deep Space Nine.
Wait. You've had so many great stories, but this is one of them.
No, this is a once in a lifetime.
I just don't want to miss you telling it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I still
I love it. I love
believe it. I still can't believe it. So, as usual, we, the writing staff, unlike any other TV show I was on, when we did Trek, we could actually go out for lunch because they were always working lunches. So I had no qualms about being gone for 2 hours at lunch because I knew we'd be talking over stuff. So we went to Mulberry Pizza, the one on Cannon Drive, not the one on Beverly. There's two of them in Beverly Hills. We went to the one on Cannon. And we're sitting there trying to decide, were there any actors who were in Trials and the original one?
Trouble with Tribbles.
Trouble with
Tribbles was the first one. Yeah.
Very good.
Well,
is there
when
anyone
I
we
talk,
could
he'll be able to fill in for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So was there anyone alive? And so, Ron and Renee, who were, such big fans, they would throw someone out, like, what about the bartender? And I said, oh, that's Guy Raymond. He's gone. What about the other guy? I said, Stanley Adams, he's gone too. So, and Michael Pataki, who played the Klingon, who they had the fight in the bar. Well, we don't want to bring a Klingon in because the difference with the makeup and all that stuff. So and I said, the only person I know who's definitely alive from the guest cast was this guy named Charlie Brill, who was a stand-up comic who played Arn Darvin, the Klingon who is now, undercover as a human being. And I know he's alive because my wife and a friend of hers had written a pilot in which he was going to appear in. And Ron and Renee and Hans and Robert looking at me like, Charlie Brill, what, yeah, vaguely remember him. What, I said, he's not tall and he's kind of got dark, short hair. Yeah, vaguely. What does he, yeah, okay. And then I look over and standing at the counter, ordering a slice of pizza, we're in the back at a table, standing there, big as life or short as life, is freaking Charlie Brill ordering. And I said, oh, there he is. And Ron looked at me and looked over and said, oh, come on, BS, and no one believed. I said, no, it's like, holy, that's Charlie Brill standing there. And I could see all their faces as they suddenly realized it. And what were the chances that we would be talking about this old TV episode from 30 years ago, and the guy who we were talking about to bring back on the show would be standing there ordering a slice of pizza? And no, we did not go up to talk to him, but he got the role. And then I used to see him every day at Coffee Bean on Ventura and Laurel Canyon for years afterwards. He'd hang out there, and he was so proud to have been on the show, and it was
Twice.
quite a thing. But to see him standing there, I still have nothing I could compare it to in my life. In terms
It's like
of
lightning in a bottle.
It
Like,
was a
so
sign from the
kismet.
prophets.
Yes.
Yeah,
the old sign from God, as they used to say.
as they used to say.
So,
Mhm.
and there he was. And he still said he can't say Klingon. He Klingon, he kept saying. Klingons.
Klingon. That's one of those tricky things they love to parody now on the animated shows. Well, what? So, we were supposed to have Dan with us. We may not have him, but I know the tech ability was a big part of was the decision, right, about plopping it in. Because look, Forrest Gump was only a couple of years before this and made a splash, but doing it on a movie is one thing, doing it on your budget is another. But I also know that Voyager did flashback in the spring because they had to hold their shows over. And you all had at least until after the hiatus in summer, so a little time to write and let the creative team, because it's one of those special shows where everybody dives in and makes it special.
Well, the thing was, everyone, in the 7 years we did the show, I never ever saw every department so focused and having so much fun. I couldn't get the writers to talk about anything else. It got really annoying after a while. It's like, this is too much fun. Okay, we have to move on. We have another 23 episodes or 22 episodes to do. Whatever is happening is happening. We've done the script. The script is done. We have to move on. But the one thing I want to say about that Terry should start, giving her views on it is she was our surrogate, in the show. She was the one who was as excited as we became about going back in time and meeting Kirk and being on the Enterprise. And she was the spokesman for the writers
and the audience.
And well, yes,
hopefully,
we never thought about the audience.
So but this was like about the third or fourth show of the season. So Terry, when you did you have any? These are things they trickle down from the writers and then they get out to you. Sometimes you guys are the last ones to hear about it. But when did you hear about this coming down the road? And I'm trying to let us know where you were on the spec, because this is the 90s. And it wasn't like there'd been 40 years of Star Trek saturating everybody, and a lot of people were working and had careers and weren't familiar with the original show. So where were you on that number line, and when did it come down to you and the rest of the cast and we're like, what? And either got excited or just was wondering what this was going to be?
In elementary school, first grade, we played Star Trek in the what are they called? Out at recess. And we would make the Enterprise out of the chestnut tree leaves. And I was the tallest girl in class. I don't know if I was the tallest in school, but very soon I become the tallest in school until I get to high school. But I always wanted to be the alien from another planet. And the shortest kid in school was my other buddy. We were the two Star Trek fans, and he played Captain Kirk, and he was the shortest guy in class. So I know I told this story to Rick, and I don't know, probably you guys too. So for me, it was like having a cathartic childhood experience being dressed up in everything. And oh my gosh, we're playing pretend. And it's really happening. And I think the thing I was most excited, one of the things I was most excited about was how everybody was super excited, was that we were making television history because who else had a show from 30 years ago that it's an ongoing show, right? It's Star Trek's alive. And so, oh, I'm getting goosebumps right now. It was just an extraordinary event, and everybody was truly so excited. And I thought that Jonathan West did a great job directing it, but he's our DP. So our cameraman became the DP. And so everybody got super energized about their jobs. I think the only person that felt, and this won't be surprising, that had a grumpy attitude was Michael Dorn, because he was sitting in the commissary with a scarf covering his head, and he kept saying, "The Tribbles know I'm here. I mean, this is, and I'm standing out." He kept rationalizing how we should be back on deep space.
How he shouldn't be there setting off the Tribbles.
It was hilarious, but he was the one like, and everybody else was joy around him.
And he had been one of the old fans. Yeah.
I don't know, but he definitely was wanting to sit it out. But in fairness, Avery and I had a lot of more fun doing it because we got to move around a lot. I don't remember if you told me, Ira, but my guess is that Ira told me that we were going to do it.
No.
Ira, do you remember telling me? I mean, it was such a long time ago, but my assumption
I
is
don't recall.
Like
but that's the kind of thing when you guys came down. Yeah. I don't know.
Let me just say, you just reminded me of something, Terry.
Oh, good. Yay. Or maybe not.
So, the fact is, over 7 years, one of the things that when I look back, I'm really disappointed on, because I think it would have helped the show and would have helped sometimes my relationship with the actors and keeping the actors aware of what we were thinking, so we would know what they were thinking. But it was almost impossible to go down to the set. We were so busy doing 26. I've never been on a show where I spent less time on the set, less time interacting with the actors, which was not a good thing. No. I have so many regrets of things I wish I could have said to Armin on Ferengi shows, things I could have said to people that I just never got the chance to do.
Or developing the relationship so that you could we have a friendship and we can talk about something without being afraid of where the boundaries were.
Exactly. So, but because of trials and tribulations, the writers, all they would do, they all ganged up on me. Every time we'd be in the writer's room, they would look at me with their little puppy dog eyes and go, "Can we go down to the set?" And it's like, guys, the board is white. It can't be white. We need to put things on the board. And then maybe. But finally, after a couple of days, I said, okay, we're all going to go down to the set as a group, which we definitely never did. And we're going to see it. And then we're going to come back and we're going to work. So we go down to the set and everyone is so excited. And it's the scene in the I guess it was the bar on K7, and it's Dorn, Renee, Colum, and Sid. Are all sitting around the table. As we walk on, not onto the set, but right at the edge of the set to watch, they're setting up the shot, and the four actors are sitting there, and they are bitching about the script and about the lines, and this is just stuff that happens on the set. On TNG, I used to go down to the set and see Brent bitching about things, but it's not, you don't take it, personally because
Yeah.
actors are tired and they're tired of waiting and the lines and blah, blah, blah. But we just happened to walk in just as they were really bitching about this inane stuff that they had to say, and we're smarter than this, and why are they giving us this stuff? And I could just feel all the writers. It's like, why did we have to come down right at this second? Why can't they be nice? Can't they be nice to us? We try our best. And it was like, okay, guys, you got what you wanted. Now we're going to leave and go back to work. So
Did
that's,
that motivate them to get on to the next episode?
I think it was definitely a reality check, because even though it was everyone was giving it their all, it was still an episode of TV. It was still a grind. Actors were still getting up way too early to have to put makeup on,
Yeah.
and all the stuff
Yeah.
that that
Yeah.
happens when you do a show. And it
and
just, yeah,
I was just going to say, and by Friday, you're working a 25-hour day.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
On a 9.5-hour turnaround to get there Monday at 5 or 4.
But once again, it just seemed like the perfect, I mean, not the least perfect thing, but it just seemed so right at the time that all the hopes and dreams got smashed in one moment of grumpy.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't come see one of my scenes, because then that would have had a harder time leaving the set.
That's right.
Because I was bouncing off the walls.
You were.
My ADHD was in full force. I was so excited.
Well, hey, Terry, the sets were all built. Herman, the whole, I mean, Mike and Denise and well, everybody up there. Laura Richards was the set director. I mean, you're talking about all the departments, and people think about the visual effects and the writers, but all the crafts were, they got into the warehouses, found some of the original costumes that had been sitting there still before auctions had disintegrated, but the Klingon pants were all like metallic weave. And the Klingon jackets were the original 60s jackets, because they were metal thread and hadn't, done. Anyway, so much stuff. And I just remember, because I was on set 2 days and did a big special splash. The easiest thing I ever had to write. It just wrote itself, because it was talking to everybody and then watching what happened. But hearing these stories, like what they were looking for to match. Because the other thing about Tribulations,
the sets were gone. So most of the departments had to watch the episode over and over again to get the details. Well, even Bob Blackman.
Oh,
right. They had
Bob
to
Blackman,
find
Mike
things to
Westmore,
match.
everybody
And all of the stuff that was on the panels, that stuff didn't exist anymore. And that wasn't how we did our panels. Right. I mean, some of it's green screen, so it's the original. But so each department had a big challenge. It was a big challenge, and they were excited about the challenge. It wasn't daunting. It was everybody was on the same page in this like treasure hunt to make it look to match so that it looked as amazing as it did. And that took a lot of hard work, but there was a lot of love in that work. Wouldn't you say, Ira?
Yeah, the other thing you just reminded me of, Terry, was
what?
It was obviously over budget.
Yes.
And it was the only time, if I'm remembering right, and Rick probably would remember this, though he claims to remember nothing, but if he would probably remember this better than I, but I think it was the only time that Paramount let that money slide. We didn't have to make up that money. It was like, it's a special thing, and we're going to give you the leeway. It's going to be way over budget, but you don't have to then start, what's the next bottle show so we can save money. And everyone was on board with this episode. It was really a once in a lifetime experience, and even getting the walls painted in the bar, all of that to match completely and utterly, as you go from shot to shot. It was an amazing accomplishment, and everyone felt really good about it, but we still had to write the rest of the season, so we still had to concentrate on something else.
Yeah, because I think everybody felt proud. I think everybody felt really proud to contribute. Everybody was celebrated for their contribution. So that was really important. And oh shoot, I had a thought. But keep going on without me. It
I was
might
saying,
come
you get it
back. It
back.
might not.
It'll
I'll
come
get it
back.
back.
Well, Ira, you're talking
Oh,
about
but I
your
would
parent.
say
Oh,
this is a really what I would say about Deep Space Nine to jump. Um, when people didn't know what show to start with. Oh, I don't know. I'm like, you know what? If you're not sure about Deep Space Nine, watch Trials and Tribulations because it'll remind you of original series. You'll get to know the characters a little bit and you'll just have a fun ride. It's just a fun ride show. It's not super deep, but it is special. It really I just think you guys did a magical job, Ira, of marrying the two shows with the plot points and everything dovetailing that it doesn't there's nothing about it that feels awkward. It feels like they knew back then that we were going to do it now. That's how amazing it looks.
Right. But for years, the thing that used to bug me
Oh
all the
God.
time was when people would come up to me and tell me that their favorite Deep Space Nine episode was Trials and Tribulations, because I would feel like, no, that was a special thing unto itself.
Yeah.
That's your favorite Deep Space Nine episode. You, my friend, are not a real Deep Space Nine aficionado.
Right.
Because if that's it, if that's the mountaintop, you are on the wrong mountain. And the
Yeah.
mountain you should be on is way over there, and it is actually much higher. And you
How about
may never get to climb it.
right? How about Not for Their Stars? Is that what it was called? The Avery
Oh,
Far
Far
Beyond the
when
Beyond the
Avery
Stars.
Stars.
directed
It
and you
doesn't
thought
matter what episode. I
Far
don't
Beyond the
care.
Stars. But you know what I'm saying? It has a social message as well, which is so important in sci-fi.
I know.
It
That's
took
like
me
people.
years. Go ahead.
No, I was just, it's like people saying, "What's your favorite DS9 episode?" Oh, Trials and Tribulations, and Our Man Bashir, and Little Green Men, and you're like, what?
Oh,
How about Past Tense?
right. I got you. Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
but now, I have to say, watching it after 30 years last night, just so that I would remember things, um, what the show did do, especially at that time when we were still being considered the dark, not really Star Trek, all the stuff they used to say about us. Um, but we were able to do this wonderful tip of the hat to the
Mhm.
franchise, and it was very well done. And it
Mm.
showed that Deep Space Nine had a lot of, you know, bullets in the gun. I know that's a horrible thing now to say, guns. It's not,
Yes.
Well,
but
maybe not
that's what we used to
today.
say at the day, back in the day.
Right.
It had, there was more to Deep Space Nine than just being the dark anti-Roddenberry, supposedly, which I never believed in, Trek. And
Mm-mm.
Trials and Tribulations is a perfect example
Mm-hmm.
of how true that is.
Well, I know it's not a competition, but I think of the two 30th anniversary shows, I know the one that people more fun, and that has nothing to do with anybody associated with it, but just of the two. I mean, yes, you all equipped yourselves really well. I just keep smiling
Mm-hmm.
about your paranoia about getting the guys back in the room to work, because this was like the fourth episode of the season, and the whole rest of the year was. It's like having your dessert first, and now we're gonna
Ooh.
slog
Larry,
through.
I did not even remember that it was the third episode. It blew my mind when I saw it's 503, episode 503. I had no idea. If you had asked me 2 days ago, I would have said it was in the middle of the season and we were,
Well, you'd been like it'd been consuming everybody from the
Mm-hmm.
spring forward, because it was like,
yes,
okay, we got to get a jump on this. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
all the work
yes.
that had.
Yeah.
I mean, I have
And
a. Oh, go ahead, Jerry.
I was just going to say, and Paramount was so excited. They sent me out and I did even like a thing at Starbucks for an hour to promote the show. We went down to the subway stations and put tribbles everywhere in the subways of LA.
Like
Yeah, they
this?
were everywhere. Yep. There were signs all over
This
town about it coming out. It was
this
crazy.
is one of
It
my
was like
fun.
we never had that much
No,
publicity.
no, for
They
sure.
actually
Mm-mm.
spent money on that. Well, I remember that they went to Lincoln and to the and to David's Tribbles company and said, "We need all the tribbles you got."
Yep.
and they cleaned out their inventory, and then they still needed to make. It was a little 1967. It was like, quick, we need more, we need more. But
Yeah.
I mean, just crazy thing like the K7 bar chairs. So Laura Richards, who was your set dresser, they couldn't. It was all that 60s stuff, and the
Yeah.
shower that had been in the overheads and the corridors, and Mike Okuda had to just make it on paper because they couldn't find that, and they found one of the bar chairs, just those simple 60s,
Hmm.
plastic seated metal leg table chairs, and they found one, and they had it special cast and built the other 10 or 12 for this. I mean, just on and on and on and on like that, all down the line. I mean, that's why you were saying everybody's so invested. But here's the thing, it's amazing. And I don't know if this even came up in the documentary, but one of the things, talk about legacy for the show, one of the things was they wanted it to match everybody tech wise one because it had to.
Oh, that's what I wanted to say.
Yes, go ahead.
Just remember that we didn't have the technology they have today to color match as easily on a computer, right, Ira?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. We were talking about it when we rewatched it on Delta Flyers, and Robbie was explaining about, because he directs, that wow, there's a lot of things that and we were on film. It's so different than digital now. It's a lot easier for them to make those matches than how hard everybody worked on this particular episode.
But the blessing of that, that they couldn't do it so easily digitally, was, what did we everybody, we'd had years and years of watching the local reruns syndicated, and then they were selling the videotapes of the episodes, and everything was washed out basically because they were making copies of the positives, and every time they do new generations, and when they sat down to do the show, everybody said, look, if we're going to match, we can't take these crappy copies, we need to go back to the negative and strike a new positive. And Ira, chime in here.
Did we use different film? Did we use different film to shoot it to match the 60s?
They did everything to try to match, but what got me was what I heard, Jonathan West and everyone talking about was when they got the tape from a negative for the first time, and nobody had seen one because everybody had been watching these old prints, and everybody was blown away because it was like it was 1967 NBC primetime network, and you're watching it, and everything was amazingly, brilliant and colorful, and everybody was. Did you have that memory, Ira?
No.
Okay. Well, I just see the guys are sitting, they're watching the TV, and because now they can do a clean match. They're on solid ground to do all the matches.
Sure.
But that also meant that everything that they built for the scenes had to match, and that's where all that came from. It wasn't just
I wish Jonathan West was here.
Spanish. They had to.
Yeah. I wish Jonathan West was here because he would be able to tell us more, because he's, master camera man. And I mean,
who got to direct that show? Yeah,
Jonathan was such a good choice for that show because he had that. He was so calm most of the time, or could at least appear calm, no matter what was going on inside. Who knows? But he was perfect for that show because that show could easily have gotten away. I could think some directors who were, part of the rotation who would have had a very difficult time with that show. But he was perfect, and he had Chris to take over as DP, who he trusted, and they worked together. So it was all
Chris Crosscove.
Yeah,
he was fantastic.
It just all fit. It all kind of came together. I mean, the Charlie Brill thing kind of was a taste of what was to come. It was all going to work. It was all going. All the pieces were going to fit, and we lucked out. We lucked out. When I was watching it last night, and I saw the end when you and Avery are looking for the bomb and. The triple falling on Shatner, which is an iconic scene of its own for years and years. I thought, wow, this really works. This was for that scene, that sequence alone.
Yeah, and we're moving away, hoping he doesn't see us. Oh my gosh.
It was well done. It was truly well done.
One of the magic moments was talking to people working, and out of the blue, someone said, "You should go talk to Ed Cooper. He's one of the grips." And I'm like, okay. He goes, he was here at Desilu in '67, and he worked on the original episode. And I went, oh. And I
Wow.
sat down, and he said, "Yeah, I dropped triples on Shatner, and this is amazing to be." And I'm like, of all the 30th anniversary things, this doesn't top
Yeah.
Charlie Brill, but it comes close to me. I was like, you had somebody on crew who worked on both shows. It was
Wow.
And David Gerard was there too as a extra
David,
he
David
wrote.
Gerald, yeah.
Yeah, because he wrote Trouble with Tribbles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a moment early on, Ira, where everybody was a little, because David has a prickly reputation, and was there a moment when there was like, can we do tribbles? What do we have to do anything legal and all of that? But it all worked out in the end.
Oh.
And David was on the show, right? He was the world's oldest
He
security
was a
red
guest
shirt.
star. Yeah.
If it was Rick asked me to call Leonard, which was really strange. He said, we just want to make sure he's going to be okay with using footage, his footage. And I guess at that moment in time, Rick and Leonard were not exactly, on the same page about some things.
Mm-hmm.
And so he said, call Leonard. It's like, okay. So I call Leonard, and Rick had prepared me like it was going to be a very prickly phone call. And so I said, we're thinking about doing this episode, taking the Trouble with Tribbles and blending it in with our show. And there's a long pause, and he goes, "What took you so long?"
Oh.
And I thought, whoa, Rick, what are you setting me up for? This is beautiful, man. What are you, it's like, absolutely. Yes, I'm all for it. It was like this. He made it. I was so prepared to get my head handed to me by this guy. And
The
it was
pause
not at
must have
all.
killed you. The
Yeah.
pause.
Yeah. What?
I got to work with him on Becker.
Oh, yeah?
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
That's
He
nice.
kept forgetting. I met him several times. Like we were sent up to Primordials to say, support him. Myself, Picardo, Armin, and Major Roddenberry was there. And then I met him another time at a book signing. I thought, oh, well, I'll go and say hello. And he didn't remember me. He asked me if I enjoyed acting. So I think I definitely told the story to those writers, but in a sitcom, you see your writers all the time. So in this episode, Leonard played a professor, and he was, and Becker was his star student. And now I was his student. But Leonard's character did not remember Becker. And Becker was insane. So I said, Leonard, you cannot forget me anymore.
Don't do this.
But he was great. He was super fun to work with, and obviously had a great relationship with Ted because of Three Men and a Lady. And so that was extra super fun to get to work with Leonard on a show that wasn't Star Trek.
Well,
Right?
years later,
It was just a little extra present. Yeah.
That's nice. Years later, Leonard actually was living next door to my cousin, and somehow they would talk. Anyway, Leonard asked my cousin to give me his number, and we wound up going to lunch. We had a 3-hour lunch, Leonard and I, and he said, "Yeah, we'll get me give him my number to call me. We can talk over old war stories." And I thought, okay, old war stories about Star Trek. I thought that was good, and I told him about that phone call and how uptight I was about the thought of how he was going to react, and he looked at me like I was nuts. It's like, why would you be worried about what I was going to give you a hard time about? It's like, well, that's what Rick
said.
Set me up.
Yeah.
And
Do you think Rick was like kind of
I think it comes out of
teasing you in some way? Kind of. No, he was serious. Okay.
No, I think it comes out of the generation, the first movie, when they were talking about everybody being in it at first from the original cast, and Leonard wanted to direct, and Rick said, well, no, we have a director.
Oh, yeah, there was a big thing. Yeah.
I think there was a little
there was definitely something going on. I mean, Rick doesn't play the, I don't
Mm-mm.
remember Rick playing jokes on me. No, he was serious. It was like, I'm not making this call. You're making this call.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be surprised if he tells you to go,
Jump in
what?
the lake.
It's
Yeah.
kismet. Once again, it was part of the kismet of the
Yeah.
show.
Yes, yes, that's
Definitely.
that's how I
Definitely.
felt, Larry, when I
Yeah.
got off the phone. I said, "Wow, everything is just working out." So
Yeah.
It's
it
amazing. Well,
happens.
guys, you two, this has been awesome. We're almost out of time, and I want to remind everybody what we're here for. But let me ask real quick if you can give me a capsule here. Everybody loves Tribulations because of the nostalgia and the tech and seeing how well it blended and everybody. But do you think there's a Star Trek legacy lesson to come out of Tribulations? You know what I'm talking about, Ira? We were talking about don't call it one of the landmarks of DS9, but is there something Roddenberry-esque to bring out of Tribbles after all? Or
What
is
do you
the
think,
honoring just
deep
enough?
thinker? I think Roddenberry would have loved it, don't you? Although I was not there while he was alive. What do you think, Ira? Do you
Well,
think
look,
Gene would have liked it?
I said I said from the beginning, of when we premiered and there was all that stuff about whether or not we were Star Trek or not. I've always said that Gene was a creative individual. He was a writer. He had an imagination, and I would like to think that he would have approved that the franchise he created was, you know, uh, strong enough that it could withstand, you know, an examination of the franchise itself. Sometimes on
Yeah.
some shows you look out, and on some shows you look in. And this was a show that looked in. This was a show that kind of studied the franchise and poked at it and saw what worked and maybe what did not work. But it was 30 years later, and I think
Yeah.
I would
It
like
was
to
an
think he improved.
evolution. It was
Yes,
an evolution of
absolutely.
self-examination too.
That's the word.
Instead of it being glossed over that we have these perfect lives. I think that's a bigger gift because there's more to talk about when the episode's over. What you're saying about inward. I love shows that make you think. And when it makes you think as a family and creates a conversation, that is the show that gives back to people.
Well, that is a great way, Terry, to say thinking about family. This is a great way to wrap it up and say that we're all here today, this hour and the whole day as a family, in the best Star Trek way, in the best Roddenberry-esque way, thinking of others and benefiting Hollywood Food Coalition. So everybody watching us, if you've enjoyed our little segment here during the day
Show us the
as it
money.
goes along, show us the money.
Yeah.
Yes. Here you go.
Yeah.
You can go to
Food
www.
scarcity is a terrifying thing, and we need to help everyone. We can. We did it during COVID. We can do it now.
And I know they mentioned this, but this is an LA-based event, but they do a lot of the procedures and they network with food banks and food organizations all over the country. And what comes out of LA does good works everywhere. So just saying that. www.givebutter.com/TrekTalk5, Trek Talks 5, or you can scan the QR code that's right there on your form, on your screen, or you can even text, if you still do this, text TREK to 53555.
The second two options seem way easier.
than the yeah. Just
I want
saying.
more than butter.
Just saying. I know. Ira and Terry, it has been such a blast to see you and talk about this again. And
thank you.
There's no such thing as an old story, I've learned. It's all new, it's all fresh, and I think we hit some new ones today. So thank you, guys. And
thank you, Larry.
Love you, Terry.
I love you too, Ira. I miss you.
Miss you too, babe.
Thanks.
At its core, Hollywood Food Coalition exists to make sure people have access to good food with dignity. We're not just a food pantry, we're community builders. We really listen to the people who come to get food from us and ask them what they need, what they want to eat, and make sure that it's culturally relevant. We have 2 core programs, our community exchange and our community dinner and wellness program. At our community exchange, we rescue high quality food that would otherwise go to waste, and we redistribute it through partnerships with community-based organizations.
Our evening meal program gets first priority because that's our daily commitment. The rest gets distributed to other community partners, organizations across LA. It's not just about moving volume. We work collaboratively with these partners to make sure what we're providing is actually useful and wanted.
Our partners are doing incredible work across LA, providing housing support, mental health services, job training, addiction recovery, and so much more. When we can take the food piece off their plate, it frees them up to focus on everything else they're doing for their communities.
Todas contentas en la cocina, por ejemplo, ahorita llegamos con esta carga, se ponen muy contentas, empiezan a acomodar lo del desayuno, lo del lonche, lo que va a la cena. Muy, muy bueno. Y cada semana nos están preguntando, oh, ¿va a haber collision? ¿Va a haber collision? So, yeah, it's really good.
And through our community dinner and wellness program, we feed our people 7 days a week, no questions asked. Volunteers are essential to making that happen. Our staff and volunteers turn rescued food into nourishing meals, guided by our culinary team and made with real care. We have meat, fish, vegetarian, and vegan options, plus fresh sides.
When you're navigating food insecurity or homelessness, a lot of your autonomy gets stripped away. Being able to choose what you eat, whether that's for a dietary, cultural, or a personal reason, we want to give back people that control that they lost. You know, we want them to know that they matter. Their preferences matter.
And it opens the door to connecting them with other vital services like healthcare, housing navigation, and all other different types of services.
So we get a lot of people coming for the food, of course, but then also to be checked out by the doctors or by the pre-med students. It's so needed, and it's absolutely wonderful that the Hollywood Food Coalition are able to organize all of that.
I was there on Tuesday, and a client came over to me and said, "Thank you for bringing light in our dark world." And so how do you quantify that, right? For us, it's really building relationships with our guests so that they can come to our dinner and feel really safe and heard and seen. That to me is success.
We believe food is the start and community is the result. Join us in nourishing our community because everyone deserves access to good food, connection, and care.
Welcome back, everybody. We so appreciate that you're spending your day with us. Don't forget, well, not don't forget, don't go anywhere, but you can forget if you want. We have some terrific guests coming. Thanks all to you for supporting the Hollywood Food Coalition.
It has been pointed out to me that I have yet to model my Batman underpants. Remember, this is a convention without pants. So here we go.
No, John, no!
Batman!
No! Don't turn around, John. Nobody wants to see your bat cave. Don't turn
Oh,
around.
I tell you,
Oh, no.
Batman is here today to provide inspiration. If you are enjoying a delightful afternoon in your skivvies, remember, at every convention in the land, you are expected to wear trousers, except ours. And isn't that worth a contribution? And ladies, too. Bonnie, do you have anything to say to the ladies?
Yes, I am also not wearing pants. I'm wearing a skort, half shorts, half skirt from the 90s. I'm bringing it back. You can't tell me it's not cool.
Acknowledge, please, all of you listening, the benefit of this extra special, relaxed style, chillin' in the living room convention without pants by making a contribution to support Hollywood Food Coalition. We've got tons of great panels and conversations coming up, but first...
That's true. And the more you donate, the more John does not stand up. So please keep that in mind. We want to thank Rod Roddenberry and the Roddenberry Foundation once again for supporting the Hoco. Thank you so much for your generosity and for all the wonderful work that you do to benefit the world.
Rod's donation kicks in, y'all, dollar by dollar, which is to say he has pledged to donate up to $31,000. If we make $31,000, then we unlock his entire pledge, and we are already up to $15,783, which is a great start. Every dollar you give unlocks one of his dollars.
That's right. Every dollar unlocks one of his. So if we make, let's say, $20,000, he gives us $20,000, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, up to $31,000. So our goal today, obviously, is to unlock the totality of his donation and maybe, just maybe, even exceed it.
We've got a ways to go. Please, something you can do, spread the word. Get on your socials, help drum up an audience. Your megaphoning might bring folks in the door who will donate the sun, the moon, and the stars. They just never heard about the event, and that's okay. This in spite of the fact that we have an amazing producerial and marketing team who got the word out remarkably. Yay!
I would clap, but I don't want to hurt my microphone.
What's our link to donate, Bonnie Gordon?
Our link to donate is givebetter.com/TreksTalks5. Trek Talks 5. You can also text the word Trek in all caps to 53555 or use the QR code that is on your screen right now, wherever it is. I'm pointing to it somewhere. And we are up to right now $15,863. So thank you to everyone who is donating. And remember, we are auctioning off some amazing auction items. So go to givebetter.com/TrekTalks5/auction.
Stephanie Tchaikovsky's amazing Palm Springs Casa.
Gorgeous.
Coming up next, we've got Gates McFadden and Tawny Newsome. They'll be dropping in on us, and then we'll wave at them and go away. We've also got...
We also have more of the Hoco story. And also Robbie and Roxanne will be in conversation with the wonderful Lori Flubish-Ulster. Plus we have a panel called Remembering Jean and Majel with Rod, Will Wheaton, Fred Bronson, Denise Crosby, and Ernie Over. Moderated by, who says that Nehru jackets are going out of style? John Champion.
Again, you're supporting a terrific organization in Hoco. In 2025, we rescued over 3 million pounds of food a year, providing great meals for thousands and thousands and thousands of Los Angelinos. We're also always interested in learning about what other amazing food-centric organizations are doing too. If you have cool ways to help folks in need that you might suggest to us based on the stuff that's happening in your neck of the woods, give us a jingle, let us know. We'd love to hear from you.
That's
We'll
right.
be back in a couple of hours to check in. Keep enjoying Trek Talks 5.
Woo-hoo. Remember, everyone get on your socials, tell people about it. We want them to all come a-running. We've got hours of fun left, so we're going to see you soon. And I'm going to use this time to think of something nice and complimentary to say about John Billingsley that doesn't involve his Batcave.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Thanks.
Well, wow. You know, we've got 19 seconds left before Tawny Newsome and the fabulous Gates McFadden are dropped in to join us. Can't you come up with anything complimentary to say in 10 seconds?
No, I can't. I just can't wait to see the shenanigans that they're going to get into. I'm very excited.
Oh my
about that.
gosh. All right.
Well, I mean,
remember, Batman. Hey, here we go. And here we go.
All right.
There we are. Thank you guys
There
so much.
they are.
Bonnie and I are leaving you to your own devices. Have a wonderful conversation.
We're up to $16,000. Take it away, ladies. As soon as I get out of here.
Bye, Bonnie. Bye, John. Well, hello, friendo. Hi, Tawny. So here we are.
Hi, friend.
Yeah.
Oh, my internet is bad.
I know there's a delay.
But my heart is full.
Oh, that's good. That is so good. Well, this is Trek Talks 5, which is incredible. And I just want to say a word before I go into talking to you about Starfleet Academy, which is fabulous, by the way. But I wanted to say that the Hollywood Food Coalition is very dear to me. I donate every month, and there are so many ways you can donate. If you're in the Los Angeles area, like my son got married here, we had all this leftover food. They came and picked it up and took it away. And there's just a lot of ways you can help the homeless and the people who need food, because there's so many who do. So this is a fabulous, fabulous organization. And as you can see, you can just go to the QR code on your screen or text Trek to 53555. Now,
I'm honored to, sorry for my delay. We're just gonna fight through it. I'm honored to be here with you, Gates, and to be here for such a great cause. I've been thinking a lot lately about how, none of our futures are necessarily secure. Homelessness can happen to anyone. Lack of resources can happen to anyone. So organizations like this are really important because it's about communities taking care of each other. So that's what I'm happy to be a small part of today.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Tony, tell me,
yes,
how did you start to get the idea of the episode with Serac, because it's fabulous.
I love this character. Who is she? What does she want? What's her vibe? What's her deal?
I'm a friend of Melania's.
Oh no. Bye.
a big Star Trek fan. Anyway,
Got it.
It was such a great episode that you wrote. And I remember talking to you when you first were writing, with in the writer's room. Here's the things I want to talk about because of the delay. I want to hear how you came up with that idea of an episode and what it was like to sort of just get an episode on your own versus being in the whole writer's room and, being part of it that way. Okay, so go for it.
Okay, I'll go and then I'll pause for a long time and then you can talk and it's going to be great. All right. So being part of the room was great. It was a new experience for me to work in scripted narrative television. I'd written a lot of sketch. I had written for many years for myself at the Second City. And every show I've ever been in, at some point they pull the actors into the writer's room to pitch ideas or to, in some cases, like in Space Force, Greg Daniels let me write a couple of my own scenes. Not because the scripts we had weren't fantastic, but just because Greg is a wonderfully collaborative guy and was like, do you want to take a pass at this? So I've always been a writer, and this was a great way to formally get my first room experience. Then being paired with Kirsten Beyer was such an incredible treat because she knows everything about Trek and she cares so deeply. And I just knew that I was in good hands, that our episode, whatever it was going to be, we're going to be in good hands. But the initial breaking of the episode, making it a Sam story, making it a Cisco story, that came very early in the process. We were probably working on that idea spring of 2023 before even the writer's strike. And
how did that idea, who came up first with that idea? Like how, even in the writer's room?
Well, it started as this idea where all of the students were going to be taking a test and they all had to learn about different captains from the past. And we were going to have some characters learning about, the captains we know, and then also some captains from the canon that we were going to build out, like some new names. And then I think we decided we just needed to focus on one captain, and a lot of ideas were thrown out. And because I'm such a Space Nine fan, and because I've been pretty vocal about that show in particular not getting as much attention in modern Trek, I was pretty adamant from the beginning that it needed to be a Cisco story. And also the fact that we kept calling Sam an emissary for her people, I was like, we can't say the word emissary 40 times in this episode and not have it be about Cisco, the fan. That's crazy. So yeah, that definitely came from me.
That's cool because, and he was so good. I mean, I love him. He's just, Sirach is great. And yeah, the episode was quite wonderful. So then when did you leave the writer's room? Or did you? I mean, did you go off and sort of develop the whole script? Talk about that process.
Yeah, so in the room, Kirsten and I would kind of be in like little breakout rooms where we were developing the story, breaking the acts together, and then we would come back into the larger room and sort of show and tell, present what we had. And that went on for a few weeks, and then we broke off for 2 weeks to write the outline. Then we broke off again over Christmas to write the episode. So my first ever episode of Star Trek, I literally wrote like on and around Christmas Day. Um, and Kirsten did the same. And then we honed that draft for months. And it was very long. But while we were honing that draft, they also were back in the room writing the subsequent episodes. So yeah, that's why my knowledge of season 1 of Academy is real sharp, episodes 1 through 5, and really drops off after that because I was just like consumed with getting this episode out the door.
So when you're writing, do you write outline and then fill it in, or do scenes come to you and you write scenes and you're kind of out of order?
I have a hard time outlining because I come from improv where you are writing on your feet and you're using dialogue immediately to craft the story. Also, writing outlines for comedy is just hard, and a lot of parts of episode 5 are comedic. It's really hard to convey to people what's funny about something if they're not hearing it and seeing it. So a lot of times I was like, can I just write? Do I have to write an outline? Can I just write the scene and then I'll rewrite it a million times, but can I just have dialogue and have all of the tools in my disposal to communicate it? And I was told no, because the studio needed to see an outline.
Right.
So I had to learn.
So did you, because I'm writing now too, and I find it really, it's really challenging. Do you talk over a microphone? I know some people do. I'm just not able to do that. I can talk in front of people and do something like that, but that's different. I haven't been doing it that way. But a lot of people are saying, Gage, you should just put it on a microphone and just talk like that. But do you do that? I just start to write, and then the problem is I keep editing as I go instead of just writing the first draft.
Yeah, that's a real thing. When you start rewriting before you've written the first vomit draft, you can start to really get in your own weeds.
Yep.
So yeah, that's one thing I was taught early on at Second City is like, you got to vomit draft. You got to just, even if the dialogue is terrible or whatever, you got to get it on the page, get the structure down, and then you can go in and refine. Because if you're constantly doubling back on yourself, you'll just never progress. The microphone thing, working well for you because you're such a good storyteller.
I don't do it
but
though when
it's not
by
your
myself,
style, huh?
you know. Yeah, I like, and then I always forget to turn it on if I'm telling a story. That's the thing. Then I would become perhaps more self-conscious. I do love to tell stories. It's true. So it's just something I'm trying to find a balance and try to work it out. It's daunting, but then there's occasionally times where you go, hey, that's not half bad. But most of the time I'm like, oh my God, that's awful. And then you just kind of, want to.
No, yeah. But sometimes you just need that other person. I'm thinking specifically, and I won't spoil it in case you do put it in something you're writing, but I remember you were telling me a story about some of your travels in France and the way you were just so naturally, you were just such a natural storyteller. And I started writing it down to give to you
That's
to include
right.
in your
I do
writing because
remember that time. Yeah, that's right. Where did you put that? Where did I put that? Yeah, that's what's funny because I'm actually
I'll re-email it to you. I probably have it.
Yeah, if you find it, do. I'm actually working on stories in France right now. I did have some wild times, I will say. But anyway, hey,
They sounded
everybody,
great.
please, www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks S5. This is Food Coalition Trek Talks 5. It's fantastic that SyFy Sisters and John Billingsley and Bonnie and everybody is on board with this because it's a very, very important organization and they do so much good. So please, please give generously. Okay, back to you, Tawny.
Gates, can I ask you? Well, can I ask you a question? I'm like, I want to
Oh
ask you
God, do
questions
you
too.
have to? Okay. All right. What do you want to
You're
know?
like, you're like, I've been answering questions for 35 years. I'm sick of it. Okay. The question I want to ask you is when were you first asked to start writing? Were you ever, as an actor, asked to contribute ideas in a writer's room or to make your own piece? Or was it more, did it not happen until you more like took the reins for yourself and started working more in theater?
Yeah, it didn't, I was pretty ignorant about how television and studio system worked. I wish that I had been more informed because I really wanted to direct and I would have loved to have contributed ideas. I think I was stymied because it seemed to me, okay, very male dominated at that time. And it was hard for me to go into either the male writer's room or, Rick Berman's office. I mean, he was very friendly to me, don't get me wrong, everybody was, but I couldn't just sort of say, hey, you want to have a drink? Let's talk about that. It just didn't happen, which is unfortunate. I think now it's not that same situation. I had just really a couple areas only. I would always be asking for notes and saying things. That's why I got fired, or let go, whatever, not asked back, because I was always complaining about certain things that I felt were sexist or racist, whatever. But the only two times where I felt I actually could do something was if Patrick and I, this was early on because it didn't work later, but early on, Patrick and I would talk about a scene and then we would both agree on what would be better, and then he might call it into Rick. Or when we went into the first season, we did The Big Goodbye. I came up with some physical clown bits that they approved that I could do. I think it was the director who let me do them, and they liked them, and so they let them stay in. And the other one was
Wow.
David's Day for the tap dance. I actually came up with a couple line changes and suggested, hey, what about this bit? And they did approve that. So, but other than that, it was like you'd sort of be fighting for trying to get this slightly changed or whatever. And that even happened all the way up to Picard because, Patrick had one way of doing something. I lost what I thought was a really important line for our argument scene. I didn't know until the day I came in, to shoot it. So, but that's it. And I'm not a particularly politically savvy person. I tend to be a little too blunt. So, and there's a price to pay for that, but also, it worked for me when I was collaborating in theater. Then I loved looking at the different things, and actors always came up with good ideas, always.
Yeah. Yeah. They can see it from a different angle, and yeah, collaborating with them, I think, is essential. Cool.
So what else? So yeah, it is too bad. Did you have other ideas? Had the Starfleet Academy continued that you might have done or wanted to do?
By season two, I I wasn't in the room anymore. I just was able to contribute on one of the scripts. Alex Taub and I wrote an episode for season two, but I wasn't, because I had other obligations, I wasn't like full time in the room. So there were a lot of things I wanted to do. There was a lot more stuff I wanted to do with Sam. I just thought that character became so fascinating, and gosh, the chance to explore a new species and a new world was really exciting to me. And
Yeah,
Carice
that's
Brooks
cool.
is just such a special actor.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So now, did you leave of your own accord? I can't remember. Or did you sort of say,
Oh, yeah, like season one was such an immersive experience, and I sort of feel like I got to hit the jackpot writing with Kirsten on our legacy characters, fleshing out this new, helping flesh out the species of cat. I was like, whoa, I sort of ticked off all my Trek jackpots in in season one. And so by the time season two came around, I was like, how can I contribute to this, but not necessarily in a full-time way, just because I had other things I wanted to do creatively.
Right.
At the end of the day, I'm an actor first. So yeah, and they were so supportive. Alex Kurtzman and Noga were very like, they built a way for me to do that and still participate, which was really lovely of them. So I would have loved to keep finding ways to participate had the show gone on, but you know.
Are you working on something now that you can talk about? Are you writing something now?
A couple of
you're cutting in and out. Start that one again.
Okay. I just started working on 2 short films that I am self-producing. I'll probably be doing a little, crowdfunding here and there. But I just really wanted to take what I already have, which is so much. I have community, I have talented friends, I have a bunch of weird props, I have property. I was just kind of like taking stock of the abundance I already have and really just wanting to write a couple of things that feel very me and get to make something with my friends. I've just been thinking a lot about how we all need to make our own work on our own terms that could possibly. So that's my goal, is to, work on those shorts.
It is something to be, when you have a chance to do your own work on your own terms, it's daunting, but it's also really exciting creatively. I actually just got cast in a really interesting short sci-fi film, and it's really, really good script, I think. So I'm excited about that. Yep, we're going to start rehearsing it even pretty soon. So that was fun. There's so many great ideas out there. People are so inspiring to me with their ideas about the future, because boy, do we need something about the future now. But it's tough times.
We really do. Did you know?
Yeah. Sorry.
Did you know those writers who approached you about the short, or did you just audition? Did they just offer?
It was an offer. Yeah, I had met them, and they knew my work, and they run a wonderful arts organization, creative organization, and I looked at the things that he had shot before, the director writer, and I was very impressed. Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. Congrats. Yeah, we got to make our own
Thank
stuff.
you.
It's bleak out there.
And I'm going to be off to France. I'm going to be thinking of you because you came to see me in France, and we had fun. We had fun. I
It was
haven't been there
amazing. Are you going for a long time?
I'm hoping to go for at least a little while, but we'll see. I never go long. It's always just a bit here and there. But it will be nice to just get into a new political environment for a while.
Yeah, same. Let me know if you want a permanent roommate. I'm looking to expatriate.
So what else? Hey, folks, thank you for your contributions. I'm seeing in very tiny print that there's some contributions. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Thank you all.
I worked with
when you
Vernon.
go.
I was going to say I worked with Vernon for something, who was Lower Decks, who did the he's so lovely, and I commissioned him to do something, and it was so great. I don't want to talk about it, but at any rate, it was really great, and it was so much fun. And man, I'm so sorry that Lower Decks is gone. I still, do you feel the whole of that? Because you were so amazing on it. It was just a great, great gig.
Thank you. I feel good because even though it's been gone, we're coming up on 2 years now, the anniversary of it being canceled, and it doesn't feel like it because the fans have kept it so alive and my Trek life has stayed so full. And I mean, I don't have to tell you, you've been doing this forever. It really doesn't feel that much like the show went away. It feels like the paycheck went away, but it doesn't feel like the show is gone because people still talk to me about it. I'm still at cons. I was just on the cruise. It's such a gift to have it always be with me. And that's a thing that I've been sharing with the cast of Academy as well, which I'm sure Bob Picardo, and they have incredible mentors within that cast. But I feel like part of my job as sort of the big sis on for some of those younger actors is to really show them that this is for life. They're in for life, even though it feels like their on-screen time may have been brief. This is a job forever. It's a community forever, and it really is a family, and they can't escape us, even if they want to.
Well, I was just telling in the sort of breakout room before we came on that I'm now doing more center seat videos, which really are these compilations. They talk about one thing, like we did 9 of them already. They're on Amazon, and they are really good. They're funny, and they have clips from everything, but they also have interviews. And the way they put the information together, I swear I've learned so much about the franchise. And just the last 2 days, last
Really?
week, I was doing the voiceover and watching what they put together. And I was in awe of how fabulous the franchise actually is. I don't think, you can say enough how many great creative minds worked to put all of these iterations on the screen, and they're all good. They're all good.
Mhm.
That's so rare. And people really are friendly. All the new casts that I meet, everybody's friendly. And the fans, there's still people who are watching Next Gen for the first time or whatever. And it is pretty
Yeah.
extraordinary when you think about it, because there is a collective, and it ain't the board collective. It's a really positive collective. It's great.
Yeah, it's the Federation in action. Like it really has become this united group of people all bound by some similar values, which is again so needed. And how exciting to have people come up to you even in 2026 and say they're just starting TNG. That's so cool. They have so much ahead of them.
Well, I know I kind of say, take your time. But I mean, it's great. And then there's people who rewatch it. So many people say, well, I've seen it a million times, but it just calms me. So I sometimes just have it on when I'm cooking or whatever. And in the beginning, I didn't understand that, but I see how that can kind of make sense, because it's not going to be bad. You kind of know what's happening. And pretty much every time you see something,
Yeah.
there's a special effect, or there's something on a makeup, or there's some piece of action that you hadn't noticed. I mean, that's true with all good cinema and television. You notice something new. That's why you can go see a theater
Yeah.
performance many times. That's what's fabulous.
Yeah, it's funny that thing you're describing of the comfort rewatch. It's so common for Trek and it's so common for workplace comedies. I got to work with Steve Carell, who's as fantastic as you think he is as a human, as an artist. He's wonderful in every way. And he would talk about how surprised and touched he was that people were rewatching The Office so much in the pandemic and still continue to rewatch it. And it's kind of the shared DNA of these two very different genres, but the fact that
Yeah.
people can rewatch it for comfort and for just to relive those good feelings
Yeah, no,
is
it's
really
a
lovely.
good thing, not a bad thing. But it was surprising when I first, people would talk about it. Because when you work on the show, you don't sit there and watch. Well, we did 26 episodes a season. So, I mean, you're not watching them all. I didn't even watch all of them in the
Yeah.
beginning. Never watched all of them, actually. So there you go.
Yeah. Have you ever been part of something that you were like, this is gonna be, have you ever in either direction been part of a show or a scene or an episode or something where you go, this is not gonna be great, and then it's a smash hit? And conversely, have you ever been in something where you're like, this is gonna crush, and then it does not do well?
Yes, to both. I mean, in terms of doing a Star Trek thing, I mean, not that everybody loves it, but when I saw the Sub Rosa script, I was like, you are kidding me. Patrick hated it. He was like, this is absurd and all. And when you read it, there are so many completely absurd things in it. And it's more like a gothic, I don't know, horror or something. But
Yeah.
now I embrace it because I think it is hilarious. I mean, I've learned to love the green-eyed orgasm that Crusher has. You know, I mean, that doesn't happen every day, a green-eyed orgasm. You know what I'm saying? And so
I do, yeah. Mm-hmm. And
So-
you are acting the hell out of that one. Like, Crusher doesn't know that she's in something funny or campy or absurd. Like, you are just, you are acting like it is Shakespeare, and I think that's what makes it a classic.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, one of my favorite things is, if you notice, if you ever see it again, there's a point near the end where we have to get something turned off, and I just do a thing to Riker and say, Riker, will you just turn this off now? And he goes, yeah. Now, there's no way in hell that anyone would do this without saying, why, Beverly? I mean, it's just like,
right.
I think they either had to condense it, okay, because they're like, well, we have to take out 2 or 3 lines there. Or, I mean, he should be demoted because of just doing this. But of course, it did save us.
Yeah. I know that all too well. They have to take out a couple lines for timing. You should have seen the first draft of episode 5 from Academy. It was about 72 pages, and I think we had to get it down to about 48 or
Oh my gosh.
But there was a lot of stuff that Kirsten and I were like, you can't add out. It's important. And they were like, this is a television show, not a movie.
Yeah, that's amazing. I know. That's the way it is. Hey, everybody, please consider donating to Hollywood Food Coalition. It's a fantastic organization. I've been donating monthly for a while. John Billingsley is the first one who approached me about it, and I was in awe of how much he cared and how much personal effort he and his wife put into cooking for the homeless and making sure they had food. This is a really terrific organization. They do not spend money on anything other than really doing the job of getting food to people who need it. So please donate. So what else can we talk about?
Oh, you see, we got a 47. We got a Star Trek number.
Hey, okay. So
do you see the 47?
No, where?
One of the donations is a 47 from Dave A. Gregory.
Oh, how fabulous. See, I can't read. My eyes aren't that good, Gregory. I'm sorry. But
I have to get really close.
So what else? What are we going to do here? What
else? Do you ever use any clown in your acting?
In my acting, yeah, absolutely. Cloud9 in New York, that one I used it. Yeah, and it's just something that becomes part of you. The way you kind of mentally break down a moment of reaction in a different way. I really am a good straight person. You are too. I think like Eugene is a type A, you're a type B clown. I'm a type B clown more, I think, which is, it doesn't mean that we can't do the A, but there's a difference in level of how to play stupidity, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
a lot of times we talk about it in terms of status and improv.
Right. I mean, like Buster Keaton is just like, you know, he might be super smart, but he's like, you think he's dumb, you know. If something happens, it's miraculous, right? It's not because he's super smart. And then you look at Laurel and Hardy. I mean, that was perfect. Ollie is type B. He's the straight guy, really, but then he always gets caught with his pants down. And Stan is totally the Ogoo's clown. So great. I mean, I think it just becomes habitual. And the other thing is, your clown evolves as you do. It doesn't just stay the same way. I think even like, I don't know, I felt the way Chaplin started to evolve in some of the stuff he did and different people, it's hard to stay the exact same because it's part of you. The way, it's the way you look at the world, you know, how you see yourself in the world, and you have to be able to laugh at yourself. And when I was teaching, it was always surprising. Sometimes the most talented, dramatic acting students really had trouble laughing at themselves. And, you know, that sort of self-deprecating, you kind of have to be able to do that. And know that part, whether it's whether it's being a bully, but you have to know that people who love you for that reason. Like there's something about you, and yeah, I do love it. It's the most fun. I wish I could just live in that world. I used to improvise shows with people.
Yeah.
So much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are really talented.
That's very cool. Yeah. You carry a lot of that with you in your performance. And so I love hearing you talk about it because they're some of the building blocks of comedy and improv and yeah, hearing where it all comes from is a good way to understand how we put
One of the
comedic scenes
things,
together.
so when I built that theater in Atwater Village, and when we first started doing it, I had this construction people build a tiny wagon on wheels, and it was like something that if you put 10 people in it, it would be like a flower, like they'd have to bend over because they couldn't fit in it. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't like big enough for them all to stand up straight. They'd have to kind of go like this. And what I did is, without saying anything, it was all clown. It was people who had been students of mine at USC or done different things with me. They came with different instruments.
Yes.
And they just would, one at a time, without saying hello or anything, they just, as if it was their job, they would come with their instrument and climb into the wagon. And I mean, it was hilarious. There was one woman who had an electric guitar, and she'd be in the wagon, and then she'd forget to have connected, and she's throwing out the cord, wanting people to connect it for her in the audience. And finally they would do it. They would find a way to connect it. And then the last person to come in was this huge guy who comes in, and everyone's like, there's no way he's going to fit in. Anyway, they come in and they just play one big note, long, long, long. That's it. And then they all leave. And it was so much fun. I mean, people laughed so hard. It took about 10 minutes to, get to the one note. But I so loved doing that, but it was such an ordeal to do without funds and stuff to do that on a continuous basis. But man, I love that stuff.
Right. It's all about subvert. Right. Well, I hope you can still hear or see me. I heard all of that, if you can hear me.
Well, we have 2 minutes,
Maybe.
30 seconds left.
No.
Give us your pitch, Tawny. Can't hear a thing.
My pitch?
Now, yeah. About Hollywood Food Coalition.
Oh, no. You can't hear me. Oh, no. Okay,
no,
well.
I can now.
If you can see.
You can mime it. You're a mime. Come on.
Yes. Look, you can now? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm a type B. Does that mean I?
No. No, you're A, B. You're the whole alphabet.
No, my pitch is that everyone's already been so incredibly generous, and I hope, even if you can't see me or if I'm frozen in a weird face, just that this organization is fantastic. I'm always happy to be a part of it because, like I said, the lack of resources can happen to anyone at any time. It's not a type of person that can become houseless or homeless or that can need help. It is any of us, and the way shit's going, it absolutely could be any of us. So it's really important, really well from Star Trek. We don't get to that utopian vision of the future without things like mutual aid, without organizations like this, without just regular community members coming together to donate, to share their time, to share their resources.
Yep.
That's all. That's all we got. Nobody's coming to save us.
I'm going to do a little homage to you. I'm going to say that we should do. Can you hear me? Are
you doing a bit, Gates?
I'm doing a bit. I'm doing a bit.
My internet's so bad, I'm not even understanding the bit.
Nobody else is probably.
You're delightful.
I just had to do it. What can I tell you? I love you. You're awesome. You are a good friend and super, super talented, creative person. I mean, really, I love you.
You're the best.
Hollywood Food Coalition, thank you so much. Please donate. Look at the QR code on the bottom of your screen.
Thank you. You
Thank
as
you.
well. Love you. Thank you.
Well-
You're the best.
Bye.
We all are, having spent many, many, many years in Star Trek. For me, one of the appeals of this work is because I remember being a poor actor on food stamps, struggling to pay my rent. I'm curious whether there's anything about this work that, rooted in your Star Trek values, rooted in your personal experience, makes it either meaningful or significant to you. You don't have an answer to that?
I had the same story, Johnny York. I had get your unemployment check, and if you qualified, you got food stamps, but you couldn't buy beer with the food stamps. Yeah. But I actually stayed in a shelter in New York.
You did?
When I came from Penn State with a friend of mine, we didn't have anywhere to stay, and it was so. And I came from lower middle class household. I could have afforded a place to stay, but we stayed in this shelter, and I'll never forget the night. I'll never forget the experience, and I never want to have to do it again.
Exactly.
I get it here.
I wasn't at a shelter and I didn't get food stamps, but I do remember moving to the East Coast with no place to live and really no money to buy food. And it was an experience I don't want to ever do again. I cannot believe when people do it for years on end. It's extraordinary. But I do want to say one thing about Star Trek. One of the things that Star Trek has done in all the shows that I have ever watched, there's a thing called the replicator. Everybody gets food for free.
Yeah. There's no money.
There's no money.
Wait. I'm not know. I said it to the wrong guy.
Yeah, you said it to the wrong guy.
I said it. I'll take it back.
But everyone gets food for free, and that's what these guys are doing here in Hoco. They're giving food for free. They're human replicants.
But we have to help them do it.
Yes, but we have to help them do it.
And so I lived in an apartment with a two-bedroom apartment with 7 people.
Ooh.
And well, one of us would always be gone doing a job, but it was tight, to say the least. And so I would take a bartending job between acting jobs because at the bartending job, they would have to feed me lunch.
Yep.
And I could shove enough food in my mouth that I could make it for the rest of the day.
Did you unload and give it to the other?
I thought it was going to be like a bird.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to go home like a bird and let them feed out of you.
Like a pelican, yeah.
I was just and these guys know I eat more than any human being ever, so.
You'd never know it.
I know, but I do it.
I know you would.
So 1 in 5, which still is a statistic that staggers me, 1 in 5 kids in America is food insecure. That doesn't mean they're necessarily going to go hungry, but it does mean when they wake up, they're not sure what they're going to eat, when they're going to eat, how much they're going to eat, is it going to be good for them, in the richest country in the history of the world.
It's wrong. It's wrong for that to be happening, and you're trying to do something to make it not work.
Yeah. And I just want to say that all of us work together on a lot of issues, and we're happy to be here working on this because that's also part of Star Trek. We all work together to help each other.
A coalition.
Yeah.
A coalition.
Yes, I'd be remiss to not say that it has been one of the great joys and privileges of my life and career to get to work with these people, both on this and also on the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network efforts that we're all engaged in.
Hello, everybody. I am Lori Elster from TrekMovie and the All Access Star Trek podcast. I'm super excited about this panel, but first we're going to talk about the Hollywood Food Coalition for just a minute. They're a very, very Star Trek-like organization. So in addition to all the other work they do, they serve 2 meals a day, every single day, to every person who shows up. They also collaborate with local organizations to make sure that nothing goes to waste and that resources are shared. And every dollar that you donate makes a difference. So even if you only have a few bucks, that's great. We appreciate the help. You can donate at givebutter.com/TrekTalks5. You can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can text Trek to 53555. So I am here with Voyager's Tom and B'Elanna, Robert Duncan McNeill, and Roxanne Dawson, who both jump-started their directing careers on Star Trek Voyager, took their talents over to Enterprise and out into the world. They are now prolific, in-demand directors. They've worked in multiple genres. They're both producers now. And Robbie, you've come through for us before at Trek Talks. Everyone should watch the Tuvix panel from a couple of years ago. So thank you. We love you for that. And then you brought us Roxanne this year. Yay. So
well,
welcome,
Roxanne.
Thank you,
guys.
Robbie, for bringing me
Yeah.
along.
Yes. Well, Roxanne is so busy, and I know, she's always working, and she's hard to reach. Like, she's just hard to get to. And I think I mentioned this to you guys before, because Eric, her husband, rides motorcycles. I feel like I have a special, just a little extra in, because Eric and I share the love of riding motorcycles. So that was the key. It's really that. So.
Well, thank you. Do you two remember the first time that you met?
Oh my gosh.
Wow, what a question.
I know.
Was it in
must have
that
been.
room that where we had like a gathering before we started production? And I just remember some room in Paramount where we were like
Yeah.
upstairs and we all were kind of there meeting each other. Maybe that was it.
Maybe that was it. Yeah, they had sort of a luncheon or something
Yeah, yeah.
that I think Rick Berman was there, Michael Piller, and Jerry Taylor, and they sort
Right.
of welcomed us, and
Wow.
that could have
Had
been
to
the
have been where we met, I think.
think so, unless it was at the makeup trailer or hair trailer,
No,
maybe.
I think it was before. I think
Yeah.
that would be cruel to like not introduce us to each other before we begin working, you know?
Well, when we started, though, nobody knew that Tom and B'Elanna were going to be.
Oh, no, no.
No, like that would no.
And things were a little chaotic at the beginning, also.
Things were what?
A little chaotic at the beginning with some cast switch,
Yes.
big captain switch and all of that.
Yeah.
So you guys both started very strongly as actors, like you were doing theater. You both went to school for it, and you were doing theater and all of this acting. So at that point, once you realized like acting could be a career, which I know is a leap for a lot of people anyway, to even imagine it. But did you think that was it, that you were just going to stay with acting and that was going to be your thing?
Robbie, you always had a director thing from
I
the day
did.
I met you, I think. You were
Really?
already, yeah, talking about you had 9mm that you had
Yeah.
done before we even started. So yeah. And I had directed a little bit in the theater. So I had kind of a theater. I never thought I would ever not be in the theater. So it's
Yeah.
different for me.
So what drew both of you to directing from acting?
Control.
Control, exactly. We like to be in charge.
Well, I would love to hear you talk about each of you. So, Robbie, your first Voyager episode that you directed was Sacred Ground, and Roxanne, yours was Riddles. They're both great sci-fi stories, but very steeped in character, which I think is what Star Trek does best. It makes the episodes most interesting. Can you talk about your memories of that first time directing, stepping up to do Voyager? Roxanne, do you want to start?
Oh, it was terribly traumatic is what it was.
Yes, it was. It was.
It's just like
It's
I
a
was
blur.
sick the day before, throwing up and having to stay at my mom's house, which was closer to Paramount. And I thought, how am I even going to show up? And I had the first scene of the day as an actor in the episode I was directing in. And I was not well, and I learned on that day that I don't like directing myself in a show. But it was just very painful. Every day was painful because, you know, but
I couldn't have been surrounded with better people who wanted me to succeed. How many people actually get a start like that, where everybody actually wants you to do well, and everybody from Marvin to Jerry Taylor, who I wouldn't even be doing it if she hadn't been an advocate for me, and Rick Berman. It was just such a remarkable place. I think the only scary part was I just desperately didn't want to fail. And so it was just getting used to the time, the rhythms, getting your stuff done. It was a huge amount of pressure, and gradually it became less painful. And now I kind of love it.
Yeah.
Robbie, do you remember Roxanne's first day directing?
Now that she told that story about having to be in the scene and being sick and staying at her parents' house because it was close, I actually do vaguely remember that it was like, oh my God, because I think I had directed not long before my first time, right before she did.
Yeah.
And so watching another actor step into that stress and pressure, and I remember feeling, I felt for her. I felt for her. Because
I felt the feel for me too.
But she's right. It was an incredibly supportive environment. Very kind. I mean, it was a business. It was a machine, Star Trek back then. It was a very tight schedule. We did a lot of pages in a day. They cranked those episodes out very fast, and so you had to jump on a moving train, and you could not drop the ball. You had to keep that pace going, and so it was stressful the first time. But I do remember her staying at her parents'. I remember that and thinking, well, it made sense to me because I almost slept in my trailer when I started directing. I was like, I don't even know if I can go home. I got to keep thinking about these scenes. I got to, Whereas now I look back at that sort of stress and I realize how much I was getting in my own way. Like now, as a producer, I have had to step in to episodes when directors got sick or couldn't do scenes, and I've had no prep whatsoever, really. And I'm like, okay, let's figure this out. Like I have the confidence now to be able to go, I know how to break this down. We have 3 hours to do the scene. Great, I can do that. And but back then, there was so much unknown, and especially on the technical side of things, like, yeah, anyway. Yeah. It was very stressful to start off directing. And we had a number of actors on our show that were interested and wanted to direct and did direct. Tim Russ directed, Bob Picardo directed, Andy Robinson came over from Deep Space Nine and directed with us. I loved when actors directed. It was wonderful.
Yeah, as an actor, what makes you a better director? How do you bring that experience to directing?
I think because actors know that the process of finding out how to play the story points, the story values, the emotional values, the plot elements that have to get out, actors have to piece that together in a way that's very different than writers or editors or DPs. They have to kind of find a path, and there's a lot of different ways to find that. And so having had to walk that path a number of times as an actor and go, how do I make this connect? How do I make sense of this? How do I get to that emotional place? As an actor, I used a lot of different tools and a lot of different techniques. Maybe sometimes it was a personal memory. Sometimes maybe it was more a technical approach. And so knowing how to talk to actors about all those different ways that you might approach navigating the scene, I think actors have a good sense of what that feels like for the actor.
Roxanne?
Yeah, I think also having been an actor and then moving into directing full time, like I had an understanding. We did that for 7 years on Voyager. When these actors come in that are full time in a series, I can put myself in their position. I know what your days look like. I know that you've also got a life. I know that you don't want your time wasted when you're here. I know how vulnerable you are. Like the entire screen is your face, I have a respect for them and also their process, and that every actor really comes in really with their own unique process. And part of it is kind of figuring out, what do you need from me to help you get there? So that was actually a great experience to have done a series for 7 years and then to go in to direct people who are full-time doing a series.
So, I mean, you started on Star Trek, and I think you've done some other things, but what did you learn? Star Trek's such a complicated show, and as you said, the schedule was nuts. So, is there anything that you really learned from Star Trek that you've been able to take with you as you both directed so many other things? Like, were there any starter lessons that you really got there that have stuck with you?
I mean, for me, I think about Star Trek lessons all the time, to be honest. Star Trek was, I cannot imagine a better place to learn how to direct all sorts of genres because tonally we had episodes of Star Trek that were a little more comedic. Sometimes they were a murder mystery. Sometimes they were a character-driven, emotional kind of story. And so I got to be a part of a lot of different genres on Star Trek. So that was great training. And then in terms of some of the technical elements, especially with visual effects, back then in the 90s era of Trek, it was really kind of classic foundations of visual effects. It was classic approaches. It was not, there's a lot more tools now, a lot more modern tools in terms of CGI, computer generated possibilities and all sorts of things that we couldn't do on Star Trek. But because I think we got that foundation, like Roxanne was a dancer, she would know that ballet, doing bar work, gives you the foundation to be a ballet dancer. And if you don't drill the bar, the basics, the foundations, if you don't understand those really boring foundations, then you can't go do Swan Lake. You can't do it. So Star Trek to me was like bar work. It was like the foundations of visual effects, of classic storytelling, of lots of different tones and styles, that it was the best place to learn, in my opinion, directing.
Roxanne, you'd agree with that?
Yeah, I think I completely agree with that. I often think of Paramount. It was my school. And I said, where do you go to school for directing? Paramount. It was kind of open to us, and we would sit in all these production meetings and I would work all day and then go sit on the set of Buffy all night, in Piss Alley downtown,
Yeah.
just to kind of be a fly on the wall because we had a way to be able to do that. But I also think, like, as you were talking about visual effects, we were there when the basics were there. And now you're offered so many tools, some of them better than others, some of them too expensive. And when you can sit in a meeting and offer a quote, poor man's way of doing something because you grew up doing it that way and you save them money and it's even better because you're doing it in camera and not doing it dependent on VFX. That comes from our training, from our ability to do that. So that's been a great lesson for sure.
And were there specific directors on Voyager that you really learned certain things from, that you tried to emulate what they did or picked up something, or even sometimes, and you don't have to name names, like what not to do?
I think I didn't understand directors back then. I was very myopic. No, I seriously, I mean, until I began to become interested in directing, began hanging out and watching a director's process and kind of mirroring it, I was just so kind of self-involved as actors can be, just in like getting my work done and just doing it. And like a lot of times we would be goofing off in, with each other. We hadn't seen each other all week, and they'd be on this time schedule. And I look back and I go, how I didn't, as an actor, I didn't always respect that they were trying to get something done. It's just.
I remember when we finished, we were in the last episode or so two of Voyager. And I said to Marvin, we were goofing off on the bridge or something. And I said to Marvin Rush, I said, wow, Marvin, I can't believe we're almost done 7 years. Aren't you going to miss us? Aren't you going to miss this laughter? And Marvin turned to me and he goes, no, no, we're kind of tired of all the laughter. We just want to go home and get done. And I realized, and it was near the end of our show, but I realized, oh my
Yeah.
God, maybe we weren't as charming and funny to the crew as we were to our. We had a blast as actors. We
Yeah.
laughed, we goofed off, we were silly. That's how we passed the time. But yeah, now
Yeah.
as a producer and a director, I
Yeah.
would probably not tolerate the same sort of behavior with my cast as I exhibited when we were on the show. Yeah. Yeah.
So, what have been some of your favorite, like post Star Trek? I mean, I know you both did Enterprise, but post that, what has been very rewarding for you? And also, as you've both moved into producing, like career-wise, what are your highs?
I like producing the most, to be honest. I like directing, but I really love producing because I feel like I shape not just the creative way that the show is told and executed, but also the culture of the show. And to me, um, I got into acting because I moved around a lot as a kid. I didn't feel a sense of belonging to friends, and we moved all the time. Acting to me was the way that I suddenly found community and found a family in a sense. As a young kid, community theater and the children's theater that I got into gave me that sense of belonging that I didn't really have until I was about 13 years old or so, 14. So I love producing because I get to help create that community, and that to me that's um, the biggest gift. Of course, I like a paycheck. Having a job that gives me a paycheck is nice. But the thing I remember the most is that sense of family and connection. So to answer your question, Chuck was one of those shows for me. I really felt like I impacted the culture of that show in a way that was meaningful, um, and Resident Alien. Those two for me, I feel like I was able to um, feel really good about that culture of the show, and not just the culture, but creatively what we did as well. It was the best of all of it. So
How about you, Roxanne?
God, there have been so many high points and low points, but
yeah.
so many high points. I don't think I ever experienced the producer side in the same way that you did, Robbie, for such a long period of time. Probably the longest I was producing would be on Foundation, but we were in the middle of so many things and craziness during that period of time. It was, but I guess that's always what it's about to a certain degree, is
Yeah.
putting that flame out while that smoke is over there, and just trying to make sure that you just stay running in a situation that you go, there's no way we'll be up and running tomorrow with the strikes, and we worked straight through COVID from beginning to end,
Wow.
before there was a vaccine. I never stopped, and then we went through, like I said, the two strikes, and then we went through just a period of time where we lost showrunners and we shut down and had to get back up and running, and didn't
Wow.
have writers, and that was really an education on working in the middle of chaos and finding that center of the storm, you know what I mean? To
Yeah. Yeah.
somehow hold
Do you ever
yourself
have a
together.
minute when all that's going on that you're like, I wish I was just acting in this?
Sometimes I look at the actors
You
and
have no
I think
idea.
about a million things that I'm stressed out about, and I'm like, God, why did I do this to myself? Like I see the actors like goofing off and making fart
Yeah.
jokes in the corner or whatever, and I'm like, I remember when I could do that, but
Yeah, when that's all you had to think about.
it was,
And I know
yeah,
I know it's kind of crazy. But I mean, I've had, yeah, so many wonderful highs in so many
yeah,
different kinds of shows. We've both worked on so many different genres. I think that's the most exciting thing, is
yeah,
just, doing so many different kinds
yeah.
of things.
Yeah, and and the fact that you're like acting, directing, producing, and Robbie, I think you're writing also, right? You've
I
done,
have
yeah,
done some writing. Yeah, I got to write on Resident Alien, which was great.
which is a great show.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So when you look ahead at your career, do you have like Like, what's your vision you want to manifest of what's your ideal thing that you'd love to be doing?
I want to be riding motorcycles with Eric Dawson across the country. And I mean, here's the truth. I have done at least one of everything I could have ever dreamed in my life. I've done Broadway plays, I've done Broadway musicals, I've done a movie or two, I've directed. Anyway, I don't mean to go down that list, but there's not a thing left that I feel like, oh, if I just accomplish that, I'll be satisfied. I feel so grateful and so lucky. And sorry, I'm going to switch the subject to food insecurity for a second. I feel so lucky. I just want to feel like that sense of community that I talked about when I started, that children's theater that I started in. We felt like we belonged, we felt safe, we felt secure. And this organization, Hollywood Food Coalition, that's what matters to me more than my career, to be honest. Things like this, like being of service in the community, being of service to people. I think I appreciate the Star Trek community more now than I ever have. The podcast Garrett and I have done the last 6 years now has
Obsessed, by the way.
Thank you so much. It has changed and informed my appreciation of the Star Trek family. And I mean that for every actor, every fan, everyone involved. I've never been a part of something so profoundly important to so many people, and it changes lives. And Hollywood Food Coalition does that. So anyway, I'm not full of crap when I say that, like, career-wise, whatever. Sure, I'd like to do fun things and work with good people. And if I did something that people found important, great. And if I don't, I feel satisfied. I just want to be of service. I want to be connected to people. And anyway, that's my answer to that.
It's a great answer. And I've watched that happen to you on the Delta Flyers. I've watched you guys really learn what this community is. It's been a beautiful thing to witness.
It's shocking to me because I think I had I don't know, I had an old-fashioned notion of what Star Trek was in my life, and I've come to appreciate it, all of the gifts. I mean, look, I'm talking to Roxanne, who I've known now for, I don't want to say how many years, but we've known each other a while. And we're still talking, and we're talking about that show. We're talking about our lives now. I don't have that with any other job I've ever had. I've never.
Yeah.
And we're impacting. We're adding to the way the world experiences itself. We're helping people to be fed. We're bringing people together. We're finding the ways that we have in common instead of the ways that we're different. And
that's what Star Trek is all about, man.
Yeah.
That's what it is right there. Roxanne, how about you? Do you have like a vision for something you'd really like to do? I know to follow up that is hard.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go off, but I just.
Well, yeah,
No, it's
thank you, Robbie,
beautiful.
for that.
Yeah.
No, but all I can say is ditto. I do. I think I wake up every morning now. I moved out of California like 5 years ago, and I've been out of the country for so long and not able to really enjoy being in my new home, and to watch spring emerge and to see the trees start to blossom. And I know that all sounds kind of like, I don't know, sappy, but I wake up every day and I am profoundly grateful. And I have been locally trying to connect the dots here to find a way to serve. And so that has been on my list as well, because, it's kind of time, and I've that has been very important to me, which is why I feel very fortunate to have kind of been brought into this little meeting today and to learn more about the Hollywood Coalition and just kind of really be a part of that or support it now. And that's exciting to me.
So let's remind people before we go of how to donate. I want to thank you both. You're both fantastic. This was great. So please donate to the essential work of the Hollywood Food Coalition. You can go to givebutter.com/TrekTalks5. You can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can text Trek to 53555, and even $5 makes a difference. So thank you both, and thank you everyone who's donating.
Okay, here we are at our kitchen space. Oh my heavens! It's our executive director, Anali, right? Hey, Jonathan Frakes. But then he's swearing.
Oh, yeah. So this is our longest standing program. This has been around as long as John has been alive.
38 years.
I was going to say.
38 years.
Yeah.
All volunteer run for over 2 decades. Running services, running a meal service 7 days a week, 365 days a year without a sit-in. And somebody asked me the other day saying, like, how did you do this with all volunteers? And it just goes to show you how many people are dedicated to seating people that are living in the streets. So it's a huge job.
How many people are dedicated to helping in Los Angeles and around the country? I mean, this organization, as much as anything, means something to me because it is a testament to the beautiful volunteer spirit that keeps us all going.
Yeah. As you know, homelessness has been on the rise here in Hollywood, and we're seeing more and more people deteriorate in the streets, and it's like, how do we match these resources and get people fed so that when it's time to find housing, when it's time to connect into other resources, people are well nourished and able to do that.
We are arriving at the kitchen. So, this is where we have been since 2016.
So we used to dine indoors and sit with people, and because of the pandemic, we had to shift to doing a to-go model. You're gonna get to see all the great stuff that happens. Colin is our head chef. Essentially, he's the magician that takes all of this food and creates over 250 meals a night to folks. So
And that's what's happening right now.
that is what he's assembling right now. A part of what we believe is that everyone should have dignity and choice. And so we do our best to offer options so that people get to choose what they have. And obviously having a dignified experience is sitting down and being able to eat with people that we hope to get.
I paused at our menu board. This is what is on our menu tonight.
Vegan squash popped roasted cherry tomato sauce, and your meat choice, breaded chicken with sweet red pepper sauce, happens to contain dairy.
I'm going for the squash pot.
I'm gonna go for the meat, and what are you gonna drink?
Water.
Yeah, we'll bet.
Tight quarters, he knows what he's doing behind.
You're a magician. No, that's the word you left. I'm just saying that's the word that was used.
I thought it would be a long word. So,
Yeah, I'm here to judge.
it's quite all right.
So Chef Colin won't brag about himself, so I will brag about him. So every day he comes in here and he cooks. He also have a weekend team that comes in here and cooks, and we still actually serve in the streets on the weekends. And yes, Sean?
Did you tell us, Anali, about how when Colin gets in here, what is the process by which he gets food from our exchange here? How does that work?
We have this incredible system that we can go into and request when booking for. Right. They can also walk into this area that we hold for the kitchen, and we're able to get all the food he's able to request to be basically able to shop in there. And that's where he does all of our ordering and get our food delivered from the exchange.
We get collards of random stuff. We got collards of mint and parsley, so to use it as like pesto for like 3 weeks.
Colin, Chef Colin, what's the weirdest thing you've got that you've had to make?
Just really amazing tropical fruit, like dragon fruit. We made a barbecue sauce with dragon fruit, papaya. We get chayote and the vegetables today.
There was such a dedication to trying to make sure that everybody had the best possible food. I think it becomes easier if you're saying, well, however many people we get, we can always serve blank on a shingle. We can always do pork and beans. We can always do fish sticks. To actually say we really have a commitment to good, healthy vegetarian food.
It's really beautiful.
Pretty cool. Yeah. I took off my mask because the people who are watching this, you should know how incredibly good this smells. They're serving people fabulous food. It smelled great.
We're gonna go outside. Should we go out a different way though? Yeah, this way we can pass the sink. We wash all of our dishes, every single one.
Don't forget your gloves.
Hey everybody, it is Trek Talks 5. Thank you so much for joining us all morning, and there is so much more great content to come today on the live stream. As you know, we are supporting Hollywood Food Coalition, so go to trektalks.net or go to givebutter.com/trektalks5 and donate, help support this incredible cause. You should also see a QR screen on your screen right now. You can scan that code and donate that way. It gives me no end of pleasure to welcome all these great special guests to talk about Gene and Majel. And we're just going to go around the room here really quickly so I can introduce everybody. Denise Crosby, who we all know from TNG. Denise, welcome.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Excellent. Fred Bronson, who has worn many hats in the Star Trek world professionally. We're going to get into that. Welcome, Fred.
Thanks, John.
And Ernie Over, who started working for Gene as a personal assistant in 1987, stayed with the family for many years after that. We're going to get into your story as well. Welcome, Ernie. Glad to have you here.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
And Roddenberry, is it? Is that the yes? Okay.
Yes. R-O-T-T. I'm the other line of Roddenberries. R-O-T-T.
Rotten berries. Yes.
There you go.
The famous wine. So glad that you're here. Now, listen, we were talking the other day and you kind of asked me, well, what are we talking about? And I said, I just want to kick back and listen to great stories about your mother and father as people, what they were like to work with, what they were like to hang out with. And you said, good, because that's what I want to do too. And
I mean, having Ernie here, I haven't seen Ernie in, well over a decade, if not two, it feels like. I mean, I knew Ernie when I was a kid. Essentially. And I knew Ernie, but we never really went out to lunch and hung out. I never really said, hey, so, how's my dad? There wasn't that sort of connection. And Fred, I don't think I really knew at all. I met a couple times, but probably that's it. Denise, saw you on set when I was 14 or 13, 12, whatever the hell it was, running around, but never really connected. I've had the privilege of hanging out with you a bit at conventions and things now and starting to get to know you. But these are people who had their own relationships and lives with my father and knowledge of him. And I've always thought I was so privileged to be able to run into people later in life who knew my father from certain points of view and say, wow, can you, let's talk. We talk about other things too, but let's talk about that as well. And now you've got people here who I think can share about the man. And my journey is always to learn about the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
It's not about that today, but I want, the sort of who was he to you? Who was the man behind the great bird of the galaxy? And I'm always interested in that sort of side of things.
And by the way, just up front, if anybody is wondering, we did have Will Wheaton scheduled. There was a conflict, miscommunication. He is actually at the No Kings protest, so we won't have Will today, but certainly plenty of stories to tell in the time that we have together. Now, Rod, I do want to go back a little bit, though, because, yes, you love to hear these stories. You made a great documentary some years ago called Trek Nation that was about exactly that, trying to uncover the person who was your father, as opposed to kind of the TV legend, creator, writer, producer. And I'm just curious to get things kind of kicked off here. What were the biggest surprises or revelations for you in that process? Because you went out and interviewed a lot of people. How did that maybe reshape your take on your understanding of your father?
Just because we don't have that much time, there were so many amazing stories from so many points of view, and I was really trying to get, the people who loved him and everything in between. And, some people wouldn't speak. For example, Harlan Ellison, I reached out to him, and I would love to hear, from his point of view. But of course, he wasn't fond of necessarily being on camera and sharing that sort of thing. So that didn't happen. But again, I got to humanize my father. I got to learn about him from a different point of view, not from the son point of view, but from other points of view, and humanizing him with all his strengths and weaknesses. He was a flawed human being. He still came up with the initial concept of Star Trek and then put incredible people on the show to make it what it is today. And I was able to love him again because he was no longer on the pedestal. He was no longer just the great bird of the galaxy. He was this, as stupid as it is to say out loud, this flawed but incredible, forward-thinking man who, with all his strengths and weaknesses, was someone I could connect with. And that was the journey of Trek Nation for me.
Well, I want to kick it over to Fred because, Fred, you have this really interesting story as a young man, 18, 19 years old, getting the dream invitation to go visit the set of Star Trek, the original series, in its final production year, and get to know Gene and Majel a little bit. And then, of course, that led to your later professional association. Tell us that story about dropping down on the stage at Paramount as Star Trek is wrapping up.
Well, it literally was wrapping up. It was Turnabout Intruders, so it was the very last episode. And how I found that out was being on the set that day. So a friend of mine that I went to high school with, her name was Jackie, and she went to the set. And she said, "Hey, I called the office. Anybody could do it. You don't need to be a celebrity or a VIP." I called, got an appointment, December 31st, 1968, 4 p.m. Come to the office. You can bring a friend. I was 19. I had a 14-year-old friend named Mark Zickery, who went on to write Star Trek First Contact episode, Next Generation. Not the movie, the TV episode. I said, "Mark, your Christmas present is we're going to the set of Star Trek." So we get to the office, we're walked over, and the guy says, "It's 4 o'clock, stay about a half hour and then leave," and he took off. So they were filming in sick bay. And at one point, I guess people were being a little rowdy, and someone who I realized later was an AD said, "Come on, people, last episode of the season, let's get this together. Let's get this done." And at that point, Majel walked by me. Now, we had not met yet. She didn't know me. I didn't know her, but I knew who she was, of course. And under her breath, she said, "Last episode, period." And in my head, I went, "No," because the cancellation had not been announced. But I knew that Gene and Majel were together. And I thought, if she's saying it, it's got to be true. So I didn't really get to know her that day, but that was our first encounter. My first encounter with Gene was 2 years earlier, season 1. I was 17. Star Trek had just gone on the air. At the same time, I entered college, started writing for my college paper, and said to the entertainment editor, "I want to interview Gene Roddenberry." She said, "If you can get an interview, we'll run it." I got the interview, went over to his office in Paramount. I was sitting outside the office and waiting to go in, and this jackhammer went off. And I thought, "What is that?" And I realized, and I'm not joking, it was my heart pounding, that I was about to go in and meet Gene Roddenberry in his office. He gave me a great interview. The lead was Gene Roddenberry says that the purpose of television is to sell toothpaste. And we went from there. But that was not the beginning of a friendship in either case. And if you like, I can elaborate on that.
Well, I think we'll come back to that because, like I said earlier, you wore many hats and you worked in many capacities and around a lot of people in sort of the world that orbited Gene and Majel. But I want to jump over to Denise really quickly because Denise, I love when Fred talked about going into the set of the original series, and that it must have been kind of mind blowing, certainly for and 19-year-old kid seeing a show being put together like that. My thought was, okay, well, what did you walk out of there with? Because they're shutting down. Production's over. It is done. Denise, you had your own encounters, obviously, on the first season and beyond of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Can you tell us a little bit about that? These initial moments, getting to know this world that Gene had created, because when we talked on the Trek Files on Larry Nemechek's show, we talked a little bit about how Gene sort of remolded this character to fit you, really shaped Tasha Yar to fit what you brought to the table. So take us back a little bit to those early days of getting that gig and getting to know Gene a bit in the process.
Well, I mean, I need to start before
Great.
that,
You start
because
wherever you like.
I met Majel actually before I met Gene. And it's just it's such a delightful story. When right before I was cast in The Next Generation, I was doing a play in Los Angeles called Tamara. And it was a hugely successful production. It was unique in that you followed the actors room to room through this Italian villa that was the American Legionnaires building, historical building on Highland, just by the Hollywood Bowl, was turned into this Italian villa. And the play was extraordinary. It ran for years. And it's a story about Tamara de Lempicka, the famous Polish painter in the 20s. And you're transported to fascist Italy, 1927. And it was huge. And I was playing Tamara de Lempicka in the play. And so we would do 8 shows a week, like a typical Broadway show. And I mean, thank God I was in my 20s because I was dead. By Sunday, we were dead. But we started a little ritual where between the Sunday matinee and the last evening's performance of the week, Sunday night, a group of us would go to this really famous restaurant on Sunset called the Cock and Bull. It was called the Cock and Bull, right?
Yep.
It was a celebrity haunt. It was very chic. My mother and father met there in real life at the Cock and Bull restaurant. So our ritual was we'd get a dozen oysters and a Bloody Mary for a little, liquid inspiration to go back and, finish the final show. So a couple of us girls, we'd sit at the bar, we'd get our oysters, and every Sunday, so this was about, 5 o'clock, we started to see this very elegant woman at the same time on Sunday doing the same thing, eating oysters. And so after a couple of weeks of this, we started to, befriend each other and talk and share what we were doing. And she introduced herself as Majel Roddenberry. And I said, Roddenberry, Roddenberry, are you related to Gene Roddenberry? And she said, yes, that's my husband. I went, holy shit, really? Oh my God. Well, that's incredible. That's, everyone loves Star Trek. And of course, there was no Next Generation yet. And so cut to, I don't know, 6 months later, and I'm going through the auditioning process of, Star Trek: The Next Generation. And I always, eventually, when Majel came to the set, we reconnected, and I reminded her of, those great Sundays at the Cock and Bull that we would all share. So it was almost like it almost felt like a premonition in some way, like something was happening, in that way. So now we come to the next gen. Yes, and the role that the original description of Tasha Yar is quite different. It's, Masha Hernandez. And, I don't know, Masha Hernandez, not going to be me. So I was originally reading for the part of Deanna Troy, and that went a couple rounds. And finally, I get far enough along in the process. I mean, this is after maybe 3 auditions, and I get to Paramount, and I go in. Still, it's Masha Hernandez, but we'll change that. And but I'm still reading for Deanna Troy, and Jean, right there in the office, said, "You know what? Would you do me a favor? Would you take the sides for Masha Hernandez and go look at them and come back and read that part?" And you go, "Sure, of course, I'll do whatever you want me to do." And that's how it flipped. He just flipped Marina and I right then and there.
Wow.
And then the evolution of the character begins. Obviously, we're going to make her, kind of a, obviously different background, and just I think he just loved the way I looked, that I had that short hair, and it took him by, took everyone by surprise. This is the 80s. Girls weren't, looking like that, so to speak. And that's the boldness of Gene. He's the visionary that he is. He could see beyond what some people, couldn't see right in front of them. He thought this could be really interesting and magical.
Well, I kind of love the producer's privilege there to say, no, you know what? I want to change this character entirely because I can.
That's right.
And
That's
it fit
right.
you.
I wish, in fact, more people did that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or felt they could do that. Because
Sure.
that's in the process when it should be allowed. When you're creating this from the ground up, you have the freedom to do that.
There's too many damn executives now, and I know I'm one of them. So but there are.
Well,
There really
and
are.
Denise, I'm kind of shocked you didn't use the perfect entry point in your meeting with Jean, which is, Jean, your wife and I, we have cocktails every Sunday afternoon. Let's talk Trek.
I know. I was saving that one. I was going to save that one till I secured the role.
There you go. There you go. Well, let's jump over to Ernie. Now, Ernie, as Denise is coming into the show in those early stages of TNG, you found yourself working for Gene. So give us maybe a little bit of that executive office perspective. What brought you into the show at that time, and what was your first encounter with Gene like?
Well, actually, I was right into the show thanks to Fred Bronson.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah, when Gene was wanting to have a driver, I had done a favor for Fred earlier in the year, driving a friend of his around in a Rolls Royce, and he was asked, "Do you know anybody who drives a Rolls Royce?" And said, "Well, as a matter of fact, I do," and that's how I got my introduction. And I didn't know that I was actually going to be hired by Gene until a month or so later when he called me over to the house and brought me in and introduced me to Majel as his new driver. And that was the first time I'd heard that news. And I was, oh, really? Oh, this is really great. But that's what I did. I drove Gene to and from the studio. We went down to La Costa where his second house was. I did a lot of errands, and I had a little apartment in the house. It was a little chauffeur's apartment off the garage, and I would stay there once in a while, not a lot. But Gene always loved the fact that I got to work early every day. What I didn't tell him is I lived in West Hollywood. If you don't leave at 10 minutes before 7, you're not going to get there until 8:30 because there's only Wilshire and Sunset to go through Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
So I always left early, got there early, and I always stayed late, for the traffic to go away. But one of the things I don't think people knew much about Majel is she was a heck of a cook. She really ruled the kitchen.
Nice.
And I would stay for dinner most nights, and she would just go out of her way make the dinners really delicious. And after Jean passed, I worked for her as a personal assistant, and I had to set up all of the convention dates and speaking engagements for her. And she was adamant that she had vegetarian meals at the hotel and on the airplane, where I had to set that up. But what people didn't know is that she always had a bag of beef jerky in her purse.
That's
She
her.
would
That's
tell me, I don't eat anything that doesn't eat grass. But it was a great 8 years between Jean and Majel. I would take Jean out to lunch every day. Sometimes we'd stop at a real fancy French restaurant down the street, and other times we'd go to Taco Bell. He relished food, and it didn't make any difference. It was if it was the creme brulee or if it was a Taco Bravo. It was just he loved food. Yeah.
Ernie, what did you?
Oh,
sorry, Rod. Go ahead.
Well, I just quickly want to say that Ernie, is presenting himself as a driver, but I saw Ernie, even though I was a kid, I wasn't completely oblivious, and he was much more than that to my father. I can't say what because they had their friendship, but I mean it was a real friendship, and I think there was a lot of respect and trust, and I know that my father looked to you as a confidant, someone that he could trust in anything. You were his right hand for so many things, personal and business and all that. So I just, there was no seeing my father in that era without Ernie. Ernie was his right hand, always there. So I thank Ernie for being that for my father, because I think, as we all know in this industry, and of course any other industry, finding people that you can really trust and lean into, it can be very hard to do and rare. And so Ernie, I have tremendous amount of admiration and respect for you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, one of the fun things that I got to do with Gene, we would be invited to National Space Society events, and we would have astronauts and NASA administrators at the house and things like that. And I had to know who was coming beforehand, because Gene at that time was in a wheelchair. And if there was someone walking towards Gene, I would have to know who it is. And I would have to lean back and say, it's Dan Golden, NASA administrator. And so when he got to the chair, Gene would say, Dan, good to see you, And it was that kind of thing. I was just supporting him, His memory was not as great as it once was. And it was my thrill. Probably the biggest thrill we had was at an event when Lech Walesa, the president of Poland, was visiting Los Angeles, and we had a private meeting with him. And Gene studied Polish to say in Polish, "Welcome, Mr. President, to Los Angeles." And he practiced it and practiced it and practiced it, and he got to say that to Lech Walesa, and that was pretty cool, because you don't get to meet the president of another country very often, and that was pretty cool. Yeah, he did a great job.
I'm hearing you describe that. I need somebody to offer me that kind of help now. Like, here's who you're talking to. That would be incredibly helpful. And I love this image. I didn't know that he got carted around in this chauffeur-driven Rolls Royce. It's such a wonderfully decadent 80s TV producer image. Rod, did you ever ride in this car? And were you allowed to touch anything in that car?
A quick story. They forced me to drive him to dinner once. He forced me to drive him to dinner once, and I was scared shitless. The roles. My father, I remember when I was a kid, he had a Cadillac, and then at one point, I can't remember if it was the car right before the Rolls, but because I loved Smokey and the Bandit, I loved the Firebird Trans Am. My father, and this was early 80s, got a Pontiac Trans Am, white one, not black, but he got one. He leased one for, I think, about 3 years. And that was his car before he went to a Rolls Royce. And I know the Rolls Royce was sort of it was next generation, had just started to become successful a bit. And as he was getting older, he decided to sort of splurge on that. But he definitely wasn't the kind of guy, and Ernie, you could speak better to this, that had the pompous thing. In fact, I believe there's a joke about Grey Poupon.
Oh, there is. Yeah. It was
Yes.
a Christmas party at the studio, and everyone was bringing Gene a gift. Well, what do you get a guy that's, can get anything he wants? And so when he got my gift, it was a little paper bag, and I wrote Gene on the outside of it, and he lifted it up and looked at it and said, "What is this?" I said, "Open it." So he did, and he pulled out a jar of Grey Poupon mustard. And he looks at me, and I went, "For the car." And so whenever he had someone from the studio he was taking out to lunch, he'd ask me some inane thing, and I say, "I think it's in the glove box." And I'd open up the glove box, and there's this jar of Grey Poupon there. And the guest would always said, "You have Grey Poupon." And Gene would always say, "But of course." It was one of the fun little things we did in the car.
Amazing.
For the younger audience, they're going to have to go look up the Grey Poupon with the Rolls-Royce commercials, because that's the
right.
reference.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So, yeah, but like if you're over 45, that kills. So
Yeah, really.
yeah. Great. So look, our food has become a theme here. Are we talking about Grey Poupon? Ernie, you mentioned that Majel was an outstanding cook. When we had Raina on the Trek File, she talked about how laborious it was, that everything in that kitchen was made from scratch, that Majel wanted to make sure that she had a hand in everything. I have heard tales about just some absolutely legendary parties at the Roddenberry household. So Denise, I want to come back to you, because I know that there were certainly a few during the next gen era. Any memories about going to the Roddenberry home for events, holidays, gatherings?
There were plenty of rumors. That by the time we were all assembled, this 25 years later, there were the legendary rumors of the original cast parties. So I, being a young starlet in Hollywood, I went, I don't know. I'm just gonna pass on this one. So unfortunately I went to like a number of studio things. I remember Gene had a Christmas party one time at a beautiful like mansion in like Larchmont area, and that was exquisite and really fun, and stuff like that. But no, I didn't. I miss the pool parties.
Look, professionally, probably very wise.
We could do them again. I mean, we could bring them back. I'm not saying now I'm older and wiser, and I think I could handle it.
Right. Yeah. Fred, let me come back to you, because you said that there were some other gaps you wanted to fill in there after that original visit, and kind of reintroduced to Gene and Majel's Orbit animated series and beyond. Yeah.
Right. About 3 years after I marched on NBC to protest, keep Star Trek on the air, I was hired in it. Yes, of course. Yeah. Thanks to Bijo and John Trimble. Yes. I was hired as a publicist. And they knew my love of Star Trek. And so when the animated series was coming on the air, I was the publicist. I treated it like the second coming of Star Trek, which it was. Sure. But I treated it like a primetime show. And Gene did a lot of interviews that I set for him. I remember one at the Polo Lounge, wherever a reporter wanted to eat. And that's really, I had worked with Gene on Questor. I was the publicist for the pilot that was filmed of Questor. And that's where we started a friendship. It developed during Next Generation. And then it just became lunches and dinners. And when we were doing the animated series, I came up with the idea of producing a t-shirt for the press with Star Trek Lives with the animated Enterprise and on the back on NBC Saturday mornings. Right. And Majel said, "Oh, I want to make some for Lincoln Enterprises." So we went down to the garment district. We picked out t-shirts. Mine were in blue, hers were in white. And so we had a little adventure together producing these very valuable T-shirts now because I think there were only like 100 made of the blue ones. So if you have one, they're very rare. During the animated series, Rod was born, and I went up to the house with an NBC photographer and got the first pictures of Gene and Majel cradling you, Rob, in their arms.
Mm.
Every paper in the country ran it. It really got widespread distribution. And Rod, the second time we were together was when Gene got an award in 1991. Ernie, you were there. The Humanist Society in Chicago. You were there. Majel was there. And after the dinner, Gene said, take Rod around the city, entertain him. And I think he slipped me $100 or something to pay a taxi driver. And we drove around. We took you to a McDonald's that's like a 1950s McDonald's.
Nice.
And at some point, you jumped out of the car and said, okay, I'm fine now. I'm on my own. I'll see you later.
Folks, unfortunately, we're at the end of our panel. I want to do this again next year with all of you because there is more to be told, certain about the humanist angle and about Rod going to McDonald's. So thank you all. What wonderful stories. I appreciate it. Everybody who is watching, there is still time to donate now and even after this broadcast at givebutter.com/.
And don't forget the matching donation.
Yes. Rod generously gave us a $31,000 match challenge. So please, any bit that you donate will get matched up to that point. It is always a good time to give to the Hollywood Food Coalition. Thank you all so much. Thank you, everybody who watched today. And let's do it again, okay?
You got
Great.
it.
Cheers,
Thank
everybody.
you, John.
Nice seeing you guys.
Bye.
Oh yeah, gotta do this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Both hands.
I'm the
Sarcastically.
worst. Me and Bill Shatner. We can't do it. Thank God I didn't play a Vulcan.
Thank you, guys.
I'd be fired.
Oh my gosh! I was just walking down the street, and who do I bump into? 3 vaguely recognizable character actors, and two, and Jonathan Frakes. Because
You forgot my name.
Jonathan Riker. I can find your name.
He's been beamed up too many times. Those cells have been lost.
Introduce yourselves first.
All right. Hi, I'm Kitty Swink. I'm married to.
Armin Shimmerman, how do you do?
Are you married to me?
I'm Jonathan Frakes.
He's not married to me.
And I'm married. No, I'm.
Well, I can only wish. I'm married to a woman you're going to meet in a second, Bonnie Friedrichs. Let's go see the exchange.
Let's go see the exchange. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Bring food.
So this is the exchange space. We're going to meet our staff. This is where all the food we collect lands. Yep.
There's none right now here.
Well, bring it out. Oh. We're going to show you everything. We're going to show you the gargantuan refrigerator. Maybe one of you will get to spend 5 minutes in the freezer. Okay. This is where all the food we rescue lands. We share that food with up to 150 other social service organizations throughout the city.
How many pounds? This figure's awesome.
Per annum, roughly speaking, 2,600,000 pounds.
That's a lot of food. It's a number that floored me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, almost, not quite, 8 million-ish pounds since our inception. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And they come from where? Where does all this food come from?
Grocery stores, farm-to-table programs, restaurants, you name it.
Sets?
Sets.
So how does everything get divided up?
So that's a great question for one of our fabulous staff members. Da-da-da.
I'm Nina. I manage this community exchange. So essentially, we sort all of our food based on various different categories every year. And a lot of that is for our intake system so that we can really clearly have a sense of what we have in stock here. Part of that is so that the kitchen can see what we have and that they
they can request items for the nightly dinners. The other reason that we do that is so that we can just have a really accurate and kind of robust tracking system, just so we know kind of trends of what's coming in. And then with that knowledge, we can kind of really accommodate the individual needs of each organization, because every organization that we work with has different needs of their recipients. So some folks work directly with unhoused people, so they want meals that you don't have to cook. Other organizations will cook meals, so they want produce and raw ingredients. So we just like to have a really good sense of
And do you have a sense of what's coming in every day?
Every day, yeah. So everything comes in here, we weigh it so that we are getting accurate numbers for the amount of weight that we're recovering and preventing from going to the landfill. And you weigh it, you put it into our intake system where we categorize it, put the weight in it, and then distribute it out into its specific location.
But what we tried to do was create something that was based on a sort of a concierge model. And that's really the gag for us as coalition builders, to work very, very intimately with social service organizations to find out exactly what they need. There's so many not-for-profits that are serving in the ecosystem in a certain strata, and they're the ones that aren't necessarily being served as effective, right? So that was a lot of the thinking behind it, and it started because our kitchen itself, we serve 250 to 300 people a night. We learned from experience that the intimacy, the closeness of the relationship, the regularity, the consistency, that's the model we wanted to grow and expand.
Okay, everyone, we are now at the halfway point in our show, and I hope that everyone is having a grand old time. We still have some amazing guests lined up for you, including the ever amazing Paul Giamatti. We have Kareem Diane coming up, Carice Brooks, Sirach Lofton, Walter Koenig, Brandon Braga, Bob Picardo, and many, 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 many more. I could go on, but I won't.
We are up to almost $21,000 donated, which means we've unlocked 21,000 of Rod's donation. But here's some interesting news. I'm told that when we hit 21,000,
Which we just did, John.
which
We just did.
Another donation is going to come in that might take us to that magic 31,000. Fingers crossed. We're all eagerly anticipating. And we've had 163, I believe, now more donors. Thank you, everybody, from the bottom of our hearts for any and every donation. It means the world to us. Since we began Trek Talks 5 years ago, Rod and the Trek family have donated almost $500,000 to Hollywood Food Coalition. You have played an instrumental role in helping us grow from a small and plucky nightly meal program with 2 part-time paid drivers and a part-time paid cook to a fully staffed social service organization with 25 plus employees, not counting the hundreds of volunteers who work with us throughout the year. We play an integral role, in the life of our city, in large part because of the systems and structures we have devised to find and nab and store and process and cook and serve and share food. The video you just saw, we've moved to a bigger facility with twice the capacity and a gargantuan fridge. We're rescuing 3 million pounds of food a year. The work we do that stresses structural collaboration, cooperation between us and a raft of not-for-profits and social service organizations, coalition building is at the heart of what we do. Think federation, but for peeps in need.
And we over here at Trek Talks and the Hollywood Food Coalition can't begin to thank all of the Star Trek family and all of you for its many generous supporters for everything that you've done to inspire us and energize us down the years. You were all there with us through the LA fires when we were working double overtime to make sure that we were doing everything we could to help supply people who lost their homes with necessary food, toiletries, and emergency provisions.
And when we were helping the firefighters and the emergency service providers to stay fed and hydrated through the emergency, you have helped disadvantaged Los Angeles by the thousands on a daily basis through all the vicissitudes of living in one of the most expensive and challenging cities in America.
Through a lot. And our team soldiers on. This is a very cool event that reminds them that they are appreciated and supported.
And so again, broken record time, get on social media, get on X,
on Blue Sky,
on Instagram,
Facebook,
TikTok,
Snapchat,
LinkedIn,
Twitch, Reddit, Discord,
Quora, Threads, Mastodon, Pinterest, whatever.
And shout out, yes, everyone keeps shouting out Trek Talks 5, Trek Talks 5. Tell them that they still have half a show left to watch, and they can tune in right now and still see 4 hours of amazing Trek stars, enlightening, provoking, informing, entertaining, dropping hints about their love life.
No, you said nobody's doing that.
Well, I might do it later. Who knows?
All right, good. And those auction items,
Yes, focus on that. You know what? The Magic Castle. You can go to the Magic Castle with me and John Billingsley and whoever else we can get to join us. It's going to be amazing. We have art. We have signed memorabilia. We have Odo's bucket. His actual bucket. And if you don't know what that means, then check out the auction page to find out. GiveButter.com/TrekTalks5/auction.
Stephanie Tchaikovsky's amazing joint in Palm Springs, a long weekend of fun and games in the California sunshine, accommodations up to 8 peeps. I actually have bid on that.
Oh, really? Okay. You're taking me with you then.
Yeah. Yep,
do you have 7 friends?
I will find 7 friends between now and then. Oh, look, we just got a $10,000 donation. We have matched Rod's $21,000. A 31,000 contribution. Woohoo!
I don't have one of those horns, but if I did,
now I'm going to have to go fast because we've only got 42 seconds left. We've got some cool stuff coming up. We've got Subspace Rapsidity. We've got Strange New World Subspace Rapsidity.
That's right. And we have a fascinating conversation later on with Bob Picardo, Ken Biller, Dr. Elizabeth Hunter about the Voyager episode Critical Care, hosted by SyFy Sister Extraordinaire.
And we also have the wonderful Diana King leading an in-depth conversation with Enterprise writers Brandon Braga, Mr. Big Cheese, plus Mike Sussman, Phil Strong, Judith and Garfield Reeve Stevens, and Andre Bormanis. Whoosh! We've unlocked Rod's entire pledge, but we're going to still aim to make more.
We can do it.
Tell your pals, tell your pals, tell your pals.
GiveButter.com/TrekTalks5.
We'll be back. But first, here is Subspace Rapsidity.
Talking about how we support the specific services that these organizations are providing. For instance, when we send out food with West Valley Outreach, they are set up to take the food that we give them to go into encampments. They know specific people that they're looking for often. They meet new people, but they also are able now, the city sends out medical teams with them, for instance.
Right.
So the medical teams can go, they can make the contact, and they can find the people that need services, medical attention.
Right.
They can also, if they know someone is unhoused because they've been talking with them about food and stuff like that, they have the ability to get people IDs, to get them into housing, or to connect them to another organization like Housing Works, who actually is set up to provide housing.
And let me make one more point just to tack on to that.
The coalition.
Yes, but it's also, if you imagine 2 options. Option A is, hi, here's a granola bar. Option B is, here's a bag lunch that has 6 elements. Which one is more likely to engender a conversation?
Depends on the bag.
Depends on the bag. We make really nice bags, lunch bags. I think that's really one of the operative principles that we learned because we've been doing this for 38 years, making a hot meal to all comers every night. The dignity of choice, the consistency of service, and the idea that when people trust you because they know you're bringing them something good, they're more likely to be willing to talk about what Bonnie talked about. medical services, housing
Things
services.
they need, that they're embarrassed that they
And
need.
we went to I went to like an Eating the Unhoused conference recently where we talked with a lot of folks who have lived experience living on the streets and like talked a lot about like the food that's offered in shelters and some like things that people don't think about often when you're feeding unhoused populations is that like there's a lot of comorbidities. So a lot of folks have diabetes, a lot of folks have heart issues from stress of living on the street. They have a lot of chronic issues and a lot of dietary restrictions. And so oftentimes when you're feeding people in shelters, shelters don't have a lot of funding for food. Food has not historically been a big like fundamental priority for caring for the unhoused. And so we, we're trying really hard to make food a pillar of care. And in that, we need to be really understanding of diets, of food preferences, and things like that.
I'm so glad we had this time together. Thank you very much for watching. And I really want to thank my wonderful colleagues who, again, this is just a privilege in my life to get to work with these folks. Is it really? It really is. It really is. And I also think that one of the great things about Star Trek, and one of the things that means the most to me, is that this franchise represents a level of caring and compassion and giving back. It's one of the things that makes Roddenberry's vision what it is. And I can't thank everybody enough for their support of the Hollywood Food Coalition and for their support of virtue generally.
Yes.
My God. Oh, done. I can't do that.
Live long and prosper.
I've never been able to do that.
Come on, John.
No, I can do it if I put my fingers in the way.
Hello, everyone out there. We are incredibly happy to be here, excited. It has been a rock and rolling day so far. If anyone is just tuning in, thank you for checking out our panel all about Subspace Rhapsody, the musical episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. I'm Melissa Navia. I play Lieutenant Erica Ortegas, and I am joined today by three of the people that I would say without them, we would not have had a musical episode. They kind of pulled it all together. But before that, real quick, what are we doing here today? This is Trek Talks 5, and we are raising money for a fantastic organization known as the Hollywood Food Coalition. While we are talking later on today, even after this telethon is finished, you can donate. Please do. You can see, I'm sure I can see it, so I'm sure you guys can see it as well. Right now, we are over $62,000, but we have a goal today of $100,000. So let's make that happen. Ways to donate. You can donate by going to givebutter.com. That's givebutter.com/Trek Talks 5. You can scan the QR code on the screen. If you're watching on a laptop, you have your phone with you. You can go to trektalks.net and just click on the donate button. And you can also text Trek, so TREK, Trek. If you can't spell Trek, it's odd that you're here, to 53555. And without further ado, let me introduce my fantastic panelists, who it has been too long since I've seen you guys. We have around the board here, we have Tom Polche, Kay Hanley, and Dermot Downs. So Tom and Kay are our songwriters, lyricists, composers. They made the songs that you all have told me for years now you listen to on repeat. And Dermot is our phenomenal director who came in, and I looked at this man and I said, I don't know how you're going to pull this off. And he did it. So let's go around one at a time. Tell the crowd out there who you are and why you are so awesome. Tom, kick it off.
Well, I'll tell you who I am, but I'm not going to tell you anything about being awesome. So I'm Tom Polce, and I'm a musician and a composer. And as it relates to Trek, I generally make my living making music for television and for streaming shows. I scored a really fun, I'm thinking of shows that are sort of like in the musical vein. I scored a show called Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, which was a show that I loved, and that was very music intensive. And I do a lot of work with really all the shows, a lot of Paramount and CBS shows, a lot of songwriting, and a bunch of score. And I also play rock and roll music.
He plays every instrument.
But I play a lot with my lovely friend Kay. Sometimes I will join in and play with her fantastic band Letters to Cleo, with whom she sings and is the main songwriter. And that's also how the two of us met one another when we were little babies in our 20s, being precocious, bratty children playing rock. So that's how Kay and I met, and that's what I do.
Love it. Kay, can you tell us why Tom is awesome? Because Tom won't tell us.
Tom has an amazing shoe collection, first of all. He is an incredible drummer. He can hit higher notes than any woman I've ever met, and like can control those notes. He plays every instrument. Did I say that already? Incredible songwriter. And basically, when he's playing in Letters to Cleo with us, it's like Tom Polce featuring Letters to Cleo. And,
love it.
What a friend!
And we wrote the music, all the songs to Subspace Rapsidity together.
It's tricky,
and
right?
It was incredible. It doesn't roll off the tongue.
Right. Subspace Rapsidity.
Subspace Rapsody.
And I have to interrupt because Kay just said so many lovely things about me. Let's make sure we understand. So we've got an Emmy and a Peabody winner. We've got a friend that I've been making music with forever, and I always wonder at her songwriting and lyrical skills. And she's a badass front woman, and she is such an amazing partner to create with. We are neither of us are afraid to suggest crazy things. Like, for instance, like if she said, why don't we have the Klingons do the K-pop, like crazy stuff like that. She's unafraid, and she knows that, as well as I know that, she's not going to turn it down, or we're not going to judge each other for these crazy ideas. And occasionally, like that one, we hit gold.
I just wanted to impress Dermot, or to stump him, actually.
Yeah.
Well, it was like, how much further could we go? And then
yeah.
That was the
none more
the final frontier.
None more,
because we did every genre, right?
Yeah,
every genre of singing.
That is what Star Trek is all about. And with that, Dermot, tell us how you do what you do.
I came into this business. I saw Carol Reed's Oliver Twist. I memorized the songbook. I'm tone deaf, so I never went into musical theater, but I was a child actor. I did the original Freaky Friday, Escape to Witch Mountain, Little House on the Prairie, and all that. And I initially went to school. I was gonna okay, well, I want to learn how to write. I want to write my own transitionary roles into being an adult actor. And while I was at school, I just fell in love with filmmaking. And when I came out of school, MTV was actually showing music videos, not reality TV. And there was just such a dearth of opportunity. I was doing 5 or 6 videos a month. And the first thing I got paid to shoot was Sabotage for the Beastie Boys. And
wow,
had a big run with Dave Grohl. I've done 6 Foo Fighters, but early Taylor Swift, and kind of all the genres, rap and hip hop. And anyway, so I moved into television through the Bruckheimer world of CSIs, and but I even though I don't sing, I really love music, and I really missed that the opportunity of really being able to bring music and film together. And it was a while before I did get that opportunity. It was on Flash. I ended up doing all of those DC shows, Flash and Supergirl, Legends and Arrow, and they did a Supergirl Flash crossover. It was called Duet, and the music meister kind of infects everybody with song. It was a different anomaly than what happens on the Enterprise, but they get transported into sort of a Bugsy Malone 50s film noir musical, and it was so much fun. And when I met Secret Hideout, who's part of the whole company that's doing this spinoff, because at first I was like, why do we have another spinoff of Star Trek? And because I was like, the original was so awesome, right? Every week was like a different, taking on something different, and that's what they were doing. And they were like, we have two that are available. We have a musical and we have a sitcom, basically like a 3-camera, how they described it. And I was like, oh my God, here. So I sent him the Flash I did, and I sent him my favorite music videos, and I had the great fortune to come in, and it literally was kind of one of the highlights of what I've been able to be part of, just because it incorporates so much of what I love about music and film.
Music and film in space.
Yes. And Klingons. Dude.
Right. In space and Klingons, everything ultimately better. As an actor, a cast member, I will say that when we heard that we were doing a musical, we were very excited. Some of us more than others, because we come from musical theater backgrounds. And so I have been doing musical theater since I was little, and for me, it is such a beautiful art form. It's everything about what we love about stories, what we love about music, things that make us feel, things that make us cry. And I also, in the same way that I love the genre of sci-fi, and we can tell so many stories and impart so many lessons through that lens, with the musical and with Star Trek, for me, it was like, oh, this is perfect. But for a lot of other people, they'd be like, this is insane. And so what I love about
so many people said, you're jumping, they've jumped the shark.
Absolutely.
Right. And it's the kind of thing that I think we've done with Strange New Worlds, totally biased, because it is my show, but we jump genres, right? Every single episode is really an adventure, a different adventure every week. And I am so proud of our entire cast that anything that has been brought our way, whether it's comedy, whether it's drama, whether it's action, we have not only tackled it, but we have, excelled. And it's because of everyone's professionalism, and everyone's legitimately super talented. And I love them. They're all my friends. But I knew that because we've worked together for so long. When you guys came on board, you didn't know us yet. I'm sure there was a little bit of a trepidation, right, as to will they be able to pull this off. So the first question is and I'm also fascinated always how it all comes together, right? I get the script when so much pre-production work has already happened. But for Tom and Kate, when they came to you, was there already a script? What was there, and what were your concerns? And were they in any way, did they come to light? Were they manifested? Tell us a little bit about your first entry into this.
Well, I guess I can start. Initially, it started with just a fact-finding mission between Akiva and Henry, which was, hey, we're thinking of doing this musical episode. This is several months out. And we're thinking of doing this musical episode, and what does that mean? In terms of a timeline, in terms of just sort of the mechanics of what do we need? We're several months out, thankfully. So, let's talk about it. And, since I had that background of doing, a show like Crazy Ex-Girlfriend or lots and lots of musical things with TV shows, I could speak to that. As the conversations went on, they asked me to come aboard. I was terrified. Because, what is this thing gonna be? I mean, what on earth? Great gosh. And then it then occurred to me, is like, we have no time to do this. The timeline was just bonkers. We need, it started at 6 songs, went to 9 songs. I quickly realized I need just a beast to help me put this together. So, I reached out to my sister Kay, and in sort of contrast to me, where I was just like, oh my God, what is this? What are we doing? She was like, oh hell yeah, and which was also great, because that sort of gave me the sort of to be like, yeah man, we're gonna make something cool happen. And then to what you were asking, Melissa, the thought was, well, why don't I go out there first and speak to everybody, get the temperature of everybody in terms of like, are they into this? Because that's half the battle, right. If they, just having people be excited. So, because they didn't know. And also to get a sense of the instrument that everybody had in terms of the range of their voices and blah, blah, blah. So I went up there, as you know, Melissa, and they sort of traipsed everybody in and out of my trailer, and we sang, we spoke, I recorded everybody's voice. I asked what sort of genres that you guys dig, and because all this information would potentially come into play when we figured out what this thing was going to be. So then I came back, I told everybody what I learned. A couple weeks later, we had a sort of outline, and insert song here about blah, and Kay and I just went at it. Now, Kay, is that about right?
That's right. And then you came to my place, and I was staying in that Airbnb because my house had been flooded, and so I was in this Airbnb. We ended up being in this. It was a completely uncomfortable environment for me because it wasn't my house, it wasn't his studio, it wasn't. And he would show up, and it looked like I was looking at my phone. I was trying to go back to all of my voice memos. And
do it.
I have How Would That Feel was our first song. And actually before that, when you told me about it, I have some voice memos that I worked on that I titled Schmenterprise, because I was like Schmigadoon, and right. Yeah. And I wonder how would that feel? We started working on March. Let's see, how's this?
So we're gonna start it from there. You don't have to sing if you don't want to, just to get us into the chorus. Yeah, sure.
You know what? I'm not going to make you listen to this. It sounds nothing like the song, but we knew that Christina could sing. Yeah. And
we had a range. And
the thing that was really incredible about just like starting with that song, it was, Tom sort of mentioned that we like have this comfort level. We've been working together since we were, 20, like our 21, 20, since we were kids, So there's really and songwriting is all about being vulnerable and about saying like not being afraid to say the dumbest thing, and what I loved about this process is that these characters were going through things that I go through, but like on my own, like in my band, like I would never say that, like I don't want to tell people how I really feel. Like I'm embarrassed of my feelings. But if it's, if it's Uhura saying it, or or Chapel, or if it's Spock saying it, well, now we're cooking, and now I can say some ish. And so starting with this song, like right out of the gate, it was like it just came pouring out, like lyrically just came pouring. And Tom would show up like he said, we started on March 15th, and I think we were done like a month late. Like we finished it like in less than a month. It was the pace was insane. And he would come with his laptop and guitar, and like a little microphone and a guitar, and then he would always come with like some kind of like soup starter, like a melody, like a little bit, and then we would just like we were just off to the races. And I swear, I don't want to say that it wrote itself, because it was probably the hardest songwriting job I've ever had in my life. I mean, easily the hardest. And but it something took over, and I think because I was so uncomfortable, like, and also the pressure of having to write for Star Trek and knowing that the chances that like a bazillion people are going to hate your guts after you do this, it's like, it's
good
really
or bad. Yeah.
Good or right.
Yeah.
And so it just like the pressure was extraordinary, but there was something happening between Tom and I in that month that we worked on this, that it was just like, I've never experienced it before, and I don't think I'll ever experience it again.
Yeah.
Oh, I absolutely love that. And I will say, to that feeling about like whatever we do, there's a bazillion people who might be angry. That was like our thought every day.
Yeah.
Like whatever we do, a bazillion people will love it. A bazillion people will have thoughts on it. And to your point, Tom, about time, right? It always feels like when you're on a set, right? There's never enough time, which I think a lot of times fans and people who don't work on sets are always just like, why didn't they have time to do all these things? Like you never have enough time. And to that point, Dermot, coming in.
I was just going to say, talk to Dermot, because he knows about
like,
that.
Yeah.
Like we don't have enough
look,
time without the dancing and the singing.
Well, to the testament of the whole production, I mean, they obviously knew, because I had done an HBO show and I had done that Flash, and even all the wisdom you can impart of, because I did plenty of music videos that had narrative elements, but if you're gonna act and sing to playback, it's like there's so much work that has to go in beforehand, and like actors aren't used to that. They're used to just sort of being in the moment and acting, but then you're acting this song out to playback, and you can sing out loud to do that, but it's got to really match the song that's already recorded. And first, there was a great script, but I got invited like 2 weeks before your normal prep starts.
Yep.
So me and the choreographer, Roberto Campanello, we got to walk the stages, because it was kind of a bottle show. Everything was on the ship, and we got to listen to these songs because they had already been, like, there was a pre-record that they had done before the cast even did their version. So we knew the tone, and every song is different. I mean, there's a power ballad. There's the first anomaly of it going through the ship after Carol Klein says, "When are you send a song into this sort of black hole that's eating space," and which reverberates, bounce back, and it's like a shockwave through the ship. But every song was different, and to their testimony, they had obviously met and really discussed the tone and tenor of each song. So yeah, there's never enough time, but so much work had already gone into this, and the songs were crafted to each character or the whole team in such a specific way that having that like 2 weeks before, there's always surprises on the day, but it was so much had been done before I even got on board the ship, that it really became just like, what's it going to be? Because I wanted each song to look different too, in the way that each song was sung different. And it was, and for the whole thing to end in a sort of chorus line of everybody, and then a needle drop of like K-pop with the Klinga. I mean, but like Christina's song, that power ballad, but then Spock, like, I mean,
Spock.
Good Lord. The first little dance with Kirk and through the halls of the ship. It was you guys just crafted a musical journey, like a songbook, like through the whole episode, and to still tell a story and be able, but we told the story through music too. I mean, that was a big part of what it was. It was just like, again, I said, it's a high point of my career, because it's a marriage of like everything I love about why I do what I do.
And big shout out to Bill and Dana, who wrote the story. I mean, just crushed it.
Right? I mean, and it worked. It's
Yeah,
like it
exactly.
actually there was an actual reason.
Yeah.
There was like a scientific
Yes.
like Trek-based reason
Yes.
Yes.
why they were all singing, and like how they came up with this improbability field, and it's just like, and
Yes.
we're trying to get out of it by playing the song, but it just like
Crazy.
it made sense without having to turn your brain into a pretzel to try and make sense of it. It just made scientific sense.
Yeah,
At
I
least
still thank you
in
for
Trek world.
No, but thank you for pointing that out, because there have been times where I mentioned that because the musical is such a, people come in with the albums and they want us to, the album covers, and they want us to sign it, and they tell us that they listen to the songs on repeat. And I'm like, of course you do, because they're great. But when I talk about, there was like a scientific reason behind why everyone is driven to sing, and sometimes there'll be people who like absolutely love the musical episode, and they're like, was there? And I'm like, maybe it doesn't matter to you, but it matters to me. And I think because you guys are taking me back to like the filming of it too. Like I remember all the rehearsals we had, and on weekends, and
but you guys were already like almost at the end of season 2. Season 1 didn't even air until we started filming. So then
right. That's right.
We're this is how we're getting recognized. So I was worried that some of these people don't sing and they're going to be exhausted, and the groundswell of support to come in on weekends and rehearse. And even people that didn't have a musical background, the almost spoken word between the captain and his girlfriend in front of the whole ship.
Amazing. Anson is fearless. He was fearless.
Yeah, Anson was
just the best.
I love how he when he did the I'm so proud to be your captain. It's like he made a meal out of that line. I was like, amazing.
He did.
There's nothing that man cannot do. I still remember when he sings for the first time, and we're all on the bridge and we hear him break out into song, and we're like, what is happening?
Yeah.
I remember that so vividly, because I feel like I get this really like wonderful spot on the ship where I could react to everything he's saying, and it's all just total reaction. And every single time he's saying that he falls to his knees, it's just, I'm like, what are we doing? And also, this is brilliant.
Yeah.
He left it all out on the field. He was not dialing that in at all, and just like total joy. And like as lyricists, Tom and I took this assignment. So I mean, we're New Englanders, so we want to get an A on the assignment, So we even though I watched Trek with my dad, like these characters, they're like in our DNA as Americans, but still the pressure to make sure that every word made sense coming out of the character's mouth was like the pressure. So the fact that like when I saw that you guys, the cast, like really like got it, like everything that I felt that was like on the page, and you guys just got it, and I was like, I mean, it was so, oh my God, just so satisfying. You guys all just crushed it. And Melissa, we needed to give Ortegas like way more solos. When I saw you on the bridge, and I was like, oh my God, why doesn't Ortegas have a song? Like, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Let me say, every time I hear it from fans, and they're just like, why doesn't Ortegas get her own song? And I think I was talking in the green room before we were all together and live in front of all the people. We were talking about Ortegas' big episode in this last season 3, and the fans have been phenomenal. They all want more Ortegas time. So when I go to conventions, like there's just a joyful anger from fans when they're just like, why didn't she get a song?
Yes.
And I'm like, I go back to like, I get it, because in the universe of the story, the writing, everybody is driven to sing because their emotions overflow. And I'm like, so I understand why Ortegas didn't get a song, because everyone there's having relationship issues, career issues, life issues, and Ortegas is like, I'm cool.
I'm at the helm, baby. Ortegas
like,
is at
I'm
the
doing
helm.
fine.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm living the dream, baby.
Like,
these
I'm
are all
good.
Cool issues. Like, what's the issue? So when I do sing, I'm just like, I'm flying and all is fine and everybody, lock in.
So maybe for the conventions, we'll just have to write you your own song. So you can be like, guess what? I have one now.
Just saying. Thank you guys. But I always, every time everyone just wants to be like, whose fault is it? I'm like, it is no one's fault. I said, it all made sense. It all made sense. And I did feel like we all had these great ensemble numbers. Like, I'm Ready, Jess's song?
Yeah.
Song. Oh, I'm Ready was like just such a blast in Port Galley. And you guys helped me realize a dream that I don't even think I knew was a dream. How could I have known it was a dream? Where it's like in high school, I was always a singer and an actor, never quite a dancer. And my dance teacher used to say, Melissa, you don't so much dance as you move theatrically, which wasn't necessarily, I know, it was like one of my semi-annual,
I've never seen anybody move like that.
Like, it looks like you're having fun up there.
Yeah.
Moving away, but I never thought someone could move. So the fact that you guys got me to dance in Pork Alley and then had like a professional dancer hoist me into the air, I was just like, I hope my high school dance teacher
that was
is
like
hearing about this.
Like levels of grease in it's like
Dermot, you killed that one. That one in particular.
Oh my God.
Wow. You just
I
crushed
remember
that.
like just walking through that with Roberto thinking like, and at first, the first numbers were like, we could probably get 6 extra people besides the cast. And I'm like, we're not gonna, this needs a groundswell of people. And like, you just want to be like, and crowd surfing. And again, to the testament of everybody who believed in the episode and just got on board as they started realizing the cast is loving this and the rehearsals were happening, they threw the money where it needed to go, and it's all on screen.
Yeah.
And
that whole dance moment, that came in at like last minute. Like we inserted
that wasn't planned. Yeah.
We inserted that like a week out.
Now, was that because you had seen what the dailies from Dermot had done some of because I remember those came in early. Is that what inspired you two?
I was watching Grease with my daughter. And I was like, why aren't we dancing? Like, why aren't we doing like a moment of dancing? And then I mentioned it on one of our many Zooms. And this was pre-Dermot. This was when we were still doing our thing. And everybody's just like, why are we doing that?
That's right. I remember now.
Everything was always a possibility. That's what's really awesome is there was no sort of kneecapping and like, okay, we're at our level here and this is all we can do. The support,
audacity at all times, just audacious, whatever. I remember, and Dermot, you said you're tone deaf, but you were in a couple of the sessions. You were there for Anson. And you were also there after I recorded Spock's thing. And you had, the whole ending of that song, I'm sure you don't remember because all the millions of little decisions we make across these things. But of course, I remember because it was something that affected me. You were like, this ending wasn't quite right. At the end, he says, I'm the X. He sings it like 4 times. And he's like, it's a little repetitive. Maybe we can change it up a little bit. And then you stop for a beat and you're like, maybe the last one he speaks it. And I was like, that's it. Boom. Yeah. And that's just what it was. And it's just like that. A great idea just happens, and it's a wonderful way to end that song,
It was a great collaboration with everybody. But we had these big, and Uhura's power ballad, but like these big dance numbers. But then these solos like Spock and like Christina had it was just such a great opportunity to marry visuals, song, and great storytelling because each song told a very different story. That's what's a testament to all the work you guys put in. Bill and Dana wrote a great script, but you wrote songs. They didn't write the lyrics, and every song told a big story about the team or each of those characters, and
which is one of the interesting things about lyrics and song, especially in this particular instance. I feel like as it relates to emotional depth and just sheer density of content, we wrapped up a lot of emotional, arcs within a song that would have taken so much longer if we had to expose them via normal means, right?
100%. Yeah.
That's the great thing about songs, is that you can tell the story in a completely different way. And these songs were never meant to be kind of like reflections on the moment. They were meant to bring the story from point A to point B. Like, these were in service of the story. And so, there were a lot of, I think what you were getting at, Tom, the emotional arcs took play. It wasn't a comment on the emotional arc. It was like the character would start somewhere and end someplace different,
like a resolution.
Yeah. And the Uhura song, especially, all of them, but the Uhura song was just like, and getting some of, the lyric for that one started, we knew immediately what we wanted that to be, and that was sort of like that. Aside from the finale, the Uhura one was the one that we knew was going to be like the emotional, just and so we had started in a different place. Lyrically, I had started in a different place, and I remember getting the note back from
Akiva or Henry.
Maybe Henry, about her family had died in this crash, and I didn't know that. And as soon as I got that tidbit of information, it was like it just took that song in a whole, just this whole journey, this whole arc, and being able to just like talk about the idolizing her brother, and like we were perfect and young, like how, and just having that as like the basis of where she is now. Like, why am I always alone? Why it's like Spock just like left me to deal with all this shit, and like and we're supposed to be doing this together. He just like left me, and now I've got to deal with it by myself. Why do I always end up here? And to be able to start it with that incredibly like tragic moment, and then have it be, but wait a minute, I'm good at this. I'm good at this.
Back to the arc,
and
it starts in despair and it ends in acceptance. And to sort of bring back in to focus how important our little sandbox of creatives were. And this also happened on the Spock song. This also happened on several songs where they would tell us what the song sort of needed to be about and what they were hoping would happen. But once we would deliver, sometimes we were little too on the nose, which, as I recall, happened with Celia's song. And then sometimes we weren't on the nose enough, which happened with Spock's song, where they really wanted us to drive home this sort of mathematical, like, how could I do all of this computation and F it up so hard? And they played with us so gently and sort of like pushed us to like either, no, you don't need to be quite so on the nose, or we need you to really expose this a little further. And that was I think that was really one of the most beautiful things of it all. It was generally a love fest. I think from the actors, you can see it was a love fest on screen. From the backstage, from our perspective, the three of us, it was, there was, the only drama there was the drama within ourselves to just be as amazing as we possibly could.
Tom and I fighting about the finale.
Oh my God! Even the Spock, that last Spock lyric, we were just texting each other.
Yeah.
I was just telling no, this is the line, and she's like, no. It was. I'm
the lyricist.
Yeah.
You stick to music. You stick to twiddling the knobs, Polchi.
Yeah.
I'll write the lyrics.
Yeah.
And you actually did come up with the solution to that one. I will give you that.
Like everything you guys are saying, I love that we're doing this because fans and anyone watching this right now get to see it is such a collaborative effort that is, to me, I'm still I've on set I've shadowed directors, I've shadowed editors, I've shadowed everyone because I feel like it helps us with what we do when we understand a little bit about what you guys do and how everybody has so much going on. But this episode added a whole other level to it. But seeing how much we all cared about the final product, it reminded me about something that one of our directors said to me in season 5, where he was like, he's like, it's so great to be on a set where everybody wants to do their absolute best. And I was just like, because really, I mean, I've been on a number of sets, but as a series regular on a show this long, it's been for me Strange New Worlds. And I'm just like, what else is there? And he's like, there's other sets. And he's just like, here, he's like, everybody wants it to be the best. And they also realize the responsibility they have, not only to the episode, but to the show as a whole, the franchise, the arc of the characters that go from things that have happened before this episode and things that have happened after. Like, someone can watch the musical episode standalone and enjoy it for that episode. But fans who have been watching and people who have been watching, the fact that, like what you're saying about Uhura's backstory, that's something that was taken into account and then worked into the song just means so much. And for everybody watching, this is what goes into every episode. But this one in particular, you guys knocked it out of the park. We were talking a little bit beforehand. When I speak to members of the space community, which we get an opportunity to do as actors on the show, the amount of people, who are working on taking us back to the moon and taking us to Mars, literally, when they say to me, we've loved Star Trek our whole lives, but the musical episode knocked it out of the park. I'm just like, I have to tell Tom K and Dermot that what you guys did was no small feat. We're running out of time. We have like a minute and a half, a little bit less. Everybody watching, please, please, please donate. You can donate all day.
Give us your money.
Yeah, right now we're up to 63,680, and I think our goal, I know our goal is 100,000. So help us get there.
Amazing.
Any last minute words, Tom, Dermot, Kay? We have a minute. Give me your best shot.
Music brings us together, and this is a testament on this. And just we're in tough times, and everybody sing your hearts out.
Amen.
Yes, yes, yes.
If ever there were a time, to bring it back to the overall unifying sort of element of Subspace Rhapsody, is we are indeed one. We are all connected, folks. We really are. It's not magic. We're all connected. We all feel this thing that's happening right now. Please donate. And what an honor to be with all of you. Dermot, nice to see you. Kay, great to see you, my sister. I'll see you soon for several reasons.
I know we're gonna be playing some shows. Come out and see Letters to Cleo this summer.
Yeah. And Melissa,
are you going to do a tour, or where are you at?
We're in Des Moines. In
Mobile, and we're at Hot Stove. We're gonna do
that's right,
a Nuclear song. Yeah,
that's right,
in Boston. Yeah. And Melissa,
I'll find you guys.
I don't think I have seen you since we were together in Toronto. So it's wonderful to see you. Nice to see you.
So great to see you guys. You guys took me back to just a really, really special, beautiful time in my life. We will see each other in person again. I know it. Thank you guys for what you did for our show and for the world of Star Trek. I know that fans appreciate it, and I appreciate you guys. So thank you so much. Guys out there, donate and make things happen. I don't know what takes us off. Let's just all look as good looking as we look until they kick us off.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Trek Talks 5. I'm Tamia Harper, one of the SyFy Sistas. We have a great panel here today. I'm joined by some amazing people. Before we get to our panel, I want to remind everybody to please, please, please donate for us. You can go to www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks, or you can use the QR code right on your screen, or you can text Trek, all caps, TREK, 5355. Okay, so those are the ways that you can donate. Here we go. I am so honored to be on this panel right now, to be helping with this panel. We're talking about the episode of Voyager, Critical Care, and it was covered by this man right here, Ken Biller. He's a writer, producer, director extraordinaire. We also have joining us our one and only beloved doctor from Star Trek Voyager and also reprising his role in Starfleet Academy, Bob Picardo. Thank you so much for coming on. And we are graced by the presence of one of my favorite people on the face of the earth. She's the epidemiologist and infectious diseases control maven. She is amazing. She is Dr. Elizabeth Hudson. Welcome to the show and the panel.
Thanks for having us.
Yes. Thanks. I'm glad you guys could be here.
And it's a my wife, who is herself a real physician, would be delighted that we have a real physician on this panel.
I love it.
You just play one on TV, Bob. Understood. And my wife, she's had enough of fans coming up to me and asking me for medical advice when she's standing next to me.
So this episode was in season 7 of Voyager. Critical Care, episode 5, I believe, if that's correct. And, the premise of the episode is that the doctor is kidnapped, and he's kidnapped and taken to a society where medical care and the quality of one's medical care is dependent upon their social status. Correct? Did I sum that up well?
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I mean, I rewatched, I admit, full disclosure, I rewatched the episode this morning. I probably haven't seen it in 25 years. So I would say that is a very good description of what we did all those years ago. Like Ken, I just rewatched it myself and was delighted with it. First of all, the quality of the guest stars in the show, and the fact that it's just really a really good story, well told, and classic science fiction, in that it takes a really important issue of the day and puts it in our imaginary future, so that I was delighted with it. I even liked my performance, which was shocking, but I think it's a great episode to have a conversation about, especially at this moment in time.
Absolutely.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
I will say my husband is a bigger Trekkie than I am. And when I told him I was going to be on this podcast, he was like, oh my God. So he has all the DVDs. We pulled one out, and I definitely saw this a long time ago, definitely, but I said, it was even more prescient, kind of given where we are as a country now in terms of what it really shows, kind of the then future, actually kind of present, that we're all living in terms of kind of how medicine is actually given and done in this country, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little frustrating, to be honest. I found myself watching it thinking, oh, we thought this was a big issue 25 years ago, and now it's still a big issue. I mean, it's not exactly subtle. Let's be honest. Like, I don't give myself any kudos for, coming up with something subtle. Sometimes as Bob says in the best science fiction, we're contemplating our own society or our own possible futures. And sometimes it's a little more nuanced. I think we did an episode that was quite literally about rationing healthcare at a time when people were talking about rationing healthcare from different sides of the aisle. So it's both gratifying that it's still resonant, and also, I think, a little bit sad and frustrating.
Absolutely. Can I ask you a question about that? When you were writing this episode, was the germ, how long before we saw this episode did the germ of this idea present itself to you? Because was it something that had been kicking around in the back of your head and you're like,
yeah, probably. I mean, listen, part of the as Bob would know very well, some of the challenge of writing on Star Trek is, you're sitting in your room and you're bashing your head against the wall thinking, what can we do that hasn't been done on some other iteration of Trek, or that we haven't done ourselves, or that we can sort of put a new spin on. So we're always talking about stuff and talking about contemporary issues. I can't pretend to remember all of the discussions. What I do remember, which is unusual about this episode, is that I was set to take over as the head writer in season 7. And I did something that we hadn't ever really done before, which was right before season 7 started. We were finishing up season 6, and I had identified 3 or 4 stories. And I said, let's try to get ahead of ourselves. And I was also looking to maybe hire some new writers. So this was one of, I think, 3 or 4 stories that Rob Doherty and I wrote the story together, and then we farmed it out to a writer who then ended up to write the teleplay, who then ended up coming on staff. And the reason we gave that writer the episode to write is that he actually was a medical doctor and had been a medical doctor. But it was Rob and I that kind of came up with this idea of this planet where medical care was rationed. And I should also say, not just to suck up to Bob, but we were always looking for doctor episodes to write because they were the most fun, because his character was the most fun to write. So we were always looking for ways we could put him in a new situation.
I found it interesting, and I had kind of misremembered one aspect of the show. At least in this imaginary future, this society is rationing medical care for the benefit of society as a whole, not for shareholders. So that's one major difference, and why we are in a much worse situation than we're positing in this future, because we're rationing healthcare, basically for people to make money off of, not for the sort of generalized concept that all of society will benefit if we save this particular person who's a genius in water reclamation or whatever. Mm-hmm. So that was an interesting side note. We were actually a kind of softballing that, Ken.
I think that struck me as well, and I think that's part of was always part of Trek, which was to me, I think it's also just part of good writing, which is, can you make the villains such as they are not just twirling their mustaches and they're evil and we're just going to give healthcare to the rich people? So it was, how could we sort of take it and interpret it through a sci-fi lens, this kind of futuristic lens, where we could give our villains, let's call them that, a point of view where they had a rationalization that the reason they were doing this was it was benefiting society. I mean, there's some eugenics wrapped up in that too, right? Like the smartest people are the most important people, and let's make sure they survive, and the other ones, well, if they don't, it's okay. But I think that's right. So in some sense, we soft pedaled it, but I also think that's part of the tradition of Star Trek, and I think the best writing sometimes when you think somebody's 100% wrong and they make an argument, you say, well, okay, well, I guess there's some value to that. I mean, I think our physician panelists can speak to this, but it's not exactly the same as triage. I mean, triage, I guess, is you're helping the patients that you can save versus the ones that that you can't. So it's not exactly that, but there are these kinds of decisions that are made all the time in medicine, I would assume, about who to treat, who gets treatment, who gets access to medication, who doesn't. So I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I will say I actually kind of came onto my larger role in Southern California right at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. And that really kind of forced us as sort of a society, and certainly within medicine, to do things that I had never seen before. We really had discussions with our bioethicists and amongst ourselves of how we were actually going to basically kind of say, okay, we're going to give a ventilator to this person because they're 35 and they, probably have a lot more life to go, versus someone who is maybe 85, has a lot of chronic conditions. And that was really something that, although we definitely do sort of ration care in a sense within this country, because we do not have a nationalized health service. And depending on what kind of healthcare plan you have, you certainly will probably get different treatment going to the county versus going maybe to, say, and just speaking for LA, like Cedars. But this was very, very different. And this really kind of, for me, sort of changed the way that I sort of looked at medicine. And really, I think for a whole generation of physicians, people who are in training and maybe those who are kind of slightly earlier in their career, really made us think about what it means to actually care for patients, what their quote value is, and who is going to determine that. We're also living through a time now where there is absolute tumult coming from Washington, D.C. in terms of the CDC and various other types of healthcare related facilities, and sort of, unfortunately, a decimation of public health. And really kind of saying, almost in a sense, like, well, if you're going to survive this, disease, whether it's measles or COVID or whatever, you'll just survive it. And if you don't, well, okay, we're not going to vaccinate you. We're not going to make sure that you have, the treatment that you need. And it's become a lot more of a survival of the fittest quote. And that really kind of has ramped up since the start of COVID to now. And unfortunately, some of the folks who are in charge of our national healthcare facilities really buy into a very big part of this sort of a eugenics outlook. And I will tell you, as a physician, it is scary. And it is also very, very challenging when you're seeing patients on a daily basis to try to explain to them, I know that you're being told this by the CDC, but unfortunately, they have been compromised. There's no other way to put it. And
Right.
trying to be that person who can give some rational explanation to things, but also, try to really meet people where they are in terms of some people are MAHA, as they call themselves, and trying to really help them to understand, yes, we all want to make America healthy again, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to get vaccinated. That doesn't mean you're going to consume raw milk. Those are things in the opposite direction. So, the past 5 or 6 years have been very interesting ones in medicine. And I really think, unfortunately, it kind of brought us closer to sort of an idea of rationing care and eugenics, much more so than in the 25 years or so that I've been in medicine.
Yeah.
So, interesting times.
Yeah. I can imagine. I mean, it's amazing. Like, you guys just answered a whole bunch of stuff that I really, which is great, because that I really wanted to get to. I wanted to take us back. I wonder if you guys see from 25 years ago. Okay, let me back up. One of the aspects that I loved about this actual episode was, Bob, for your performance for the doctor. The doctor really goes on this sort of journey, and it's really nuanced, because he starts out very sort of naive about, like, well, I'm gonna fix it, and we'll just fix it, and then gets faced with consequences by just acting sort of rashly, and he becomes a little bit more aware of the sacrifices that might be involved for people to make change, and the risks that might be involved, and I feel like that sort of mirrors our society a little bit, in how we're going to march about it, and we're going to march, and we're going to change, and then we get hit.
Certainly proceeding with change without really thinking the consequences through. It's a terrific point, and it is something. And I definitely saw an analogy between the allocator, played by the wonderful late Larry Drake, who was just great, still likable somehow.
Oh, so great. And Greg Idson, who also passed away, who was one of my favorite actors.
Wonderful,
was a buddy of mine. Yeah.
And mine as well. It was great. I'd known him for years at that point that we worked together, and admired his work, so especially in 24. But what was interesting on the rewatch is that the doctor does actually violate his Hippocratic oath. He has tremendous guilt about it. He has that wonderful final scene with Seven where he asks her to check his matrix to see if there's anything damaged, or perhaps more importantly, if he's done any more permanent damage that will affect his ongoing performance. I thought all of that was great. At the beginning, the very Hippocratic oath that he swears forces him to participate immediately as soon as he sees someone injured and suffering. So that bookending of the oath drives me to give medical care, even though I've been kidnapped, even though I don't approve of these circumstances that I'm about to discover. I am compelled to provide care. But then at the end, he violates his own oath for the sake of the collective, as Seven points out. But he has tremendous regret about his own behavior, even though there was no alternative. What do you think of that, Ken?
I was very struck by that because, obviously
you wrote it,
invented the story, and then did a rewrite on the script and all of that. But I had no recollection of writing it. And, when I think back on Star Trek, what I often think about was how difficult it was for us sometimes, because in the Roddenberry vision of the future, these are very evolved characters who always make ethical decisions, don't have prejudices, don't see color, don't see species, none of that stuff. And I was really struck that we were really able to go there with the doctor and show him making choices that were really, ethically questionable. And of course, part of the doctor's journey, as it was for Seven and for Data and in TNG, is learning to become human as he becomes more and more human. And I guess that, we probably were allowed, let's say, to do this by Rick Berman because it was part of the doctor's evolution to becoming more human, which meant that he had to wrestle with the fact that even though his intention was to save as many people as he could, in order to do that, he literally threatens the life of somebody. And I was struck, like, I didn't remember that. And I was like, wow, we really went there with the character, and you were so great doing it. And so it was absolutely the thing that stood out to me the most about the episode. I mean, I remembered what the story was going to be, and I knew they rationed healthcare and that he was going to fix it in some way. But that part of it was a surprise to me. I'm sorry, my computer keeps dinging. I don't know why.
Oh, you're good.
So yeah.
I just want to chime in and say one of the great things about being part of the Star Trek franchise is the opportunity it gives us to meet people who watch Star Trek and enjoy Star Trek in all walks of life. This episode and other medical ethics episodes we did, like Critical Care, where the doctor has to decide whether or not to use a treatment that was discovered through torturing people. In other words, this great medical discovery had been made using ethically horrible ways to achieve the knowledge. So does that taint the knowledge, or does a medical discovery exist separate and apart from how you make the discovery? Very much like, there was the sort of Dr. Mengele episode that we, the wonderful David Clennon playing the evil Chel Mozet, great name. Anyway, because of doing episodes like this, I've actually sat at a panel at Yale Medical School with doctors like Dr. Hudson discussing medical ethics, at least in the context of Star Trek storytelling, but still how it makes those issues more accessible to a layperson in society, how it generates discussion, and how, sadly, sometimes it even comes to pass, as it is in our present political and cultural moment. Some of those issues just nag and don't go away. But the fact that I get to be put in the company of people like Dr. Hudson, people in space science and exploration and all that, simply because I'm an actor who worked on Star Trek, is the secret benefit. It's also the reason we're talking today. The Hollywood Food Coalition is a wonderful organization that had the brilliant idea that you could reclaim food from movie and television sets, good food, and distribute immediately to people in need. So I encourage everyone who's watching to hit that QR code. Don't forget why we're talking today, especially if you're enjoying our conversation. But even if you aren't, please make a donation to the Hollywood Food Coalition.
Thank you.
You're here.
Yes, absolutely. I wanted to ask you because, and Dr. Hudson, I think I'd ask you to start off with this, because what you guys were just talking about is that we're looking at systemic issues, right? The doctor, in a science fiction show, we can distill it down to one man can make a difference. One person can do this thing. And the doctor was in a position to take a really drastic action, right, to affect change. But in the real world, when we're looking at systemic issues like this, when we're stirred, how can people affect this change? What type of change do you see that people can make?
Yeah, I mean, I will say this, even as an individual physician, every interaction that I have with my patients is an opportunity to do some sort of a change. There are sometimes, as a physician, you feel like it is a Sisyphean task. Every day you see people come in to see you. 15 years ago, if I offered a flu vaccine, people were like, sure, yeah. Now they're like, no, I don't think I want it. So it's really kind of taking that time to sort of talk with people about, why this vaccine is helpful, why it's not going to harm you. So there's that sort of change that you can definitely make. I will say I'm very, very proud of all of the American medical societies, they have really all stuck together and said, you know what, no matter what kind of misinformation or disinformation is coming out, we're going to stand up for our patients. And yes, vaccines are helpful. Yes, you should follow this vaccine schedule. It's made a big difference in terms of us as individual physicians feeling supported, because quite frankly, the CDC has sort of been the gold standard throughout the entire world for decades. I remember when I was younger, I really wanted to work for the CDC. It just seemed like the coolest job ever. And it's sad to see that we've kind of moved away from that, but there's hope that it won't always stay like that. And the most important thing is that as a group, physicians have really rallied around each other to support each other. And kind of sometimes we get together and we talk about the challenges that we face when we're in the exam room. And what I have found really is that I can make a difference each day, each patient I see. It's a little bit of a change, but it's what all of us as physicians try to do every day anyway. But those small changes do definitely add up. The more folks you can get to talk to, sometimes they can talk to their friends, and it's sort of a community-led, really kind of layperson-led change that can happen, because there's nobody stronger to advocate for whatever medical intervention than your friend, your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, that they're going to hold a lot more weight than, a physician who maybe you see once or twice a year. But that change does have to start with us. And I will say that as a group, physicians are fairly progressive. I think people would be surprised at exactly how many of us would actually prefer to have a national health system. And it's definitely something for the younger folks that we're seeing even more and more of that. I'm a proud member of Generation X. I'm very proud of my millennial and my Gen Z colleagues who are just really speaking up and speaking out, and it makes me proud.
I think what Dr. Hudson says is great, and it gives me hope, especially about young people in the medical profession. My daughter is an RN who's studying to get her DNP, and so she's a healthcare provider as well. And I know some of the struggles that she goes through. And I think things like vaccines, this is very important to me. The other thing that the episode really touches on, though, that is just basic access to care, right? Because there's a whole group of people in this story that don't really have access to care, or they have the worst possible care that is available. And I think that this is the really, for me, like the crux of it. I mean, I'm a very lucky person. I have incredible health insurance theoretically through the Writers Guild and the Directors Guild, but for my wife, sometimes it's almost a full-time job chasing down reimbursements from insurance companies and being told that, well, we can't get the medication that the doctor says we should have because some insurance provider or middleman says that, the insurance won't pay for it. My wife and I, and I'm sure our listeners go through this experience, and people who aren't as lucky as we are to have this great health insurance. We had a primary care physician for many years who retired. My wife found a new doctor that she thought was terrific. A year and a half into being with this new doctor, she gets a letter from the new doctor that the doctor is joining a concierge health practice, and for $100,000 a year, she could have just the best possible care available. She could get level blue, like on critical care. She could get she could get any doctor on the phone anytime she wanted. She would have access to everything. So if you're incredibly wealthy, by the way, we did not avail ourselves of that opportunity. I'm saying, so I often find myself thinking, like, we are very lucky people who have nominally excellent health insurance, but so many people either don't have any health insurance at all, or now, because of what's just happened in Congress or not happened, people's healthcare costs are, skyrocketing again. And obviously it's systemic and it's complicated. And to go back to your question, I don't know what any one person can do about it. What I would say is, like, we could vote. We could vote for people who want to change this and not keep putting people in power who seem to want to take this away from us.
And I'd like to point out that healthcare was privatized during the Reagan administration. I mean, there were hints of it before, going back, I know, to Nixon, but really the deregulation of the Reagan administration sort of was the beginning of the problem that we're now discussing. In my opinion, I have had the same. I have very good health care. I was treated by a doctor where the facility wasn't covered. So yes, I could go see the doctor. He could authorize a treatment, but unfortunately I couldn't get the treatment because the facility wasn't covered. So all of this, and that's been rectified 2 years later. I never recovered the facility fees, which were significant, way more than the doctors, but it's this catch-22. Let's exhaust the people that are trying to get reimbursed, even though they have the coverage, even though they're entitled to the reimbursement. Let's put them through 7 stages and hope they give up at stage 6, trying to get their money back. But I'd like to ask, I never got to ask Ken this question because he joined Voyager not at the very beginning. You came in at like season 3, Ken?
No. You're just misremembering, Bob. I was there from the beginning. That's okay. What you might be remembering is that there was after season 5, I left very briefly, and then I came back. So maybe you're just, it's a long time ago. But I came in while the pilot was being shot as part of a very small writing staff that was basically Jerry Taylor and Brandon Braga and myself for the first season.
But you were not there for the conceptualizing of the Bible.
No, I was not. No, that's absolutely correct. Jerry.
All right.
Jerry,
well, then my question, I apologize for not remembering.
Okay.
You were so I don't think my eyes registered anyone under 25 at that time. But I've always had this feeling about my character that because Voyager was conceived during the great healthcare debate of the first Clinton administration, that my character was in many ways, the comic side of my character was a satire of managed healthcare. It was like you were supposed to fear the automated, government involved, even though Starfleet is different from a government, but the idea that you could have a computer generated, AI healthcare provider was pushing buttons very early on that healthcare will be rationed, that the character will have no empathy, no personal involvement in your treatment. And that was one of the fun things about it. The character eventually became quite human-like and became more admirable or heroic, or however you want to apply the Star Trek officer terms toward him. But early on, his emotional subroutines that were designed to make him interface with you were mostly focused on himself. He was more concerned with his feelings being hurt by you for treating him like a machine. But still, we were somehow capturing the public's anxiety at that moment for what this next stage would be like if we were dealing no longer with the family doctor but with an HMO, and somebody was telling your doctor that he could only spend 4.5 minutes with you or 6.5 minutes or whatever. All of those anxieties, I think, I was an embodiment of early on. Does anyone?
I think that's right. I mean, I can't recall a specific instance of discussing it, but it feels very much Michael Pillar's probably Michael Pillar's conception of the character, at least in part. I mean, certainly part of it was to create another character a la Data who could start in one place and really grow over time and learn what it means to be human. But yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right. 25 years ago, we were having more discussions about HMOs and those kinds of things, and whether or not you could see the doctor that you actually wanted, and that your doctor was very impersonal and all of that kind of thing. So I'm absolutely certain that you're correct, that that was part of the conception of the character, although I did not create the character. I had the pleasure of writing many pithy lines of dialogue for you that you would call me and try to improve. But yes.
Oh, may I also say that correct. In the episode we just watched, my favorite wild card moment was when Janeway is trying to trace what happened to the doctor.
And
fantastic. She takes Tuvok's hand and says, "I already have a man." Yes. I loved that moment.
That was great, and all the reactions from the guys on the bridge, and Tim's deadpan in that moment is really great. I mean, there's a lot of humor in that episode. The other thing that struck me was how Janeway seemed a little bit blasé to me. Oh, somebody stole the doctor. Let's go find him. Like, she didn't seem overly concerned that anything bad was going to happen to him. Another great actor, John Kassir, who played the bad guy who had stolen you. And forgive me, I'm going to forget the actor's name, but there's a great little cameo. He's a wonderful actor that was on Parks and Rec for years, Jerry on Parks and Rec, who plays the jilted husband whose wife has left him, and he's just great. And so many. I mean, just to talk a little bit about the fun of the episode, I think it was really it was very well cast episode, and I really enjoyed the humor of the B story. Our challenge was always, there were certain kinds of episodes that we did, and one of them would be an away team, or in this case, somebody completely on their own. And so you've got one story with the character who's stuck on a planet or on a mission, and then another story going on the ship, and that was the way you had to kind of balance the show. And I was struck that we found some really fun. Some real fun in that B story of tracking the doctor down, that they kind of had to go on a wild goose chase. And I'm sure what that was us sitting in a room going, well, if they find him right away, the story's over, and they're the most powerful starship in the world. So of course they can find him easy. All they got to do is scan. So, well, what if there's a con artist character who keeps sending them down, the primrose path in the wrong direction? Wouldn't that be fun? And we probably were coming up with all of these things. And the other thing I loved, of course, I remember it's so fun to watch these episodes. And after many years, and I honestly, I just don't remember them. And so I remember watching the scene with Neelix where he's walking with Janeway in the corridor, and he's coming at the beginning of the episode, and he's saying to her, I feel really guilty because that guy got sick on some food that I made, and maybe I made him sick. And Janeway reassures him that, of course, this guy was a thief before Neelix ever fed him some bad food. And I remember thinking, because we used to do this once in a while, like an episode would come in a little bit short and we'd have to write an extra scene. And I remember thinking when I'm watching, I was thinking like, I wonder if that was like an extra scene we wrote because it was a minute and a half short, because it was kind of a cute scene with Janeway and Neelix, but it didn't seem like it had much to do with the episode. And then I got to the end and it has this great payoff where Neelix also, intentionally makes the guy sick. And I thought that was really funny. And I really, I really enjoyed it a lot. It was delightful.
And the irony is that he does exactly the same thing the doctor does.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the thematic thing. Like, you're going to make somebody sick to make them better, or are you going to, So
one other side note that, and then I promise I'll stop after this, but I think it's an important one. In rewatching the show, I saw that it was directed by Terry Windell, one of our directors, who I became quite a good friend with and saw him the years after Voyager. And sadly, Terry died way too young of, I believe, a heart attack. So somehow that, having directed this particular episode and with all the issues that it are, the other message that gives to me is that in addition to all of these other issues about the obstacles we face trying to get healthcare in a society where it's managed and we may not be able to afford care, there's the other issue that we have to watch out for ourselves, that we have to pay attention as we get older and make sure we see people like Dr. Hudson and care for our health. Even though we have to fight, to get reimbursed, we have to take care of ourselves so that we have, because he was way too young and way too talented to be lost in his early 50s, which I believe it was. So that was yet another issue that has nothing to do with the story, but that resonated with me because he was a friend.
It does. I think it has everything to do with this story as we look at it, because like you said, I mean, getting access to maintaining, respecting like our own persons, our personal health. Really quickly before we have to wrap up, I wanted to just ask Dr. Hudson, I want to start with you. Where you're seeing like 25 years ago when this episode was written versus now, what are the main sort of healthcare inequalities that you're seeing now? Is it happening so much more in the practicing, in the access, or what are you seeing?
Yeah, actually, it's interesting. I graduated from medical school about 25 years ago. So sort of perfect timing. That was like the start of my training to sort of now. I think there are a lot of issues that were there in the year 2000 that are still here in 2026, from the different way that women can be treated, the different way that Black women can be treated. These are all things that are definitely still real and still there. Interestingly enough, actually, I know there's been a lot of fear around AI. I will tell you, in my own practice, we actually use AI. I have an AI-enabled scribe that's on my phone. Patient obviously has to give you permission to use it, and you kind of, turn it on, and it allows me to actually sit and look at the patient. And this will actually generate, I have to look at it later and I have to edit it, but it actually really helps to ensure that I'm able to have a little bit more one-on-one time with the patients, because no matter what system you work in, unless you're working for a concierge and charging people $100K a year, you have, between 10 to 20 minutes with each patient. So that is something that maybe I definitely wouldn't have seen it. If you talked to me when I was a resident and said, hey, you're going to be putting your phone down and it's going to be listening and, kind of helping you to create your note, I would have said, wow, that sounds really nice, but is that really going to happen? So that's interesting. But I think it also sort of speaks to a larger sort of variation in care, because I work for an organization that is very integrated. It's about the closest you're going to get to sort of national healthcare in this country, the way that we are now. Doctors, we don't have to ask for approval to do tests. The patients don't get run through all these hoops for all of that. But I also know that what I am experiencing and what the care I'm able to give is very, very different. I've worked in other places that were certainly not as sort of resource rich. I'm positive at some of the county facilities that, especially in some of the more rural areas, the doctors there don't have an AI scribe on their phone that's going to be able to listen. And it really changes the kind of care that you're able to give, because you just don't have the ability to give the patient that one-on-one attention. Speaking of, I just want to kind of wrap in sort of talking about making sure that you take care of yourself. I think that is key. One of the very few tenets of the Maha movement that I actually do agree with is that we do have a responsibility to make sure that we are caring for ourselves the best way that we possibly can. However, where it sort of misses the mark on a lot of different points, but is making sure that there's access to care. Big difference from the year 2000 to the year 2025 is there are just not enough healthcare professionals to go around. And this is not a shock. When I was in med school in the late 90s, I remember them saying, when we get to 2025, 2030, when a lot of the boomers are older and the other generations, there's just not as many of us, there's going to be a lack of folks who are going to be able to give care. And that was without seeing COVID. COVID really, a lot of healthcare professionals, if they could retire, they did. We lost a lot of different people. And quite frankly, also people died. We lost 1 million Americans. We don't talk about it enough, but we did. And I think that is the one thing that is going to create the most issues moving forward, because there just aren't enough healthcare professionals to take care of the people who need all of this help. And that is going to lead to bad outcomes. It's going to lead to people who, may have subtle signs of heart disease that are missed, and, they're dying much, much too young.
Thank you for that. I mean, I think that's an answer is one of those, it's an answer to one of the questions we asked earlier about how dealing with systemic change. And, and then the doctor said in the episode, it's you have to do what what you have to do, what I must do. The doctor had to ask myself what needs to be done and what I must do to affect this change. And I think that's a personal thing. If we have more people who are interested in going into these fields, it will be really helpful, especially if you want to affect some change. I think that one of the great missions, one of the other missions of the Hollywood Food Coalition is they also provide people with healthcare and access to healthcare. And that's like this organization is so cool because it does more than just simply feeds people. It takes a very holistic approach to trying to help other human beings. There's mental care, there's dental care, there's medical care. So if everybody could please remember, donate, 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 donate. www.givebutter.com / Trek Talks, or scan that QR code that's right on your screen, or text Trek, all caps, to 53555. You all, this panel has just been amazing. It's a dream of mine to be a fan of this show, and I feel very honored and blessed to be in situations where I get to have conversations like this with you people who gave me so much and added so much to my life. So thank you very, very much for your time personally, and thank you for your time for this cause. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. It was really a pleasure. It was great to meet you both and see you, Bob, of course. And I just reiterate: donate, donate, donate. And it was a pleasure. It's a great cause and a great organization.
And I'd like to add my thanks, Dr. Hudson. It's always a pleasure to listen to a real doctor. That's what I do at home all the time. And Ken, it's great to see you, and thank you to me. Actually, I'd like to shout out to Ken as one of those wonderful writers and directors I work with on Star Trek who continues to hire me after Star Trek is over.
That's right. Bob has been on a bunch of shows with me, and hopefully there's more of that in the future. Three different countries at least we've worked in together. Bob.
Absolutely. And so and that's a rare quality when you have a friend that you've worked with who continues to think of you, especially in our business, which is always hurtling forward and not usually looking back.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you so much. This was so cool to watch the two of you kind of talk and reminisce. I'm geeking out over here. I'm going to tell, I went to an engineering undergrad, so all of my friends are going to be super, super jealous, and I'm going to tell them all about it. So thank you. Wonderful.
Pleasure.
Thanks everybody out there for watching and listening, and donate. And we love you all. Peace, love, and hair grease, friends.
I don't know if I can do it.
Hello, friends, fans, and Trektivists. I am Diana King, proud geek girl, TV fanatic, and Trek fan. My pronouns are she, her, and I am equal parts excited and terrified to be your moderator for this momentous Trek Talks panel commemorating the 25th anniversary of Star Trek Enterprise. I'm delighted to be here at Trek Talks, benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. Please donate at www.givebutter.com /Trek Talks 5. Or scan the QR code on your screen, or text TREK, TREK, to 53555. Let's meet our panel. First up, I have Andre Bramanas. Can you wave, please? Thank you so much. On Star Trek Enterprise, he was a story editor for the first season, acted as executive story editor on the third season, and was a co-producer on the fourth season. He's also the science consultant on the 7th season of Star Trek Next Generation, and for all of both Star Trek Deep Space Nine and Star Trek Voyager. Next up, Mr. Brandon Braga. Please wave. Co-creator of Star Trek Enterprise, recognized for his work on the Star Trek franchise with 8 award nominations, winning 2 of them, and has written or co-written 109 Star Trek television episodes with 2 additional movie writing co-credits, more than anyone else in the history of the franchise. Woohoo! I got all of this on the internet, so if any of it's wrong, it's not my fault. Next up, Judith N. Garfield, or Judy and Gar Reeves Stevens, who wrote and co-wrote 5 episodes of Star Trek Enterprise Season 4, are considered among Star Trek's best-selling original book writers, and are credited with the authorship of over 20 Star Trek books of fiction and nonfiction. Please welcome Phyllis Strong. who wrote and co-wrote 12 episodes of Star Trek Enterprise and 4 episodes of Star Trek Voyager, served as story editor on the 7th season of Voyager, executive story editor on the 1st season of Enterprise, and co-producer on the 2nd and 3rd seasons of Enterprise. Also recorded the audio commentary with Michael Sussman, who's coming up next, for the Star Trek Enterprise Season 2 episodes Dead Stop and Regeneration. Mr. Michael Sussman, Mike? Writer, producer, and creator who wrote many Star Trek, Voyager, and Star Trek Enterprise episodes. It was, hired as writer and executive story editor on Enterprise, and was eventually promoted to co-producer during that show's 3rd season, promoted to producer, which he remained to the end of the series. He also wrote in A Mirror Darkly Parts 1 and 2, often voted as one of Star Trek Enterprise's best episodes. That is our panel. Welcome, everybody. Hello, and happy 25th anniversary.
Thank you.
We'll open
Is that the
panel.
dilithium anniversary? Does anybody know what to get for 25th?
We'll start with a question about the origins of Enterprise. It was the 5th Star Trek series to hit our television screens. I didn't really have an order of speakers, but if you can each recount your initial impressions or inspirations for the series.
Well, I guess I'll start.
Thank you, Brandon.
The initial inspiration for the show really came from Rick Berman, who called me one day. I was working on Voyager. It was season 6 of Voyager, and the studio wanted another show to come on to essentially fill Voyager's shoes. Keep Star Trek going on the air, and he had the idea of doing a prequel, which at the time, when did Phantom Menace come out?
1999.
Yeah.
Right,
So
99,
we were
yeah.
very much in the thick of Voyager, and I think when Rick pitched me this, Phantom Menace was not out yet, so the prequel thing wasn't as pervasive, and I just thought it was a really cool idea. It was a chance to have the characters look and sound a little more like you and me, a little more contemporary, and get back to the kind of essential spirit of exploration that I had not been part of, having written Voyager for 6-7 years at that point. So to me, it was an exciting premise. And we wrote the pilot, made it, assembled writing staff. Some of this writing staff, like Judith, I didn't get to meet. I mean, I met you. We didn't work together because you guys came in
season 4.
Season 4, right? And so the showrunner on that season was Ken Biller.
Manny Coto.
Manny Coto.
Boy, yeah, but it's been 25 years. Manny Coto was running season 4, and so he recently passed. I was going to say you should have him on. He died last year, and so most of the people, I think all of the people I was working with on Voyager just kind of transferred over. Mike and Phyllis and Andre, we'd been working together for quite some time at that point.
Yeah, indeed. I remember getting a call. Phyllis and I had just written, I think it was the second to last episode of Voyager, right before the 2-hour finale. And we got a call to come into your office, and there'd been a rumor for a year that you and Rick had been working on something. And we came in your office and we sat down, and we weren't sure what was going on. Were we being fired? And you handed us, you had a manila envelopes with a script in it, and you said, Rick and I have this new series. It's called Enterprise. It's a prequel, and you're no longer working on Voyager. In fact, you're now on vacation. So go home, and don't tell anybody, by the way. and read the script. And I remember reading the script in Hawaii and on the plane to Hawaii, and reading it over and over again, and just being blown away by it, and just thrilled to be working on this new chapter.
Now, Mike, I mean, there was a copy of the script was stolen and and was being passed around. It got stolen out of the copying machine room, I think. There was a stray copy got out. You read it before then.
Come on. I had not.
It's been
I had not. In
25
fact,
years.
I didn't even know it. I mean, there were rumors that it was a prequel. I think you're looking for Brian Fuller. I heard Brian Fuller on a
Brian
podcast
stole
or
the script.
something. Yeah, I think it was Brian. So I'm going to throw him under the bus.
Very, very cool.
Yeah.
I got to hand it to him. And I knew because I found a stray page in the copying machine. When I lifted the cover, I'm like, oh, someone photocopied this script. And in fact, I got it wrong. It wasn't stolen out of the copying machine. It was stolen somewhere else and copied.
Great.
That's how I knew, because I found a page there. But anyway.
Phyllis, Andre?
I was also thrilled. Just put me next to Mike and following through that whole scene. I'd also heard about the prequel, and I was so excited to be going back to a time 100 years before Kirk and Spock, and to really dive into characters that were flawed, much flawed, and would have arguments and conflict, and that was different from what had come before since Next Generation. So I was thrilled.
Yeah, same here. I can't say that I remember exactly when Brandon first told me in sort of general terms that there was another series being planned and that it would be a prequel. I remember reading the script and really enjoying it. And the thing that I found most appealing is the fact that, as Phyllis and the others have been saying, that because we were a prequel, because we were 90 or 100 years before the era of Kirk and Spock, it's more like people today. Imagine if, this little group of us got offered a starship and go flying around and go wherever you want and see what you want to see. It's like that would be mind-blowing. And that's how we wanted to play these characters. And, for Kirk and Picard and Janeway and the rest of them, going down to a new Class M planet was just another day at the office. For our crew, it was like, oh my God, this is a new Earth-like planet, And so we could tell stories that were, thematically similar to some of the work that we did on the other shows, but through fresh eyes, through the eyes of these people who are not just new to, this sort of deep space travel, but who didn't have all the rules and regulations that we'd established by the time the original series and then, of course, Next Gen came along, where we have a prime directive and it's very clear what we're supposed to do and what we're not supposed to do. And of course, captains would regularly violate the prime directive. Thought they had good reason, but we didn't even know we were, necessarily violating any kind of anything that would become, a law down the road. And part of the fun of the series was, of course, seeing the evolution of these ideas, like the prime directive, the evolution of a starship captain. What is a captain? How is a captain supposed to behave? What are their obligations to the crew? And what are their obligations to other life forms and so forth? When did we meet the Klingons? When did we meet the Andorians? So that was all very fresh and exciting to me. And I also remember I got to be there, when they were building the sets. And that was amazing because I'd seen the construction of the Voyager sets, which was great fun. They were very much like the Next Gen sets. But then we did something entirely different with Enterprise. It was more like, I think Brandon had said that he and Rick got a tour of a nuclear submarine with Herman Zimmerman when you were doing pre-production on Enterprise. In order to make it look like a prequel, we wanted to make the ship seem a little more cramped, a little more utilitarian, a lot of metal, not a lot of space. The Next Generation Enterprise was, like a Hilton hotel in space, carpeting on the floors and the walls. We wanted it to be sort of not more militaristic per se, but just more obviously functional, early design kind of a vibe. And, that was terrific to watch that come together. And those sets were just wonderful. So great to be on set.
I remember the ready room was,
I
compared
know.
to everybody else.
Yeah, right.
It was like that.
Yeah.
Reeve Stevens? Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah,
And
just
we were
as
just
audience.
we were just the audience, so we were exposed to those scripts being made.
But no, I was watching the pilot. What was so exciting
Yeah.
about that? There were two things stuck out, and one was the Vulcans were not our friends, and we thought that was perfect storytelling because the Klingons were slowly becoming our friends, or at least our partners in the Next Generation timeline going forward. But to see that, the Vulcans aren't our friends, how did it happen that we became friends? So that's storytelling. And the other thing, the
The other
scene.
thing I remember, because I remember how excited you got when you saw Scott Bakula roll over with both guns blazing.
Yeah, two laser pistols. And I thought, this is the show.
That's right.
I'm really happy to hear you make that comment about the Vulcan thing. I would tweak it just to say that they were our friends in their own way. What they were our mentors.
Yes.
And they were not entirely certain we were ready to do what we were doing. And they would say, we're looking out for your best interest. But the reason I'm happy that you liked that is that, to me, that was one of the best aspects of the show conceptually, because relationships change over time, but there were a lot of vocal fans who didn't like it and said that's not how the Vulcans are, and I'm like, well, maybe that's how they were. And because there's really no point in just doing the same thing again. And I thought it really was a breath of fresh air for the show, and we got a lot of mileage out of it. It was, in some ways, Enterprise is a sequel to Star Trek First Contact, because it picks up, more or less right after that. Someone else would have to tell me how long, but the Vulcans were still there. They landed, and they're still there, and they put one of their own on our ship, which that to me I just really liked, and so. Thanks for seeing that as a dramatic, having dramatic potential.
Yeah, and I think what I also liked about the characterization of the Vulcans and to Paul, Jolene Blaylock's character, is that they were, much more sort of pragmatic, almost to the point of being a little cold-blooded. I thought that, looking back at the original series, Spock became kind of this, humanitarian Bertrand Russell kind of character, which was fine and great character. But if you look at the second pilot, the Shatner pilot, where No Man Has Gone Before, Spock is just like totally cold-blooded. It's like, what are we going to do about Mitchell? Gary Mitchell. He had all these superpowers and he was threatening the ship. Spock was like, kill him, just kill him. Why are you even asking the question? And then he became a lot more sort of, because his character evolved and he was half human. But I like the idea that, in that earlier era, the Vulcans were pretty cold-blooded, and they were not above deception. And their culture evolved too. And we did a trilogy. Was it in season 4, the Vulcan trilogy, The Forge? I know Mike and Phyllis, I think you wrote at least one of those, and Gar and Judy, I can't remember now if you'd written. I think you did.
They wrote the first one, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's
We
right.
wrote the easy one. We wrote the easy one because it was.
Yeah, and that's like, the Vulcans they were not always the way they were depicted in the original series or later shows,
And we also had the opportunity to do some Vulcans who came in who were following a different path and trying to control their emotions and not succeeding, but were very much of our time, of Enterprise time, and not later on.
Well, that was a story, if I remember, that Rick and Brandon had given Phyllis and I to write. It was an episode called Fusion, where I believe Paul had been assaulted by an emotional Vulcan who was out there exploring. They were out in space exploring their emotions, and that was there were a lot of repercussions to that later on. Our show, certainly at that time, had not who are not serialized yet in season 1 or season 2, but that storyline gave us a lot of really great material, certainly for Jolene to play in future episodes and future seasons.
The Star Trek Enterprise reception was mixed, to understate it. As a series trying to do something new, did anything surprise you about how audiences responded?
No, because they were responding that way all the way back to Next Generation. Next Generation was not real Star Trek. I mean, it really sounds astounding, but that kind of criticism it's happening now with the new shows. That's just comes with the territory, and the most vocal people tend to be the most critical. The people who are enjoying it aren't writing in saying, we love this, keep doing this. I mean, I wish more people had talk that way. And certainly Enterprise, I made no secret in saying that Rick rightly wanted to wait a couple of years before another show came out. And I think the reception might have been at least less judgmental if we'd given the audience a little breather and a time to want Star Trek back into their homes. When you come in that, right on the heels, there's going to be kind of a, prove your worth. Why should we watch you? We've just watched 900 episodes of Star Trek in the modern era for, 16 years. Why you? Why now? So there was a lot of that. But I can't speak for everyone else here, but by the time Enterprise aired, my skin had thickened.
Andre, Michael, your thoughts on bridging from Voyager to Enterprise? Or Phyllis, please.
Yeah, Phyllis.
Oh, thank you guys.
Ladies first.
I so enjoyed the bridging that I don't think I was aware at the time that Rick wanted to wait a couple of years. And looking back from this vantage point, I could see the advantage of that. But honestly, we were on the first season of a show, trying to figure out who these characters were, what their adventures were going to be. There was a lot of discussion and a lot of things thrown out. And I, for one, didn't really have time to go look at what was sort of the primitive the primitive blogs and whatever were going on that were criticizing Enterprise. I was like, if you guys know something, let us know.
Yeah, I didn't really pay a lot of attention to the quote unquote critical reception other than, an article in TV Guide, which seems now so archaic, Entertainment Weekly and the various kinds of reviews that came in through the magazines. And
by the way, we were the first show to be on the cover of first Star Trek show to be on the cover of Entertainment Weekly.
Yeah.
I think I bought that one.
There were a lot of very good reviews, and a lot of people, said, yeah, but it's different. And of course, it's hard to get used to something different.
It's too different. It wasn't different enough. Yeah. You should, hopefully you guys, I'll get Alex Kurtzman, he's probably been going through the same thing for the past decade. It's, but what's interesting to watch, and this is an anecdotal, but I think people have discovered or rediscovered the show over the years. And there's a lot of love for the show. And because there's 99, didn't quite get to 100, there's 99 episodes of Star Trek. And there's Star Trek stories, whether they're brilliant or not brilliant, they're Star Trek. And there's something good in all of them.
Reeve Stevenson's, a question for you as writers that came in for season 4. What were you bringing with you from as viewers of seasons 1 through 3?
Well, even viewers and writers, because Manny brought us in because he'd handled many of the themes that he wanted to deal with
in the fourth
season with the building blocks of the Federation.
And I think it was Mike had given Manny our book Federation.
Yes, that's right.
Which had a version of Cochrane and the birth of the Federation.
A different version of Cochrane.
And those were the things. Yeah. So it was odd. We got a phone call. I think they were thinking of just bringing us in as consultants because we knew the deep history.
That was in April.
Of Star Trek.
Yeah.
And then we had spent years on the lot doing our behind the scenes books. So everybody knew us, and Rick Berman had opened the doors for us, so we could go anywhere, talk to anyone. We knew how things operated, but we had never said we were scriptwriters.
And we had done more than 100 produced scripts at that point, but they only knew us as book writers. And
I think Manny was surprised. We gave him a sample of one of our features, and so he gave us the forge to write, which was sort of, we were told that either he will like it or we will spend the next 13 weeks locked in our office and no one will speak to it.
That's right.
And so it was because we knew the past. We certainly knew the characters because we followed the show and really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And so we hit the ground running. So I think we came in with a knowledge of the show. The characters were really well defined.
And after the world of Star Trek too.
Yeah.
The world, we knew where it was going.
Mm-hmm.
We're thrilled at the chance to write for it.
Yeah. And it was great because in the Forge, in the very first scene, we got to go back to, well, what is the Vulcans' relationship to humans? And we got to play with that, where Saval said something about, it took Vulcans 2,000 years to get back into space after our nuclear war, and you guys did it in 80 years. And so there are some on the council who fear where you might be in the next 100 years.
But as Brandon was set up in this particular series, and so that we really enjoyed going into that.
Mm-hmm. So, and we've basically been given, we didn't have to come up with we didn't have to go through the birth pangs of the show. It was solid. It was established.
And we were also the first of a trilogy.
Yeah,
that's always the best position.
And then the other to figure out how to end.
Right. That's right.
And Rick loved your script, by the way. And I know this because if I remember correctly, your office was next door to mine. Alan Brenner in my office, we were talking about this, that, or the other. And you got a call from Rick. And so you put it on speaker. So we were kind of like, I think we told you this story. Hopefully this is not the first time you're hearing it. But no, he loved it. He gave you great, great praise.
Yeah. No, we were pleased. Yes. Rick was just so generous to us from the first moment we met him, starting our Deep Space Nine, making a Deep Space Nine book.
Yes, that's right. So giving us access to all the departments as we wrote that nonfiction book, which gave us something that most writers never get, and that was before Enterprise. And we were able to then see all the elements of a Star Trek show in production, in creation as well. And we loved the fact that as writers, that the people who owned the creation of the show, it was the ones who had the paper left with the writing on it that proved that they had.
Who created it? Yeah.
Everybody felt they created it.
Deep Space
Nine. And they did. Yeah. And they did.
As writers, the rewriting process is as important as the birthing process. Was there ever an episode that stands in your memory as one you struggled with and came through?
There's one we struggled with and came through, but then there's, I'm trying to remember which episode it was, but there was one scene that I think we wrote it 4 times and it wasn't hitting. And so Mike ended up coming in to write that scene.
Yes.
And what was the scene though?
Do you remember?
I think it was.
It involved Fran.
Wasn't it something to do
after the duel, after Archer and Shran had their duel and Shran had his antenna cut off. That was it. And then there was some resolution to that. It was a scene between Trip and Reed. And Trip was casting shade on Reed, but playing with him. Yeah. And we didn't get the tone right.
That's
but
right.
Mike came in and did it.
Mike came in, hit it out of the park.
Yep.
That's right.
I had no recollection of that, but I'll
Well, we recall it because the director called us from the floor and said, "How am I supposed to do this and such?" And we just said, "Oh, it's not our scene. Call Mike."
Call Mike.
You know, the script writing process back in those days when we were doing anywhere from 22 to 26 episodes a season, and we filmed the episodes in 7 days, it was intense. Like, we were churning out, we had to come up with concepts and break them down. Our process was to break the stories down scene by scene by scene, act by act. So everybody had a roadmap, and then write the draft. And usually, a lot of times, rewriting was happening during prep on the episodes. You know, we would fall behind. So it was, you know, in some ways, every script was a struggle. Because even a great draft is going to have some things that are going to be adjusted, or something of script after or before it has changed. It's a process. But I don't.
Brandon, you had something that I remember you said several times during the run of the show that stuck with me, and I still am very conscious of whatever I'm working on, which was fun to write, fun to watch. If you're having a good time writing it, even if you're struggling with it a bit, odds are that's going to, better chance of being a pretty good episode that the audience is going to like. And I think about that a lot.
I think about it still too. It's a good dictum, and I think I really do think it's true. Yeah, and that's a great question. I've never heard anyone ask that before. I think all of us are like, yeah, we all have stories of struggling with something.
I'm going to dip into sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just about to say there was also this line about once you got almost all the way through your draft of the script, you just were sprinting to the finish, and you just knew you had to get there, and often that was something that needed to be redone.
Andre,
racing for the credits, we call it, right?
Oh, I like that.
Racing for the credits.
Yeah,
that's an advantage we have as a writing team, that we both can work. Once we have that roadmap, we can both work on separate sections of it,
and then we fight it out.
And then we're our own writing room.
Yes, and critical.
Yes,
critical, definitely.
And that's that's the thing about TV to keep in mind too. It's a very collaborative medium. We're all part of a writing staff, and we're all we're helping each other. I work much better when working with another writer. It really does. You have someone around to you feel a little safer with it, because you have someone you trust telling you if it's a good idea or bad idea. And a show, an hour-long show with so many demands on it from a creative perspective, like Star Trek, there's no way nobody's doing it alone.
Well, I remember, I wrote a number of episodes and stories for Star Trek Voyager as a freelance writer, but I had not been on a writing staff until Enterprise. And I remember, coming into Brandon's office when we were getting ready to start writing season 1, and he had these big dry erase calendars for every month of the production season on 3 of the 4 walls of his office. And on those calendars, before we had written one word, was the planned start date for shooting each of our 26 episodes, and the date that it had to go into prep, et cetera, et cetera. And sitting there in that office at the beginning of the season and looking at these blank calendars and knowing that we have to do 26 scripts and they all have to be done by a certain date if we were going to, keep to the production schedule. And if we had to close down for a day because the script was not ready, it's going to cost the studio $100,000 or something, and nobody wants to do that. And we were never in that position, but I do remember feeling kind of intimidated and certainly sobered by the process. And it wasn't so much coming up with writing the scripts. If you have a good story, writing the script, I find, a little more straightforward, something that you can kind of see your way. If it's a great story, it's usually easier to write the script. Coming up with 26 original stories on a show like Star Trek, where you've already produced 700 and some odd episodes over the years, and plenty of times we were in the room thinking, oh, here's a cool idea, da 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 da. Oh, we're all excited about it. And then somebody says, wasn't that like episode 121 of Next Generation? That story, and like, oh, damn right. Yeah, it was. Shoot. So that was the hard part. But as Fred Decker, one of our writers in season 1, used to say, pressure makes diamonds. So warriors are made on the battlefield. You just kind of get used to it and you put your head down and you keep moving forward.
As writers, was there ever a pitch for Star Trek Enterprise that didn't, okay, rewording that. If you could pitch an episode that could air anywhere in the 4 seasons of Star Trek Enterprise today, what would it be? And who would be the central character?
Interesting.
If you're asking us to come up
another one,
Star Trek Enterprise, I'm going to kill myself.
No, don't kill yourself. It is meant to be a happy dream, pipe dream, and
we
just
get the, we
go
get
ahead.
the question. I get the question over the years about, were there any ideas that you weren't able to do? And my answer is always like, there was not a single scrap of an idea that wasn't used, because concepts were like mining for gold. I mean, it was so, but I can't speak for everybody else.
I think the Reeve Stevens have 2.
We had 2 that got away.
And one, actually, we pitched it to Manny, and he said, break it down. We put it on cards. We wrote a treatment, and it all had to do with Colonel Green coming back. And then the decision was too close to the augments. We don't want to do another one. But the intriguing thing in that was Colonel Green, having survived in some way, is going after the people who had hurt him in the past, and also reached out to the people, the descendants of those who'd helped him, and that Reeve we were going to find out, well, his father or his grandfather was one of the supporters of Colonel Green. So we get into a personal story. And that one was going to be a 2-parter, which ended with Trip and Reed on the outside of the Enterprise as it was about to go to war.
Yeah.
But that one led to, we don't want to do that. We have to save money. And Brandon gave us the outline of, he said, we save money if the crew, regular cast members, are taken over by some alien. So we don't have to have guest stars. We don't have the special effects. And
we did observer effect.
Observer effect. And then the one we thought would be really intriguing was to have another Borg show, but bring in the head of Starfleet Medical, which would be played by Alice Krieg.
Yeah.
And we would see someone choosing, she of course goes on to become the Borg Queen, but we would see what goes through the mind of someone choosing to join the collective. And we thought that would be intriguing. And Manny...
That's a cool idea. We should have done that.
Manny felt that Enterprise had to stand on its own, so let's not reach back to the other shows too often.
Yeah, I mean, that's he's right. But that's a really good idea and a very tempting one, because the Borg are kind of endlessly fascinating, and we only did 1 episode that I think Mike and Phyllis wrote, and but the idea of seeing Alice Krieg in some capacity before she became the queen is fascinating.
Yeah, there was no individual episode that I can think of that didn't get done that was interesting to me. But, and I know this was true for Manny as well, we were hoping had the show continued, we would have gotten into the Romulan War, which canonically happened.
I mean, you guys had plans for season 5, right?
We had ideas.
Sure. We had ideas, yeah, for sure. And we were setting it up. There was people in subsequent years have said, oh, season 4, you guys knew going in that was it. Well, we didn't know that. I mean, it's kind of true of any show that might be on the bubble that, and so we worked our tails off.
We didn't know we were on the bubble. It was during season 4 that probably maybe even the early stages of season 4 that Paramount went was bought by a new company, CBS.
Hmm.
And there were all the bosses we had had for 15 years were unceremoniously blown out the airlock. And we had this whole new regime. So we knew we weren't, whereas we were certain we were getting a season 5 before. Now we were a little uncertain. And I remember getting the phone call. I was in Rick's office that they were pulling the plug on the show, but it was during the season. And I don't remember at what point in the season.
It was in January of 2005 because they had just, Andre and I had co-written an episode that had aired. It was the after Christmas episode where there'd been like no advertising. The show had been off for like 2 months for a scheduled break. And that episode that Andre and I wrote didn't do particularly well in the ratings, but I think it was like probably like 3 million viewers at the time, which today, of course, is like probably pretty, amazing even on network. Never mind UPN, which had what, like 75% of the country in terms of coverage.
I do remember pitching an idea to Manny that he really liked. It was based on an episode from the original series, The Cloud Minders, the city Stratos.
Oh,
All
yeah.
the rich people live lives of leisure on Stratos while the miners work down in the tunnels. And I thought it'd be interesting to see that 100 years earlier when it's still being built and before this, stratification, this growing income inequality, had taken root. And Manny thought, oh, that's really cool. We got to think about that. And he said, that's a season 5 story. So,
I mean,
and Everett shall remain.
If Manny was still alive and he was here,
Yeah.
he would tell you his plan
knew
for
that.
season 5.
Yeah.
Because he had it mapped out.
Yep.
We knew that the show might be in trouble when the weekly fruit basket did not arrive in the writers' rooms. When they canceled that $25, that $25 basket.
I didn't know there was a fruit basket.
There was a fruit basket?
We hid it from
I didn't know that.
Yeah, a story we never pitched, but we thought of. And now we've seen it's quite a common thing. Several people have mentioned online, but we thought for season 7, an ideal episode would be to have one last battle of the temporal war. And it involves the Enterprise crew going back to the K7 space station while Kirk's crew is there and Cisco's crew is there.
I mean, look, the temporal Cold War was definitely something that Manny and I talked about continuing and picking it up again in season 5. That I can tell you, like that storyline was never resolved, and we never revealed the identity of Future Guy for those who remember or watched the show, which we were going to postulate was Archer himself. So
Inception, very nice.
Panelists, I am so sorry to cut this discussion short, but we are 10 seconds out from the end of our panel. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for putting up with me as your very junior moderator. Again, we are here at Trek Talks 5, benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. Please donate at www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks 5, or scan the QR code on your screen, or text Trek to 53555. Thank you so much, everybody. Live long and prosper. Take care.
Bye.
Hi, Trek Talks family. Sarah Middich here from Star Trek Discovery. I'm so grateful to be a part of this community again this year and to share a small moment with you in between everything you're taking in today. If there's one thing I know, it's that there's a lot of heart in this space, a lot of care. And when we care deeply, we tend to feel deeply. And that's not a weakness. That's actually engagement. But sometimes when we absorb a lot at once, our systems can get a little activated. Not because we can't handle it, but because we're human. Over the past few years, I've become very interested in this, specifically how to move through emotions in real life without ignoring them, suppressing them, or being overwhelmed by them. So, before the next panel starts, let's take a quick reset together. Nothing heavy, just simple. First, I want you to just recognize. Notice your body where you are right now. Your feet on the floor, your hands, your breath. And gently ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? You don't have to label it perfectly. Just recognize that something is actually there. Maybe it's stress, joy, overwhelm, excitement. Whatever it is, there is no wrong answer here. Just recognize that something is there in the first place. Because when we recognize what we're actually feeling, we interrupt our autopilot. Second, instead of pushing it away, see if you can allow it. If there's stress, okay. If there's hope, okay. If there's sadness, love, okay. Emotions aren't the bad guys, and they're not problems, even the tough ones. They're signals, feedback, messengers. And when we stop fighting them, they stop fighting back. And finally, take a deep breath in. And as you exhale, imagine whatever you're feeling softening, just a little. Not disappearing, but moving through you. When we recognize what we're feeling instead of ignoring it, and we allow it instead of fighting it, and then we move it instead of holding on to it, the emotion doesn't have to build, and we can come back to ourselves. And even a brief moment of steadiness, even just one breath where you feel a little more like yourself again, is enough to reset your system. And doing this whenever you need it does not disconnect you from the outside world. It actually helps keep you engaged in a sustainable way. Because when we can regulate ourselves, we expand our capacity to care. And like I said, this community cares deeply, me included. If that small moment helped even a little, that's your system remembering it knows how to reset to steadiness. And if you'd like a simple framework you can use anytime you get activated, I created a free guide that walks you through this process step by step. You can scan the QR code on your screen or visit the website listed here. It's completely free. It's a resource to help you stay steady when life throws you a curveball. Because emotional regulation is something we practice, and this is how we practice it. So we can stay present, steady, and fully engaged in real life. Staying steady doesn't make us passive. It makes us powerful. Thank you again for letting me be a small part of your day today, and enjoy the rest of this wonderful cause and this wonderful telethon.
Hi there, everybody. I am Ian Spelling. I am thrilled to be here with Trek Talks 5, benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. Let me do a little sales before we get into welcoming our guest, who is not Walter Koenig, unfortunately. Mr. Koenig is feeling a little under the weather, so we have a wonderful substitute in a gentleman named J.On. Billingsley.
Yeah, Bob Dingingsley.
We'll figure out something to talk about with Bob.
Yeah.
But please donate at www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks 5, or scan the little QR code on your screen, or text Trek to 53-555. All joking aside, I have known John Billingsley since before Enterprise even happened. We first spoke for the Others back in 2020, if I'm not mistaken.
2000, yes.
Did I say 2020? Yes, 2000.
Yes.
My gummy is just
1999.
Yes, my gummy is just kicking in now. And yeah, it started in 99 and went one season, unfortunately. And it was
13 episodes, not even.
Such a good show.
Yes,
So
I've had quite the run of flops, which we can talk about. That was the first flop in my career. 13 episodes. They put it on 10 o'clock on Saturday night. What a desirable time slot.
Right.
That was back when they still had prime time shows on Saturday night.
Didn't some loser producer create and deal with that show? What was
So
that, guys?
This was a Steven Spielberg show.
Yes,
And
I've heard of him.
Spielberg was so pissed off. It was about Ghostbusters, basically. And Steven
Without the comedy.
Without the comedy. I was providing the comedy, which is another reason it flopped, I suppose. But he was so pissed off that they gave it a Saturday night 10 o'clock spot that he kind of washed his hands of it. So after having seen him quite a bit in the lead up after the premiere, it was like, Steven! I was at the Magic Castle actually a few weeks back, and Steven Spielberg was there.
Really?
Along with some other, illustrious Hollywood folks. And I was telling the story to somebody, and they kept all night long. They said, "You got to go talk to Steven. You got to go talk to Steven." It's like, yeah. Hey, Steven, remember me? I was on a flop TV show that you walked away from about 30 years ago, John Billingsley. I decided perhaps not.
All right, but be honest. Would you rather be on season 26 of The Others or season 20 of The Nine?
Oh, I would much rather be on season 20 of The Nine. Although, actually, that's an interesting question that I've never been asked before, and there would be an equal likelihood that either of them would ever have gotten to even a season 2, because one was an absolute flop and the other one was just a disaster. Neither of, not qualitatively, just like numbers wise.
Mm-hmm.
It's always one of the shocking things in Hollywood, because you sort of have a premiere of a series and you think, huzzah, and then the ratings come out. And the next day, you all realize we aren't going to make it. You don't come back from a bad first show. Actually, Enterprise, sort of miraculously, because our ratings were like, ew, after the premiere, but we still managed to get 4 years because UPN didn't have anything else.
There you go. All right. In your life, John,
I'm we're starting by going through down memory lane of all my failures. You have an instinctive ability to take me down the wrong path, Ian.
Oh, let's talk about something else then. In your life, what causes have been closest to your heart?
Well, I mean, it's not just because this is Hollywood Food Coalition's fundraising event, but this has been really the most wonderful trip I've ever been on the last almost 10 years when I got involved with Hollywood Food Coalition. It was because I fell in love with its spirit. went in to volunteer with my wife. I was a horrible dishwasher. I made bad fruit salad. I was not a good kitchen guy, but I got to know the people who ran it, including a wonderful woman named Sherry Banana, who was our organization's unpaid chief cook and bottle washer. And its spirit and its heart and its willingness to meet everybody where they were on the ground, to extend the biggest and most gracious of helping hands. They would do anything for anybody that they could. Do you need laundry vouchers? Do you need clothing? Can we get you a sleeping bag? Let's try and find you a room. Can we get you a bus ticket? Anything that we can do. And it was all, feisty and scrappy. And my wife and I just said, we want to be a part of this. And we started helping to see if we could expand the capacity to do more for bigger communities by rescuing and sharing more food to more people. And honestly, there's nothing I've ever done that has been as rewarding. And we are now we have 20 plus staff members. We work with 240 agencies all over the city. We rescue 3 million pounds of food a year. We still serve that wonderful hot meal 7 nights a week. I've been involved in a lot of things down the years, the AIDS Service Center back in the day, and I started theater companies. So it's always been part of my life to kind of be involved. But the Food Coalition has been number one with a bullet, no doubt.
And then what does it mean to you when you meet the people that you're actually helping?
It's remarkable, but I won't take that on myself, because there are some amazing frontline workers who have skills and craft and it's not a function of empathy or not empathy, but they're deeply enmeshed in the give back. They know how to help. I'm happy to go in and volunteer and serve a meal. We rescue a lot of food. I'm happy to pitch in lots of ways, but I'm not on the front lines the way some of my colleagues are. My particular um, skill, I guess, was to try and wrap my arms around as many people as could come in to see if we could funnel people in to helping to build the organization administratively, to come up with new policy and new programs, and to figure out a way to tell and megaphone out the story so that more people would hear it, so more people would give, so we could grow. The challenge always, I think, with a not-for-profit is to make sure that people are hearing about you and appreciating that your vision and the scope of what you're trying to achieve is big enough to want to support it. So I was a president of the board for a while, so that kind of was what I thought I had to offer. And my wife helped develop a number of the programs that we later went on to institute.
And then going back to a point you made, how does one make bad fruit salad?
Well, it wasn't that I was bad. The fruit salad itself was fine. I'm maladroit. So my problem is that anything that other people could do in 2 hours would take me 4 hours. So it was more a function of, John, is that fruit salad ready? I'm getting there. No, my pinky finger did not end up in the fruit salad. You needn't fear about that.
There you go. All right.
Yes.
So we sometimes hear phrases along the lines of shut up and play, shut up and sing, shut up and act from people. How important do you feel it is for those with a platform to stand up and support a cause or voice an opinion or all of the above?
I'm all for anybody voicing an opinion. I think it obviously is helpful if the opinion is an informed opinion. Certainly for me, I don't think I would be comfortable standing on a platform weighing in on certain issues of public policy that I'm not particularly well versed in. I have spent 10 years working in the social services sector, so I feel much more comfortable talking about some of the challenges that cities face and that systems face when it comes to trying to provide for people in need. In terms of shut up and act, it's like, I'm sorry, the president of the United States was a what? He was a talk show host, I think, wasn't he? I mean, the Apprentice, I don't even know, talk show. What the fuck was that?
How about Ronald Reagan? He was an actor.
Yeah. I mean, no, I have no patience for that. I certainly do understand that. Well, I won't even go there. I mean, the nature of the partisan sinkhole we're in is that anybody is going to use any ammunition they might have at hand to lob at somebody they consider to be on the opposite side of an issue. So, they're cheap brickbats. I won't get into that.
And staying serious for a minute, though, before we have some fun, I got to ask you about what's happening in the world right now and its real life impact on the Hollywood Food Coalition. I am sure there is a lot more demand as prices go up for food and housing becomes impossibly expensive.
Yeah, we're in one of the most expensive cities in the country, and it is undeniably true that the federal government has abdicated, and I won't say the federal government, that one party has abdicated its responsibility to care for people in need. And it is consequently incumbent upon cities and towns and to figure out how to make systems work without the help, the level of help that, one should expect and I think is necessary. The bright side of it, and I'd look at history and look at a woman named Frances Perkins, who was Roosevelt's labor secretary. She was plucked from New York after having done amazing work on the ground to help create all sorts of innovative programmings by Roosevelt. And she, in essence, was I think, the mother of the New Deal. More than anybody else, with the possible exception of Harry Hopkins, she had primary responsibility for coming up with what became America's social safety net. But they were programs that she experimented with and created on the ground in a city. So I think some of the challenges that we face, some of the efforts that I see getting made here in LA with the Hollywood Food Coalition that are innovative and exciting are going to be responsible for helping to create the next social safety net in America, which we will eventually need to have.
Let's talk about Star Trek for a few minutes. How surreal is it to you that we are celebrating the 60th anniversary of this franchise?
When I was 6 years old, I was watching the first episode of Star Trap, Star Trap, Man Trap. That was the first
Mm-hmm.
episode with my brother, and I thought it was terrifying when the salt creature appeared. It was like, ah! 6 years old. If anybody had said, well, of course I was six, I wouldn't have understood it. But 60 years later, I would be dining out on Star Trek. No, it's crazy, crazy. Um, and a great gift in my life, I will say, to be part of this franchise. I mean, in so many ways that are difficult to even, wrap my brain around, but mostly the people who have been so wonderful and lovely.
If I magically gave you one more meaty scene as Dr. Phlox, what would you do? What would you say?
Well, Dr. Phlox never got laid, to my knowledge.
On screen. Yeah.
No, well, I mean, when his wife appeared, she spent the entire episode hitting on Trip. So I would be hard pressed to not say where is my love scene? Where is my balcony scene? I please don't make me have a fist fight. That's all I would say. I don't want a barroom brawl, and I don't particularly want to make a heroic speech. But I think the Dr. Phlox pitching woo, I'd be kind of curious to see that. The rose petal bath scene, where was that?
All right. Now, I've heard variations of Dr. Phlox's name from people who sometimes have difficulty pronouncing his name. I've heard Dr. Fox. I've heard Dr. Phylox. So what are some of the variations on Dr. Phlox that you've heard, my friend?
First off, you run with an odd crowd.
I do. We like to mangle names.
It's pretty straightforward. Phlox. Denobulin is the one that gives people a hard time. My species is apparently very difficult to pronounce. Phlox is a flower, famous flower, so it's pretty basic. Dr. Phil, no dirty forceps, Phlox. I did have some episode. I had an idea for a spinoff called Phlox's Foxes, where, like Charlie's Angels, Phlox's wives would be part of an intergalactic detective team, and I would be, responsible for sort of. I had a lot of ideas. They locked the door. They not like Picardo, where he'd kind of go in and say, "Let me sing opera, la 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 la." If they saw me coming, they would slam the windows shut and.
Take the serious side of that point, though. What did you understand about Phlox, that his inner life, that never made it into a script?
I don't know if this is exactly an answer, but I will say for me, Phlox was on something of a suicide mission.
Really?
Yeah, because I mean, here he is going off to explore space with a bunch of yahoos that he has every reason to think are probably going to screw it up. I mean, Earthlings, really? Oh boy. But I think Phlox, and I think this was sort of possibly for me, my way in, was thinking I have led a lovely life, and I'm a representative of a species that has a very sort of relaxed attitude to the time we've got. My time, I've had a family, I've had my adventures. If this is the way I go out, what a way to go. So I think he was playing with house money from the jump. Which is more or less what I always sort of reminded myself if I ever kind of got, a little too solemn about him. I thought, remember, Phil Phlox, you're playing with house money here.
There you go. All right. This was a question I had for Walter. I think I'm just going to ask you. You will turn 90 this fall.
I'm commandeering the nuclear vessel.
When you were a kid, what age seemed old to you?
40, of course, is I think, the obvious because, I don't think anybody who's a teenager thinks that, they will be possessed of any vitality past the age of 40. You're in harness at 40, and then it's just a long, slow plod to the grave. So when I hit 40, of course, I thought, oh, well, I was an idiot. 40, 50, I'm 65. I still feel like a child. But the 40s and the 50s are great years.
Now, you
feel my age now, I confess.
You've had a long and varied career. You've done movies, you've done television, you've done lots of work. Two questions. What are you proudest of your work? And you know how every actor wants to, be the next Tom Cruise. What was your ambition when you started out, and how satisfied are you with the way your career has panned out?
I wanted to be the next Eugene Pallette.
Ooh, there's a name.
Yeah, yeah. Those guys, when I was watching movies when I was growing up, I loved those guys. William Demarest, the guys who were the, cranky codgers in the scenes that from those wonderful old Preston Sturges comedies. The Lady Eve, for those who haven't seen it with Henry Fonda and Barbara Stanwyck. Eugene Pallette is Henry Fonda's dad, and he has a great scene where he's banging on his dinner tray because where's my dinner? Where's my dinner? Which just I remember as a kid, I just was on the floor laughing. That's kind of what I sort of wanted to be, believe it or not, to the extent I had any true ambition. I wanted to be a writer, so I didn't think I was going to be an actor in the first place. Proudest of, it's hard to say because the mediums are so different. I started a theater company back in the day in Seattle that was devoted to adapting fiction for the stage, actually presenting fiction verbatim on the stage. And that company is still around now, almost 40 years later. And I'd be hard pressed to say, as an actor or as somebody who was involved in the arts, that that isn't the thing I'm not the proudest of because of its legacy and because you know that you've had an integral role in helping to create an ecosystem that a lot of people in the arts were able to kind of flourish in. In terms of performances, oddly, it probably is Enterprise. That was the longest run I ever had, getting to play one character, and he's the closest to me in temperament and personality. I usually play a lot of serial killers. I don't know why.
Well, maybe those are separately closest to you, and when you're sleeping and you're killing people in your sleep.
Well, this is the one thing I always thought about playing serial killers is that they like their work. So you're still operating from a place of joyfulness. I mean, classically, Anthony Hopkins in
right.
I mean, what makes that performance so wonderful is he's having so much fun.
Right. Well, villains don't think they're villains, right?
That's right.
So.
Villains are always having a good time. Yeah. So that people always say, "Well, how do you live in that space?" It's like, well, because he's having the time of his life.
All right. One word. I'm going to throw actor names at you. Okay. Give me one word. Jolene Blaylock.
Miss her. 2 words.
Dominic Keating.
That's not really a word, but it'll have to suffice.
Connor Trenier.
Mensch.
Scott Bakula.
Menschier. And they're both Mensches.
Linda Park.
Sweetie Pie.
Anthony Montgomery.
Anthony. The human car alarm. I have to tell the Anthony Montgomery story because when I was on the set every morning, when I was working, I would be in the makeup chair and I'd have the whole lot to myself because I'd be early in the morning, 2.5 hours in the makeup chair. And I could always tell when Anthony arrived. You could hear him from all the way. As soon as he got into the front gate, it'd be like, "Hey, Charlie!" It's like, "Oh, okay. Anthony's here."
Wasn't Charlie the security guard at one of the stages?
Yep.
And who was the other one?
Vince, I think. Is that right?
Vince, and then there was a guy with initials.
Oh, phew, wow. Well, that's yes. I don't remember.
Oh, that's killing me. All right, it'll come to me before we hang up.
We went off the air in 2004, I think, right? So it's been 22 years. Is that right? Eek. Because it's 60th anniversary for Star Trek. And I think it's our 25th.
Yeah. Oh, there was also Russell, and
Russ. That's right,
yeah.
Russ.
And then there was, I'm blanking on the other guy. Oh my God, and I'm Facebook friends with him.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Yeah.
All right, who did I leave out from our list of one words?
Well, there's
Connor,
Jeff.
Oh, you want to go down everybody? All right, yeah, let's do. Did we do Connor? Give me the one word.
We did Connor. I mean, I won't. I can't do it in a single word. I will say that Connor. This is one thing I fell in love with Connor and Dominic both. Is they both love to read. So on any given day, I could go up to either one of them and say, "What you reading?" And they'd be reading something really good and interesting. And in this world where some sad percentage of people never read at all, I did feel like I found 2 deep, like-minded souls. So that was always kind of moving to me. Jolene, I just miss. She married a gajillionaire and she has 3 kids, and I haven't seen her in ages. We've been trying to get her on this show for forever.
Huh. You know what? I don't want to. We could go through guest stars as well and recurring.
Oh, no.
I don't want
I
to, only
mentioned,
because of time. I want to make sure we get in as much as we can here.
yes,
So,
yes.
so what did your wife see in you?
I have no idea. I could pronounce her name correctly, and I think that was one of the things that captured her heart because her last name is Friederici, Friedericy, and it always comes out Frickderky or Friederake or that. And I was able to pick it up. So I think that helped. We met actually. Well, we our paths crossed, but we actually got to spend some legitimate time together at a commercial audition years ago. And we both were doing commercials, and it was backed up because the audition was for an H&R Block spot, and the premise of it was that nothing is duller than accountancy, including reading the phone book. And it was an East European director, and every actor who went in the room made you read the phone book really slowly. Arthur Adams. No, no, slower, slower. No, much slower. So it was taking forever. So Bonnie and I had 2 hours in the lobby. We had a mutual friend who was there, so it was kind of like having a built-in chaperone. And I mean, I was like, and she was like, I don't date boys, they're all serial killers. Uh-uh. I don't quite know what it was that I said or did, but I asked her for her number and she gave it to me. And this is a trick. I asked her out to a two-part play. So I felt like if I fuck up the first part, I've got the second part. So I basically asked for 2 dates at once.
Wow. Is she there? Can we ask her?
She's not there. She's not there.
Uh-huh.
She's out marching. She's out marching. This is the
Oh,
irony
she's at
is,
No Kings right now as we
yeah, yeah,
speak?
yeah. The irony is this is the second year in a row when we picked the date, and then No King said this is going to be a No King's Day. So otherwise, we'd all be out marching.
There you go. All right, but she has been busy lately, right? She was great on The Pit. I believe she's got a show coming up called Dig. So
She does.
tout your wife's busyness.
Well,
She's
yes,
keeping you fed, right?
I am a kept man. This is the
Yeah.
other thing I dreamed of. Even as a child, I wanted to be a kept boy. I didn't really understand the premise exactly, but it sounded good to me. It's like, so the premise is that somebody else goes out and does all the work and you just stay home and read? I want that. Eugene Pallette, kept man. We auditioned together for The Pit, in fact. I auditioned as her husband, and they, in their infinite wisdom, decided that they could do better for her than me. So they cast another man. He was considerably older than I was. That made me feel somewhat better. It's consequently allowed me to say, "Hey, Bonnie, so I guess I was too young for you, huh?"
And how does that go over with Bonnie?
Oh, Bonnie can take a joke. God Almighty! If there's anything that being married for umpteen years teaches you, is give and get, baby, give and get, give and get.
Now, when it comes to reading, John, is how close to as voracious a reader as you are is she?
She is not as much of a reader as she used to be, and I think in part it's probably because it's kind of first off, I'm not I could have been a heroin addict, so I guess it's better to be a book collector, but I'm not entirely sure. Books are dustier. I think she lives we have about 20,000 books, and I think she sometimes feels like I hate books. I don't want books in my life. Books are driving me insane. I feel like I've ruined reading for Bonnie sometimes. Also, she's got a lot of family obligations right now. And when we were doing the Food Coalition, I mean, she was hammer and tongs every day. She'd started something called the Pickup Artists. We had folks, actors, directors, what have you, who picked up food from TV shows and film shoots. It's how we sort of created the notion that maybe by rescuing and sharing more food, we could do more in the community. And she created and ran that program, and she was like every single day. And then when we edged over into running the exchange after COVID hit and we needed to let go of the pickup artist because production stopped, but suddenly food was available from farm to table programs and restaurants. Bonnie took that over. So she was really, I mean, she was a heroine. She was amazing. So I think reading was sort of, not as high in her to-do list.
Huh. And a question I know in all the years you and I have known each other that I've never asked you, what impresses you about Bonnie as an actor?
Oh, that's a lovely question. That's a really lovely question. We have very different styles because my way of looking at it is it's always what is the action? What is the action? What is the action? I think her way of looking at it is you find the right colored spectacles to put on so that you see the world through that person's particular lens. And any good actor, I think, is essentially somebody who has a deep, deep reservoir of empathy. She's not judgmental about the characters. She's always very curious. She's always interested in finding out. She is on a show called Dig right now with Amy Poehler and Hugh Laurie about four women who are helping to manage an archaeological site. And although she's only in 8 out of the 10 episodes, I hear a lot about the work, and I think she's going to be wonderful in it. So
only 8 out of 10. I mean, that's more
well,
or less a
I
series
mean,
regular there. Come on.
well, they're
Only?
8 out of 10, but not probably coming back for a second season.
Oh, does she die? No, let's not
No,
ruin
no,
it.
no. I'm NDA. We're just speculating, but I think it's unlikely, given our understanding of how the story plays out, that she would come back. But yeah, hope springs eternal.
There
If
you go.
everybody writes 10,000 letters to NBC.
There you go.
No,
All right.
I love my wife so much, and I love her acting so much that it truly, if somebody said, would you rather never work again, but your wife works all the time, or vice versa, it's like, Bonnie. Um, I could just sit at home and read all day and be a very happy man, I assure you.
There you go. I have no clue how much time we still have. I
We've got
believe
3
we have
minutes. We've got 3 minutes and 4 seconds.
3
If
minutes
you
and
like, I know we could talk about.
Oh, there's my little countdown. I
yeah,
want to
yeah.
hear this. You sat on William Shatner's story.
Oh, yes, I sat on his lap. Yes. Well, so Bill Shatner and I were on a plane together flying into Seattle, and he didn't know me from Adam. We were going to a convention, and I didn't want to bug him on the flight. So we landed, and, obviously the guy who's supposed to come pick us up is running late, and he's kind of looking at his watch. And I got on the phone to the guy, and he said, yeah, I'm almost there. So I went over to Bill Shatner, and I was going to say, I think we're, getting picked up together. And I get the Shatner wave off, which is like I'm a fan. It's like, I'm on Star Trek, motherfucker. I grant you I'm on the current iteration of Star Trek, which nobody sees, but still. So he kind of softened a little bit, and this essentially it's a Toyota Corolla pulls up, and there was a driver, and the driver brought a friend. So it was like, okay, well, there are 4 of us. It's me and Bonnie and Bill and his daughter, and we all have to get in the back seat of a Toyota Corolla, and he probably should have had his daughter on his lap, but instead I kind of ended up on his lap. So we're jouncing along on this trip into, Seattle, and I'm hoping he's not getting an erotic frisson or anything out of it, but, we got along reasonably well. He asked me whether or not we would like to join him and Leonard for lunch. He hadn't been to Seattle before. I'd recommended a couple of places, and I realized, well, this is every fan's wet dream, and here I am saying, no. I'm not going to crash your lunch with Leonard. So I passed. I thought it was very, very gracious and gentlemanly of him, considering I was giving him a good time, to invite me. But yeah, so that's I've not told Bill that story. I've seen him on a couple of occasions, and just like Spielberg, I'm not going to go up and say, hey, Bill, remember the time I basically pleasured you in the back of that Corolla?
But do you regret not going to that lunch?
No. It's funny. The only people that make me verklempt, I don't get verklempt about people in the business. I get verklempt about, statesmen, people that Adam Schiff makes me verklempt. I met Henry Waxman, who makes me verklempt, who I think just did, such a magnificent job at ushering through progressive legislation in Congress for many, many years, and one of the, great unsung heroes. And in an age when, we look on 39 seconds, so I'll make this quick. In an age when we lump together politicians and we say politicians suck, it's like, no, that's not true. There are progressives who are fighting for us every single day, who want desperately to make this a better country, and there are people who are opposed. And that's a distinction that is really important to draw. It's not politics, it's not politicians, it's people who are progressives and people who are not. And Henry Waxman was a great hero of mine. Those are the people who make me get all.
There you go. All right, everybody, one more time. John and I think I can speak for you here. We're thrilled to be a part of Trek Talks 5. Please donate. We are in a world of hurt these days. There are people who are going hungry, and we can and should feed them. So join us, Hollywood Food Coalition. Donate at www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks 5. Scan our QR code, text Trek to 53-555. And John, sell it with me. What's coming up? Starfleet Academy cast with?
I'm going to say goodbye because we're on a tight schedule and I want the trains to run on time. But I'll be coming back in a couple of minutes to do all that stuff anyway.
Oh, all right. Well, real fast. Starfleet Academy cast coming up. Sirach Lofton is moderating that. And the Trek Geeks folks will have Paul G. Amati, which is very cool. So, John, thanks so much for the time for joining us. Great to see you. And everybody out there, thank you for joining us.
Mwah.
So my question is, I've seen all the food. It's incredible. But how do you get it to the people on the streets? How does that happen? How does it go from here to feed people, to people's mouths?
Well, one of the things, or what we do, is we find organizations, or they reach out to us, organizations that don't have solid food programs, or they don't even have a budget for food, and they're looking to have the food. Because the first question a person in need going to an organization will ask is, can I have something to eat? Or do you have something, to give me that I can take away with me? Because people are hungry and you can't get them housing, you can't get them IDs, you can't get them, family counseling, all these kinds of things. We try to work with a wide range of groups all over the city, and it ranges from children to teens, to families, to seniors, to disabled groups, people working with disabilities. So we're trying to cover that wide range, which is why we have these intake forms and why we try to figure out what's the best food. I mean, if you're dealing with seniors, I'm going to switch to one. We've been working with Bel Air Board and Care, which is a senior home. One of the reasons we chose to work with them is because they didn't have good food, and it was, and the seniors needed help, and they needed help with their program. So we will give them food, but it's interesting, you try to give them things that are soft. You try to give them things that are easier on the digestion.
I understand that perfectly.
I did too. And the funny thing is they will send us pictures, and they will send us pictures of the meals that they're serving out of the food that we give them, the canned peaches or the gefilte fish, of all things. It's also that.
Keep the fish, I don't want it.
But that's part of the way we work too, is you get 15 huge jars of gefilte fish. They're not going to waste. They're going to a place in need.
Yeah, and I think, something that we talk a lot about is being very receptive to the individual needs of our communities. So, if we know that, again, like I said earlier, if we work with folks who are working with encampments, we'll give them meals where you just have to add water, for example. We have that may be a problem sometimes adding water. They have to have access. So then we try to provide water too. But, then we'll work with groups that serve people that don't even have access to meal programs, undocumented folks don't have access to Count Fresh all the time, or they're intimidated by the system and they don't want to, involve themselves in a government system out of fear or, misinformation. So we work with people who work with undocumented people. And so the community orgs, we try to really have a large array of, some people work just with families, some people work with individuals, some people work with anyone that walks in. It just depends on
what the right formula. For me to just be a little bit clear, you work by getting what you've accumulated here to organizations, and then you expect the organization to distribute it to individuals.
And that's it. That's the model of that is really intentional, because we want to work with groups that are very trusted in their own communities. They're determining the needs of their own communities. The people who are affected by food insecurity and who don't have access to food, they have the solutions to food security. They know how to feed themselves and they know how to feed their own people. They just need the access to the resources. So we try to provide those resources on their own terms. So folks can come in here and they can deny food. They can say, oh, our community doesn't want cabbage. They don't like it, but they will take chicken feet or something. It's they themselves know the community because they are the trusted leaders and providers and caretakers of that community.
So it doesn't go to waste.
Exactly. So we're mitigating waste by, one, collecting it here, and then we do a very diligent job of sorting it to ensure that when we're getting it out to the community, one, by preference, so we know that people want that food, and then also we're not getting moldy food out to the community. We're getting like high quality, sorted through food that's edible, delicious, nourishing.
Hello, everyone. We are down to the last segment of the program. And huzzah! We have matched Rod's generous donation, and now we are really just going for the gold. Can
We have just
reach-
received, this is exciting. We've just received an
wait.
additional pledge of $8,000.
What?
Yeah. Anonymous. If we can match that pledge before the end of the show, that would make an additional 16,000 to add to the 69, which would take us to over $85,000 for the day. We don't see that
Wow.
represented on the screen yet, but we'll put it in soon. So we have another 8,000 that has been pledged. A huge shout out to everybody who has donated. No matter what the size of a donation, your affection for the Food Coalition is just, I am verklempt. I realize you must also be pretty damn sick of hearing from me. So Bonnie, you talk for a while.
But actually, John, that's a perfect thing to jump off of because, people are saying, oh, well, I can only donate this amount or this amount. That doesn't matter. Just $5. It only costs Food Coalition $5 to make a multi-course dinner for somebody in need. So your $10 donation buys 2 amazing meals. Your $20 donation buys 4 amazing meals, and so on and so forth. So with all of that, all that food otherwise would go into landfills. So it would turn into methane, further poisoning our planet. All that.
Every dinner that we make is served with salad, bread, beverage, dessert. People get to choose between vegan, vegetarian, and carnivorian options. We have an amazing master chef, a guy named Colin Lever, who left a career cooking in fancy pants kitchens to come and cook with us. And he does wonders with what your donations help to provide.
I think panko chicken thighs, seared, marinated steak fajitas, slow braised oxtail, citrus and soy poached salmon with roasted broccoli, roasted root vegetables with mustard balsamic sauce. I'm making myself hungry right now. Some of our collaborations with guest chefs are designed to provide people with a wider range of food from all over the world. Because we want people to come to the Hollywood Food Coalition for dinner, and they look forward to the experience of having the food from their own countries on the menu as well.
Because food is truly the way in. And when people come to eat with us, they let down their guard and accept other kinds of help. Maybe some services that our partner organizations, such as the UCLA Mobile Student Medical Team, can provide. New glasses, let's say, bike repair, laundry vouchers, a sleeping bag, shoes, sewing, access to a mobile clothes pantry. Can we help intro you to peeps who can help you find transitional housing, replace ID that you may have lost if it's keeping you from applying for benefits?
You can also support the Sunday lunch bag program. Families, schools, and church groups from all over the city make multi-element lunch bags that we collect and help circulate with partner not-for-profits all over the county. And they're sharing with people in need. Almost 1 million lunch bags delivered since COVID hit. And another way we found to help galvanize a city to pitch in and help.
Or support the work we do at the Exchange, making sure that so many community not-for-profits have access to the food they need to make sure their clients and customers are taken care of.
All right, now it's time for the home stretch, John.
All right, so we've got a panel with the cadets coming up.
Yes.
With Kareem and Carice. We'll talk about their experiences on the show and what we could look forward to coming up. And we've got our wrap-up grand finale interview with Paul Giamatti coming up too. So thrilled to have him on. Plus, there is still 1 hour to bid on some amazing auction items. We have lowered the minimum bid price on a couple of the cool astrophotography art. Let's see. Stephanie C's Palm Springs Getaway, A Night at the Magic Castle.
Come on, Magic Castle. I mean, are you kidding me?
Tickets to Trek Long Island 26, Odo's Bucket, on and on and on. Check out that auction.
You know what to do. So seriously, everyone, please, 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 if you haven't donated yet, here's your opportunity to help the Hollywood Food Coalition. But also, please, get the word out. You don't even have to just donate while we're doing this. You can donate way later. They're taking donations all the time. Please recognize the hours and hours and hours of work that it takes for the Trek Talks team to put together such a wonderful event like this.
And you can see on the screen how to donate. Bonnie, I will be seeing you at the end of the show. We will wrap up by announcing all the auction winners, and you will be singing a song. Bonnie has been working so hard all day.
There's so many names.
Every name, every person who has donated is going to be included in a song.
Yes.
And also, it's the end of it. We have 10 seconds left. You can say something complimentary now.
Oh no, I don't think I have time because I was going to say something and it was going to be so much more wordy. Sorry.
Fine. Let's
Missed
go
it.
meet the cadets then. Great.
Shucks.
Talking about how we support the specific services that these organizations are providing. For instance, when we send out food with West Valley Outreach, they are set up to take the food that we give them to go into encampments. They know specific people that they're looking for often. They meet new people, but they also are able now, the city sends out medical teams with them, for instance.
Right.
So the medical teams can go, they can make the contact, and they can find the people that need services, medical attention.
Right.
They can also, if they know someone is unhoused because they've been talking with them about food and stuff like that, they have the ability to get people IDs, to get them into housing, or to connect them to another organization like Housing Works, who actually is set up to provide housing.
And let me make one more point just to tack on to that.
Coalition.
Yes, but it's also, if you imagine two options. Option A is, hi, here's a granola bar. Option B is, here's a bag lunch that has 6 elements. Which one is more likely to engender a conversation?
Depends on the bag.
Depends on the bag. We make really nice bags, lunch bags. I think that's really one of the operative principles that we learned because we've been doing this for 38 years, making a hot meal to all comers every night. The dignity of choice, the consistency of service, and the idea that when people trust you because they know you're bringing them something good,
Right.
they're more likely to be willing to talk about what Bonnie talked about. Medical services, housing services.
That they're embarrassed that they need.
We went to I went to like an Eating the Unhoused conference recently where we talked with a lot of folks who have lived experience living on the streets and talked a lot about the food that's offered in shelters and some things that people don't think about often when you're feeding unhoused populations is that there's a lot of comorbidities. So a lot of folks have diabetes, a lot of folks have heart issues from stress of living on the street. They have a lot of chronic issues and a lot of dietary restrictions. And so oftentimes when you're feeding people in shelters don't have a lot of funding for food. Food has not historically been a big fundamental priority for caring for the unhoused. And so we, we're trying really hard to make food a pillar of care. And in that, we need to be really understanding of diets, of food preferences, and things like that.
I'm so glad we had this time together. Thank you very much for watching. And I really want to thank my wonderful colleagues who, again, this is just a privilege in my life to get to work with these folks. Is it really? It really is. It really is. And I also think that one of the great things about Star Trek, and one of the things that means the most to me, is that this franchise represents a level of caring and compassion and giving back. It's one of the things that makes Roddenberry's vision what it is. And I can't thank everybody enough for their support of the Hollywood Food Coalition and for their support of virtue generally.
Yes.
My God. Oh, God. I can't do that. Live long and prosper. I've never been able to do that.
Come on, John.
No, I can do it if I put my fingers in the way.
Hello.
Hello.
Are we on right now? I guess we are. So we're up.
Dang, $77,000.
Yeah.
That's a
Is
lot
that
of
where we're
money,
at?
y'all.
We're at
Everyone's got money.
77,000?
$77,914.74.
Wow.
Shit, let me get a dollar.
Wow, wow,
Let
wow.
me hold something.
Now that we're unemployed.
Let me hold something.
All right, well, let me get it started and introduce our guests to everybody. Well, we have an amazing opportunity because this is the first time I've seen Carice Brooks since we worked together on the episode 5, and my first time meeting Kareem DNA. And I'm excited to ask you both a lot of questions. The stuff is out there now.
Yes.
And you've been sitting on this secret for a while. Tell me about the reaction from the friends and family now that you can talk about this, about your experience on the show.
Like our close friends and family?
Yeah. What did they say? Like, are they happy with what they're seeing? Are they like, wow, what is this? Like, I can't believe it. I mean, there's some people that obviously didn't know the secret, and some that would know, like your mother and stuff. But
yeah,
I think they're freaking out more than I am, to be honest. Because I feel like, or maybe I already had my freak out moment like a year and a half ago when I got booked, and like I've shot it all and like I've seen it all. So I'm kind of like, yeah, this feels like just normal life to me now. So yeah, seeing them panic and like really like blow my phone up and like just all the craziness reminds me like, oh whoa, this is a huge deal actually.
Yeah.
Did anybody prepare you for that? Did anybody say like, oh, what, because I remember somebody telling me like, oh, your life's about to change, and I didn't even know. I wasn't even paying attention.
How about say, how old were you? Like 9 when you first got casted?
At that time, I probably was like 13-ish, going on 14.
Jeez.
But somebody said, yeah, the Star Trek, they don't, you're part of the family now, and this and that. And it didn't really sink into me at that moment. But I'm wondering, as it started to sink in for you guys, like that this is a big family. This is a world that's already constructed with people loving it, and they're watching, hanging on every word, and they're like, oh, the Klingon is back, and this, like they're really excited about these things. They want to see, oh my God, Carice, she's playing this character, Sam, a hologram, and I mean, just great stories. And so now that you're part of this world, how do you feel like being a part of it and getting the reception from the fans?
Well, for me, I feel like Kareem said, I kind of don't feel it in a sense because we've been there for every single step of the way. And once you're there for every single step of the way, and you come to work and you really gotta clock in, because I don't know, as starstruck as you want to be, it's like, we got a scene to do today, and everyone wants to go home because it's 10 p.m. So you really can't be starstruck anymore. So then it just becomes like,
about the work, but not like a job, like a desk job. It's still an amazing, fun opportunity, and like I have so much fun every single day. I find some way to antagonize somebody, but like it's literally, I mean, now that we're in it, I feel like it's made everything macrolized. I just made that word up. It's macroed everything for me, for sure, in a sense that like I feel like I knew it, but now I'm starting to see it's bigger than me because I was inspired by seeing Sonequa and Avery and freaking, oh my God, and Whoopi and even Balana and all these people from all these different shows, and Nichelle and Celia and Tawny. And now to be a part of that, it's so humbling. And it's an honor, and especially because of how things are now going, it feels like an even bigger honor. It feels. I'll get back to that once we.
Well, let me say something that I think needs to be said. So I've been watching your performances, and I think you've been doing a fantastic job. I love you as actors, and
Thank you.
Let me say what it is that I love about it, because I don't want to just give out this blanket statement. Kareem, when you doing your performance, there is a depth there that you channel, and I feel like there's so much that I want to find out. I'm like, what is this guy inside? There's a lot in his head, and there's so much there that I want him to say, and it feels like he is not understood, and he wants to be understood, and so he's trying to clarify all the time. Like, no, that's not what I mean. That's not what I'm saying. And there's that undertone when you approach your character that I think is fantastic, and it makes it deep and rich. And can you tell me what it is that you channel when you're approaching Jada?
Well, first of all, thank you. I appreciate that kind compliment. It's very sweet. I mean, when I'm playing Jaden, it is I'm just hyper aware that like I'm a very social person. I like really enjoy talking to people and engaging with people on social media, online, and in person. So when I'm approaching Jaden, I'm just hyper aware that he is not, so that he's like actually the polar opposite of who I naturally am. So just making sure that his words are not like as confident all the time. Maybe a little like reserved. But then also there's like a progression to his speech, right? Like I think episode 1 and episode 2, he was very like his words were like maybe a little smaller. There's maybe like a little bit of stuttering or even gaps between his words. And then episode 4 moving forward, he becomes like a little bit more comfortable because now, these other cadets have brought him out of his shell. But even more into season 2, I think there's continued growth, but that also goes in hand with just me like being more comfortable with who he is and how to do it. Because to be honest with you, first season I was still trying to figure out how to do the deep voice. I've never done this before.
Yeah, I was about to just ask you about this voice, man, because the voice is legit. I'm like, this guy, what does he get a Darth Vader voice out of nowhere?
Thank you.
I thought I was gonna hear you talking like that, like on a normal thing. But I was like, his voice normally is not like this. You're channeling it.
Yeah, no, I auditioned in my regular voice. I had no idea that I was going to be doing this. And like maybe like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks before camera, Alex called me and told me like, this is what we're doing. And I was like, okay. I had so much anxiety about it the entire season, to be honest with you, because I was learning how to do it, but then also like when I did it, I was concerned how it would come out, what it would look like. So yeah, I was anxious the whole 6 months, to be honest with you. But now that I look back into it, it actually serves the character because this is an anxious cadet. Like he's the only one of his kind there in terms of like there's no other Klingon student there. And he's like, you know, learning to kind of get comfortable with these people that he doesn't know. And he is shy. And so like over the course of the season, as he's getting more confident, so am I. And then season 2 comes around, and like I came back that second season having worked with Alex over the summer for probably like 40, a little over 40 hours on vocals alone. So by the time I came back season 2, I was like, let's go. And I learned how to do levels, and I could go up and I can go down, and I can like, and I knew how to play with it and like exactly where to place it and how to add emotion here and there. So yeah.
Yeah, heart emojis out in the chat for that one, guys. I know you love that one. I loved it myself.
I was about to say, I saw you gassed over there.
I was loving it.
my
I was like,
God.
oh shit. Say
shit.
more. Say more, Kareem. Please. Don't let me stop
Please.
The one phrase that
I saw
will never forget for the rest of my life is
Fucking hell.
and that means a warrior does not let a friend face danger alone. I think that is such a beautiful line.
I love that line. I love that line. By the way, the writing is beautiful on this show because it does have lines like that where you're like, man, this is beautiful. Like, I love the way it's written. It's thoughtful. It's compassionate. It's, you know, it's what Star Trek values are about. You know, being there for each other, building this group of synergy for us to be able to be a crew so we can trust each other. We know each other's faults. We know each other's weaknesses and strengths, but we also love each other and accept each other for who we are, you know, and that, you know, that was fantastic. I just thought, wow, okay, so now I know you're just channeling this voice. You got this whole character built out, and season 2, we're looking forward to seeing this character even be more comfortable as a cadet on Starfleet Academy. But so, Carice, tell me about your character, because I got a chance to work with you. I saw you up close, and I was thinking to myself, this person is one of the most talented people I've ever seen in my life.
That is very kind.
And I'm just like as soon as you walked in the room, I said, the way you deliver, the way you carry yourself, you're so natural, you're so effortless. You have delivery that I think is unusual, if I want to say it like that, in a good way, though. In a good way. And I love the way you play these awkward moments as Sam, like, hey, it's nice to meet, like it was like so
God,
like
thank you.
I'm trying to fit in and like everybody, and you're like, it was so natural to me and then the progression now watching you live a relationship with your father, the hologram doctor, and the change in your character. I've seen that change in the way you deliver the character. So I'm like, you know, you got the dancing. I saw you dancing in between takes, and I was like, she can dance.
They fucking, oh, sorry
she
for
can
cursing.
dance
Can we
her
curse
ass
on
off.
this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. They fucking added that because I don't know how to sit the fuck down on set. And I don't want to sit down because we're there for so long. Why are we sitting down for that long? First of all, you can get like varicose veins or something. Like,
but
actually.
Tell me, like, okay, we know you got the skills, but as an actor, tell me what it is you're channeling as your character. What do you want to convey to the audience as Sam?
You know what I'm channeling? I'm channeling the middle school / like 5th grade, pre-middle school / middle school version of myself / who I also am now. Like, Kareem knows, or Bella knows, or whoever goes out with me knows that when I go out, I'm also just awkward in general, and I don't know how to. I just start talking. I don't really know how to like necessarily make friends the cool way, but that's all right. So I'm channeling that version of myself, and it's very fun because all the quirks you want to hide because society deems it whatever, and especially as you get older, it's like that was cute when you were 15, but now it's a little fucking. It threw me off a little bit. Yeah. But like I can do that because I get to go back to that version now, and so I really just channel the weirdo that I used to be.
Used to be.
Slash like deep down still am, but like maybe can hide it behind some cargo pants or something. Fucking no, I don't know. But yeah, I just channel that version of myself really and let that version of myself kind of roam free because I haven't been acting very long and I don't know my process yet. And I'm not sure if it's healthy to use your old, but then again, that's all we have as artists is our life experiences. But I know some people forbid against that as like actor or like acting teachers, and they're like, don't use your real life things because that'll dry out at some point. But
Yeah, I don't think
I
there's a
guess I had a
method.
really
There is no
vivid,
technique, no method.
right?
It's how you're doing it. Whatever
Okay,
you're
okay.
doing is working. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to get you to do nothing else, or I just want to know what the process is that you are doing because, like I said, it feels natural. It feels authentic. It feels like new and original. I feel like it feels like you're experiencing everything for the first time. Like, oh wow, this is like,
Literally,
you know what I mean? Like,
that's
whoa,
what it
shit.
is. And I
Yeah.
don't, I make a good point of like not judging myself at any point. Like to learn my lines, I gotta do it while doing like backflips. I gotta do it while like dancing. I gotta rap it. I gotta like do so much to get it in the body because Sam is so in the body.
Yeah.
And I like, prepubescent kids, they sweat a lot and it may stink. I kind of took that route as Sam, and I would be like, I'm gonna make sure I'm kind of sweaty for this because I feel like I should be kind of hormonal right now for some reason. And I would just do stuff like that, just like inside jokes to make it fun for me. That's all it has to be, yeah.
And like I said, as a performer, because I watch, we're doing takes over and over again, and I watch your close-up takes in the scenes we did, and in the moments when you were having your close-ups, you were channeling at an extremely high level, crying on cue, crying at the right moments, inflections on the voice at the right moments, giving all your full face to the camera. I mean, just like all the professional things that we look for in somebody who knows what they're doing. And so I'm excited to see you on your journey. And because it is new. It's not the same. Everything we're seeing right now is new. And you mentioned, for example, your character being the emissary and your character being the Klingon, but these are not the same emissary and it's not the same Klingon. These are new versions of these characters. And can you talk about some of that, the newness, the differentiators between that? I mean, as a Klingon, you're breaking into an entirely new space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. This is not like the Klingons we've seen before in any way. This is the first the first gay Klingon in Star Trek's entire 60-year history. Which, yeah, I didn't. I mean, I
so
knew
interesting.
It's so cool and different, and it definitely ruffled a lot of feathers.
I can imagine. There's a lot of gatekeepers in Star Trek that say it's supposed to be like this, and this is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but like, so Star Trek is always ruffled feathers, is what I'm, understanding. Like from day one, from the very first episode, the point of Star Trek is to ruffle feathers, is to stretch people's minds and make space for everyone. Every single human being on this planet has a seat at this Star Trek table. And so like, yeah, with the introduction of my character, because he is the first gay Klingon, there were a lot of people online who had a lot of negative things to say. There's so much positivity. I want to start there, actually. There was like my DMs are flooded with so much support from all kinds of people, not just queer people, but also straight people and trans people and just Black people, white people, Asian people, like people from all across the world have slid into my DMs to tell me how much his character means to them for, whatever reason. And that's been awesome. But yeah, there also has been a lot of like weird like stuff, like scary messages. Honestly, people like some people have responded to this violently, and that I to that really tells me that like we're actually doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing, like truly, because the point of Star Trek is to kind of like push that needle forward, and yeah, somebody
and challenge conventional thinking.
exactly,
Absolutely.
and challenge conventional thinking for sure. And so yeah, I'm excited by the newness of not just my character but Sam's character and Bella's character and all of these characters. I'm so excited that like I feel like we're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing. Like I've gotten so many messages from queer people who said like, you know, oh my God, like there's one specific message that I can't get out of my head. And it's this teacher who wrote me and said that, you know, he was just saying like, thank you, that one of his students watches Starfleet Academy and that he's never felt himself represented on TV before because he is tall and he's very like he has a large stature, and he's dark skinned and he's black, and people expect him to be this like rough and tough kind of guy, but he's not. He's like a really sweet young queer kid, and I really enjoyed reading that because like I don't know, you never know who is watching and finding inspiration, and like I would have never thought that like yeah, I don't know, it's really cool, and I'm excited by what we're all doing by introducing these different characters. It's really like opening up the room for more people to come in and feel included.
And again, back to your performance, Kareem, as an actor, I remember the moment when it registered for me. I was like, wait a minute, I think Jay Den is a gay Klingon. and the moment it registered for me, I think you were fixing somebody's collar, and there was like a look that you guys gave each other, and I was like, this is very subtle, but it was great. It was great for television because I thought, what a great performance in order to like convey a whole lot of stuff with no words. Actually, I think it was just the look that you gave. It was like a unspoken look between the two of you, and I was like, wow, that's a pretty good introduction to this character. And I thought this is going to be interesting. I want to know more. And of course, we're getting more. I've also been told to watch for your outfits because I heard that you got some of the most fabulous outfits. So I was eager to see what you would be wearing.
As Jaden and as Kareem, actually.
The rumors out there. Out there.
Well, thank you. But no, but off of what you said, I really enjoy the way that the writers like wrote this queer love story because like it's just like naturally incorporated. There's not like a whole episode or like it's not a huge plot point.
That's what I mean.
It just kind of is.
He didn't have to come out or nothing like that.
Yeah, there was no big explanation. It wasn't a big. Yeah, there was no like, let's make this a big deal. It was just like literally, it was a look, and an unspoken thing, and I was like, oh, that's all I needed to know, and it was beautiful. I thought because it was subtly written, it was just beautiful. And so again, sometimes when you go over the top and make too big of a deal of something, then you're making it like it is a big deal,
right?
When it shouldn't be.
And it's not. It's like really probably like the least.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal now, but especially that far in the future. Like
especially that far in the future. That's exactly what I mean.
Nobody cares. New York. I live in New York City, and like literally nobody cares. Nobody cares here. Like just like people. It's not like it's like not even the first thing that people like, I don't know. It's just like not a big deal.
Well, it is a big deal in the way that it's groundbreaking as a character, and that's something that you're going to have as a your legacy, as long as we're revisiting Star Trek, and that's something that you can be proud of and celebrate basically in perpetuity because it doesn't go away, right?
Yeah.
William Shatner is still talking about Captain Kirk, and so it's not going to go away. And so embrace it and be proud of it and own it.
First
And
gay Klingon.
I think it's a beautiful
First
thing.
gay black Klingon too. Like the next one might be white. We don't know, or I don't know.
We don't know, but
Yeah.
you know, it's part of your identity, and it's
history.
I've been enjoying watching. And I want to ask you, Chris, when you're playing this scene, right? You're a new species, basically. We got you as a hologram character, which we had in the past, but this is a new kind of one. You're sent as an emissary. You're kind of like this liaison for an entire race.
Yeah.
And like, how does that affect how you approach this character?
Honestly, it makes it that much more, for at least how I approach the character work. It made it balancing her innocence with her desire, with her duty. It made it that much more in the moment, I guess, because I know how new she is, but like even with the emissary stuff too, it's like she's learning as she goes. She knows literally nothing about emissaryisms, or she doesn't know anything about like any of the culture of what it means to be, I guess, a part of any culture, emissary culture, like society culture, young society culture at that too. And then school culture is a whole different other thing. It just made it much more present for me, if anything, because yeah, she just is reacting to everything. And it made it that much more fun because she wouldn't know what her reactions would need to be. She just would know what they wouldn't be. Like they wouldn't be anger, because anger comes from like, you've experienced something before and it comes from like an irritation, which can turn into an anger, but she doesn't really have, or you're going to see it form in real time, but like, yeah, she doesn't have any of that. So it is so, so you can do whatever you want with that as an actor in the moment. And no one can tell you if it's wrong or right, because she's the first of her kind. And we're
And then the
establishing
episode
canon right
with
now.
the episode with you and Bob Picard, I thought was beautiful because
Number 8.
Yes.
Yeah, Bob crushed that, man. Oh my God, that was
No,
such a,
both of you crushed it.
thank you.
When you called him dad after that, the first moment you called him dad, it reminded me of me saying dad to my dad. I was like,
Oh.
it brought back the dad moment.
Oh.
You know? So I really enjoyed watching that, and so you guys have been really crushing it this season. I enjoyed
Thanks.
it.
It's crazy.
The Sandro is his name. I didn't get a chance to meet him.
Sandro. Yeah, Sandy.
He's killing it too.
Fucking crushing it.
Holly Hunter.
Proud of
To
everybody,
me,
man.
she's like she seems like she has this motherly instinct with you guys. There's like a protective motherly thing that comes across on screen. I don't know if that's your personal relationship, but that's what comes across on screen for us. Like she's like the mother hen, like, no, you can't mess with my kids,
Yes.
I love watching that. I heard, Kareem, you was in Brooklyn at the Too Proudly Go event, turning it up, having a good time. I want to know, now that you're out doing appearances and you're able to publicly speak about this role, have you done conventions? And what are those conventions? What have they been like to actually meet?
I haven't done convention yet. Carice, you went on a cruise, right?
I didn't go on the cruise.
Oh, you didn't go. Yeah, we haven't done conventions yet. We're both gonna be in Germany in 2 months.
Comic-Con doesn't really count, does it? Because it's
Not
like
really.
So there's a difference. It's like Comic-Con is studio, and then the other conventions are like real.
Yeah, these conventions are really Star Trek based. Comic-Con is everything.
Yeah, so we haven't done conventions quite yet, but I think we're both really excited.
But I heard the boat was fucking phenomenal. Oh, I wanted to be on the boat so bad.
I heard the boat was great.
I heard the boat was so fun.
I want to do it next year.
You'll be on the boat very soon. Yes.
I want to do the Star Trek cruise for sure.
Well, Germany's going to be exciting because I've been to Germany and it was ridiculous. The fans in Germany are off the chain.
Yeah, Tommy told me you and her had a lot of fun in Germany.
The fans are out; they're off the chain. And we got to get you out to Star Trek Las Vegas because that's also a huge convention.
Are you going to Vegas, Green?
Yeah, I would say, are we both going?
I'm not sure yet. I think they're still like working it out.
Yeah.
I want to.
That's probably the big one out here in the United States that I can.
I haven't been to Vegas since I was not legal, so I can't even imagine what Vegas is going to be like.
It's going to be ridiculous. Let's just say it.
I'm just scared of Vegas. Last time I was there, I walked through a casino, lost my voice from all the cigarette smoke. Walked through a casino, so I can't even. And I was 19 at the time, so I can't even. It's been a few years. I'm excited. I'm excited to go back.
Well,
to
the
Vegas.
fans are eager to meet you.
I'm
And since
so
you
excited
haven't
to
done a
connect with
convention
everybody.
yet, you fully haven't experienced
need
what it's
to.
like. You fully haven't experienced, guys, because what the thing that you've been prepared for is partly the convention life, and just all these people that want to meet you, that want to talk to you. That's where you get to know people on an individual level, like one by one, that are coming up to you and telling you how that character or what those episodes mean to them, and it's a super humbling experience.
Really sweet. Yeah, I can't wait to meet everybody. I'm really excited to connect.
I can't wait to talk. I kind of want to go in costume. I would love to talk to everybody about it because
you want to go in costume, because I do too.
I want to be. I've been telling Gina this. I want to be Baby Laura so bad.
Oh, really? That would be so.
I want to be Baby
I was
Thought.
thinking like a suit, like wearing like a superhero costume. Is that
Well,
crazy?
yes. I thought about either that. There could be Omni-Man, but he's
Weird.
pretty. I got to see the rest of season 4 for.
Not conflict of interest if I like pull up as Green Lantern.
No, I don't think DC is a
As long as-
rival.
yeah. Well, I think you got to cosplay. Well, no, not really, because people dress up however they want at the convention.
And DC's not our rival.
Yeah.
Right.
No, we just we just don't do Star Wars. That's all.
I was about to say I don't want to say it,
Yeah.
but
you
no,
can,
Ain't
it's
no
a secret.
Ain't
It
no
was just
May
like
4th.
we
Nope,
got
I'm so sorry.
Silent B. We got
Yeah.
Silent B.
Ain't no lightsabers. Ain't no
No
lightsabers.
lightsabers.
You gotta choose a side.
You gotta choose a side.
Choose now, actually. No, but I'm so excited for the conventions because
Yeah, I'm pumped.
I didn't not getting to go on the cruise because of my health and everything, and like I think it's hard for me to, and I'm not online really much because I've had my own relationship with social media since my dance career before acting, and I feel like I know there's no such thing as a perfect show. And I know that there are things that I won't be able to understand that the older Trekkies feel. But all I saw was negativity, if I'm being honest. That's literally all I saw.
Let's talk about it.
And that also kept me off especially off of Instagram. I don't have a Facebook. TikTok is just funny as shit. But like the ones where I think Gen Z isn't so active, all I saw was the hate for our show, and for our characters, and that kept me off of. That's why I'm excited to go to the conventions and like, hopefully they don't hate on it in person. If not, I can't do nothing about that. But hopefully, like I get to talk to people who like I don't know, have something nice.
They're gonna have nice things to say in person.
And like, and even if it's not nice, like let's just talk about it. Don't just say like I hate it because it's DEI. Tell me you hate it because of something else, and then we can have a conversation.
It's so interesting because, like, I mean, honestly, every major franchise, everything. Like, there was the Green Lanterns trailer that just dropped the other day.
With Aaron Pierre.
And I thought it was dope as hell.
I thought it was dope as fuck too.
And then I peek into the comments on Facebook and people are like, ripping it to shred. I'm like, bro, relax. They didn't even do nothing yet.
I was like, it's the opening sequence. It's the opening titles.
Literally the first 30 seconds, bro. Why are you mad? And so
he didn't have the costume on in the whole trailer. Let him put the costume on first. Oh my god.
So like seeing that also reinforced in me, like people are going to be mad regardless. Like
it's the state of the world right now. Everyone hate is empowered, and I think I don't. It sucks to even admit that because I think that like Avery said at the end of the episode, or like MLK keeps saying he's gone. Rest in peace.
Kept
saying like only love can drive out hate.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as it's as dark as the room is, as soon as you turn on one single flashlight, there's light in the room. So it doesn't matter how much love you have, even if it doesn't measure up to the amount of hate in the world. It's like if we could just like turn on, I don't know, one flashlight in the country, in society right now. Like, I'm like, the way people are reacting to these trailers and to our show even is a indication of a bigger thing than the show potentially being quote unquote bad or whatever the fuck. Like, it's bigger than that. And the cancellation of it is bigger than the cancellation of just a quote unquote bad show too. And yeah.
Ooh, well, I mean, I'll say that's why I'm on my social media spreading love. Like, even the negative comments that creep into my page, I'll always respond with either love or like a little wink, or like I've never responded to negativity with any kind of negativity, or I just won't respond. But only love can drive out hate, but also love attracts love. And so, because I am so active on social media, Carice, there is so much, like, so many people love this freaking show, like hardcore. And so, yeah, I definitely see the negativity, but I also see a lot of like, it's mostly positivity on my social media channels, to be honest with you. Like, my entire like online life is completely transformed since the show dropped. Like, when I tell you, I looked at my stats one day and it was like 5 million people within 30 days had come to my page just to show love. Like, that's a lot of people. That is a mini country. Like, so
I just don't get that. I don't. But also, it's like, if you let in, for me personally, I feel like if I let in the good, then I have to let in the bad. So I'd rather just not let any of it in.
And we all deal with it in our different ways so that
Yeah.
we can be healthy, and that's okay.
So I think the only way to catch me will be in person.
But also, if they're not talking about you, boo, you're really not doing nothing.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna say that, we got hate in the beginning when we were doing our show, and they kept calling us a dark show. And
dark.
Yeah, they would always say it's a dark show, and we couldn't tell if they were talking about the lighting or the people.
I'm like, in what way? Because I'm like, it's not tonally dark. So what's dark about it?
Or the subject matter, but no. So they kept saying that. So we weren't a spaceship. So they're like, oh, this is not a spaceship. It doesn't travel. It's a space station. It's a different thing. And I mean, there's always going to be criticism, is what I'm trying to say. And you rise past the criticism by focusing on the love and staying positive, because what ends up happening is Star Trek fans are relentless. And if they love and they stay and they feel the love and they love something, they can bring something back from the dead. It's happened before. So I wouldn't say that it's completely over. That's what I'm saying. It's reached a place where it is now.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's nothing different. Even the original show got so much hate. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I was on your show.
None of it's fucking good.
I was on your guys' show, and my character was dead for 30 years, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? And so somehow it came back. So what I'm saying is, you never know how the fans are going to say, we want this to come back, and we like that character, we like this, and we want that. It really can change over time, and so
I think I also just want to note, like, of course, I think we are bummed that we're not going to get a third season right now. But we shot 20 episodes of Star Trek, Carice. Like, I'm actually like so excited, that like we even got this. Like, a lot of shows don't even make it to the pilot, barely make it to the first season. So like 2 seasons is actually like really cool. And the fact that like we still have that to look forward to come out next year is like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm actually like, I'm excited.
I'm not bummed about the cancellation. I'm bummed about, there's other life shit happening for me right now. But I think I'm not bummed about the cancellation because it's not like we were canceled for like, I don't think that none of us suck. I don't like we weren't a bad show. Sometimes shit just doesn't work out, like you say. Sometimes shit just doesn't work out, but I do think that we were
We
a
ate.
great
You
show.
said
I
there's
think,
no
yeah, we
perfect
were
show, but
fucking.
our show is perfect, baby.
I think our show was fucking phenomenal,
Our
and
show is
like
phenomenal.
I
Top
think
to bottom.
And shout out to everybody who was on the production of that show.
shout out to
For
everyone on the production side. Shout
Yeah,
out to
because
everyone
the
on the production side.
wardrobe team, the
Holy
music
shit.
team, the set designers,
Every single person.
and all of the producers and writers on that show, all the directors that came on and killed it. I mean, the show is beautiful to watch. It's deep. It's and you know what? It takes time to build 10 characters. They're just gonna introduce.
It was such a joy though with everyone so quickly. We fell in so quickly with each other. Everyone on that show, literally everyone, like day players, freaking like people who are in full prosthetics all day. Everyone on that show, brilliant.
Makeup artists, yeah.
Makeup artists, like prosthetics, and good, kind people too. That's what matters.
All the way down to the transportation guys that picked me up from my location and dropped me off at the set. Those guys were good too. I'm not gonna lie. So you guys had a beautiful set out there, and people in Toronto in general are good people and friendly.
Pretty good
I don't know.
food too. Very cultured.
I don't know if you had a good experience with this living in Toronto while you were out there, Kareem.
It's very
Toronto's cool. It's very cold, but it's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's multicultural, so there's not like
Very
only one
multicultural.
kind of people. Yeah, so you get different foods, you get different
walks
faces.
of people, different faces, which I really appreciated. I really
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Of course, Kareem gets that all the time in New
Does
York.
that mean we're finished?
Are we done? No.
Earl,
If we're not done, okay.
you have the most soothing voice, Earl.
You are like your voice is beautiful.
Yeah, it's insane.
Wow.
I think it's the dark screen too, with like the shift. It's something about it.
Earl might be a Klingon, y'all.
And he's not confirming or denying.
Is you my daddy?
Which one? Hail.
Hey y'all, my name is Crystal. I'm the founder of the Juicy Little Society and the organizer of We Out Here Altadena. I am born and raised in Altadena, and I'm also a former foster probation youth and a sex traffic survivor. And so I started Juicy Little Society to basically be somebody I wish I had. Now we are serving a strong 200 to 250 individuals a week. We primarily serve Altadena residents. In our last hour, we do open it up to non-Altadena residents and other community members. But our main priority is to ensure that our Altadena residents have something that is exclusive for them. Because we are a very small grassroots organization, we're not able to help anyone financially with rebuilding. But what we can do, thanks to the partnership with Hollywood Food Coalition, is we're actually able to help people save dollars and keep the money they do have in their pockets. And I think that has been my fuel during this, is being able to connect with the community and really truly understand where the benefit is for them in this weekly distribution, is because they're not having to spend as much money on groceries and on food. We also have some stories of people who really aren't even eating meat anymore as much because they're making so many meals with this fresh produce. They're even being introduced to new produce they've never even heard of, me included. So we're putting people on, we're educating them, we're helping people eat healthier. But most importantly, we are helping people not spend their rebuilding dollars on basic essentials.
And welcome back to Trek Talks, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. We want to remind you that to donate securely and directly to the Hollywood Food Coalition, you can scan that QR code that's on your screen intermittently. You can go to givebutter.com/TrekTalks5, or you can use your cell phone and text the word Trek to 53555. Remember, those small dollar donations are hugely important in a campaign like this, and we're grateful for anything you can do, including if it's spreading the word. Dan, we have a special guest with us on screen.
Hello. Yeah, we kind of do. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it, and thank you for those great words about the Hollywood Food Coalition. So, anybody who knows me knows that I love the villains. Thanos, Voldemort, Vader, and of course my all-time favorite, Gul Dukat. So when we heard that our next guest was cast as the main villain for Starfleet Academy, I was already more than excited. Not only is his character freaking awesome, his dialogue with the Chancellor is amazingly captivating, and this actor is quickly climbing the charts as one of my favorite Trek bad guys, and we've only seen him a couple of times so far. So, in addition to Starfleet Academy, this actor is so incredibly accomplished. He's a 2-time Oscar nominee. He's won Golden Globes, Emmy Awards, Screen Actors Guild Awards, Critics' Choice Awards. Goes on and on and on. His ability to command just about every scene he's in shows just how good he is at his craft, and the fact that he is a diehard and dedicated Star Trek fan with Deep Space Nine as his favorite, just like Bill and I, is just one out of about a billion reasons why we love everything he does. Bill and I are so honored and so privileged to welcome Nus Braca himself, the incredible Paul Giamatti, to the Trek Talks telethon. And Paul, first of all, thanks and welcome. And second, dude, you're on freaking Star Trek.
That's exactly the thing, man. I'm on Star Trek. That's, I mean, if that's all I needed. I just needed to be on. If I'd been on for 13 seconds on an episode, that would have been enough for me. So it's like, yeah, man, I got to be on Star Trek, which is still blows my mind.
You know, Paul, I got to tell you that, you know, when I told my wife I was talking to you today, she had two reactions. One was, are you kidding? I said, no, I'm not kidding. And she's like, they're letting him talk to you two? And I said, ultimately, we will be the dumbest people on this telethon today, and Paul is incredibly smart. So don't hold that against us.
No, please. No, I definitely am not raising the bar intellect. Really not. I also always want to make sure to point, I'm a huge lover. I'm a lifelong fan, but I am not encyclopedic.
That's okay.
Always want to be like, oh God, I just want to be sure, because, you know, something will come at me and I will not know the answer and I'll be embarrassed. And
we're not going to test you today for sure. The one thing I am going to ask you about, I mean, I could ask you about any one of the amazing films you've been in. I could ask you about, you know, John Adams, because it's probably one of my favorite miniseries of all time. But Paul, I want to ask you about a movie my wife gifted me several years ago called Thunderpants, about a young boy with the strongest farts in the world that could ultimately propel people into space. Man, I never thought I'd be asking you this question, but how did that come about?
she gifted you with that?
She did.
What did she find, a DVD of that? Where'd she find that?
She did, on Amazon, actually.
Wow. Okay, there can't be a whole lot of those in circulation. I love that movie. I'm not kidding you. It's one of my favorite things I think I've ever done. It just came to me through normal channels. This is what, like 25 years ago at least?
Easily.
Yeah, something like that. And it's a terrific movie, actually. I mean, did you watch it? Did you?
Yeah, absolutely, we did. You know, we get these things, and we, you know, usually we'll pour a glass of wine or maybe an old fashioned, and we'll drink them and decide whether we love them ironically or unironically. This one very much unironically.
Yeah, good.
It's a movie with great heart and great fart.
Yes, indeed. I say it's the Moby Dick of fart movie. You get every possible version of a fart joke in that movie. They do every possible iteration of a fart joke in that movie that you could do. I love that movie. It's also a really well-made movie, actually.
Yeah, it is.
It's an extremely well-made movie. And I loved making it. And it's also one of the movies that I think of, it's a great example of stretching a dollar. Because what they do with the effects and stuff, all of this like practical stuff that they do, there's some CGI stuff in it, but they do all this wonderful practical stuff. And it was really, I loved it. I had a total blast. I also got to work with the great Ned Beatty, who is one of the character actors, American character actors, which is one of the reasons I also did it. And no, I just had a blast.
No pun intended.
Pardon the pun. I had a blast. I don't know whatever happened to the young man who plays the farting kid, but Rupert Grint is in it.
Yeah.
8 or 9 years old, I think. It was his first movie, maybe. I don't know.
And in fact, he gets top billing on the DVD cover.
As he should.
As he should.
That there is justice in the world. I'm really happy that you enjoyed it, and that you enjoyed it unironically. You actually enjoyed it for what it is.
I did.
And also a great lineup of like extraordinary British actors in it.
Yeah.
Great British actors in it. It's really funny. Stephen.
Yes. I was really kind of floored by the people they arranged for that. I mean, but yeah, if you haven't seen Thunderpants, I mean, seriously, treat yourself. You will not be disappointed.
Awesome. Awesome. I'm really glad.
Oscar Award nominee and Thunderpants actor.
Absolutely. I'm always happy to plug that movie.
Full circle. That's awesome. So Paul, when we first started talking, I mentioned that Bill and I's favorite series is Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine literally saved my life back in the day in 1999. And I know that you've talked about how Deep Space Nine is one of your favorites. I know that you loved what Cisco did, but I also, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I've heard you say that Gul Dukat's one of your favorite characters and that you've kind of worked a little bit of him and maybe Khan into Braca. Can you explain what you brought into that character?
I love Gul Dukat, and I think the character's fantastic over the spread of what happens with him. And Mark Alimo, that actor is extraordinary. I mean, he's great, that guy.
Yeah.
And so it's a really great melding of character and actor. And I think only insofar, I think I probably had a lot of kind of classic Star Trek villains in my head, whether I was really consciously employing anything. But I do think the Gul Dukat thing that at a certain point in this, the guy likes the sound of his own voice, I think, and he likes to kind of talk, and he likes to hear himself talk, and he thinks everybody else is probably very interested in everything that comes out of his mouth. And it's like, so he's a little bit of a blowhard in that similar way, I think, to Gul Dukat, who the kind of monologue, sort of. There's a fantastic kind of like every time every time he did something so great, which is essential. Alex Kurtzman said to me, what he does in that is he plays the bad guy as essentially thinking of himself as the main character. I'm the most important man in the room, in every room I walk into. And so there was a bit of that going on. But any good villain, I think, is doing that. I'm the most important guy on planet Earth, or whatever planet we're talking about.
In that sense, he kind of reminds me of Chang, the character that Christopher Plummer played in Star Trek VI.
Yes.
Obviously in love with the sound of his own voice, obviously in love of a good soliloquy.
Yes, that's the other guy I was thinking about was that. Yes, I was thinking about him too. And the pirate aspect of him. I mean, the kind of kind of like yo-ho-ho, kind of like big over-the-top kind of guy I had in my mind too, yeah.
He's kind of got a bit of a Somali warlord kind of quality, and that's kind of how I view him. Yeah, part space pirate, but part this character who comes from a long line of violence and oppression, who has this territory of space that is his, and dare you not cross it, or he's going to kill you. And I think that's really what brings excitement to the character.
Yeah, no, that's great. And it's a shifting territory because he's kind of a nomad. He takes it with him. So wherever he is, don't violate my space, kind of. It's like essentially everything is his space because he can go anywhere, But that's the Somali thing actually is interesting. I mean, that's very much the sort of idea I had going on in my head. Yeah. And I thought about sort of the older kind of, I don't know much about pirates, but I sort of, looked at stuff a little bit, and sailors in the 19th century, and they would travel and gather all these sort of marks of where they'd been, tattoos. And this guy's ritually scarred on his face from who knows who, and I had his ears clipped and shaped a little bit. And so he's got stuff, he's covered in everywhere he's been. He's a kind of map of everywhere he's been.
I love whatever gadgets you're wearing on your fingers, especially in episode 6. You really get to see him. You're jingling your fingers around a lot.
I probably work them a little hard, don't I? Yeah, that was the costumer's idea, taking off on this idea I had of sort of like, and they're these kind of they're silver and they're really heavy, and they cover my fingertips, and they get even more elaborate towards the end. But in the end, there's even more of them. And again, that was sort of this idea of who knows where he picked those up. And he looks a little bikery with them, and a little bit kind of like, And so yeah, those things were great. They were
nice.
Off my fingers when I first was using them. They had to glue them to my hands because I was overacting and gesturing like crazy, and these things would be like a bullet flying across the bridge because it was just like, so they had to glue them to my hands.
That's fantastic. Now, you talked about the makeup a little bit. I've heard you talk in interviews. The first question that people ask you when you say you're on Star Trek is, "Oh, are you playing the alien? What's the makeup like? This, that, and the other thing." Well, can you tell us what it's like when you compare it to what you went through with Limbo, one of my all-time favorite characters of yours from Planet of the Apes in 2001?
It was less elaborate than that. I mean, the Limbo thing. Thank you for mentioning Limbo. Limbo and Thunderpants, they don't get a lot of play. So I'm happy. I'm glad to be able to. That was head to toe. I was in a bodysuit. My hands were stuff. My feet were covered in stuff. My entire head and neck. But surprisingly, it only probably took about 2 hours, maybe 2.25, maybe, to put me in the head stuff. I had a wonderful makeup artist named Bill Corso, who's very fast and very, very good. So now, News Braca took about 2 hours too, but it was not anywhere near the sort of like. What became actually more difficult was the things on my hands and sort of. And the kind of the costumes get more. There's a thing I'm wearing by the 10th episode that's kind of intense, and so that was the stuff that actually almost took more getting used to.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's I got to ask, and I know that a friend of ours, part of the telethon, Lori, also was curious. What's the tic-tac-toe thing carved into your head? Any idea? Is there anything on that you can tell us about?
And it is explained. Actually, it will be explained.
Okay.
So just wait around until the end. Because actually, you said a really great thing, Bill, about coming from a lineage of sort of oppression and things like that. There's stuff that's revealed about him at the end, towards the end. That you learn more about what that thing is, why he has it.
Awesome.
Can't wait. So obviously, you've been interested in doing Star Trek for some time. Were you stunned when you actually got a call?
Yes. I mean, I had fantasized about doing it.
Sure.
Interested implies somehow I'm going to actually manage to do it.
Fair.
And it's like, so I would fantasized about it. And I didn't actually think it would ever happen. No. And so people would ask me, what do you want to play? And I would say Klingon, meaning it, but never thinking anybody would actually ever approach me to do it. So I was very much stunned when actually they asked me. Yeah.
So I can imagine it took you all of about a second and a half to say yes.
That's a long time, probably.
It's a long time.
Even longer than it probably took me to say yes. Yeah. No, it was pretty quick. Yeah.
When I imagine, when you start having discussions about what the character is going to be like, and you find out, obviously he's part Klingon, you're like, yep, that checks a box. And, you find out that, some of what the progression through the season is like. As a Star Trek fan, are you just sort of inside getting all giddy, like, or are you trying to play it cool? Like, oh, yeah, that sounds interesting.
No, I didn't play it cool at all. No, I didn't play it cool at all. I was completely I think I even wept at some point. I was unabashedly I didn't cover up any of my enthusiasm.
So awesome.
It was ridiculous. I mean, honestly, it's a genuine wish fulfillment thing. It just doesn't. I mean, I've gotten to do all kinds of great things. I swear to God, this is. I don't need to. I mean, if this was it for me, I'd be like, I have achieved. How can I do better than this?
Yeah,
I'm not
amazing.
It's like I really, it's incredible because it's not just a childhood thing, which I loved it, but then growing up, I was an adult. I'm watching Deep Space, and it's like I'm having just as important a reaction to it as an adult as I did as a kid. You know what I mean? And you grow up with it, and it's like you change with it as it's changing, and so it's amazing.
So we're all about the same age. We've all had about the same orbits around the sun. So from what you're saying, you've been a fan since the original series, all growing up. And is that the case, or did it become more passionate when the TNGs, DS9s, Voyagers, Enterprise, Legacy time started?
Well, I was really into it. I mean, my father watched it when it was first on in the 60s. And then, then around again into syndication in the early 70s. I was 7 or something like that. So it was him sitting me down to watch it again. And no, I was super into it when I was a kid. And but I was excited for it to come back. And I don't know that it was any more so. It was just this, I mean, I was incredibly excited they were bringing it back, but
And special thanks to your dad, amazing person, did great stuff for MLB back in the day. So that's great.
Yeah.
I just realized recently that your dad was Bart. So yeah,
thanks.
He's not that bright, Paul.
No, I'm very dim-witted.
He's not that bright.
Neither am I, guys. We're all on the same page. We're all the same age. We're all decaying at the same rate.
Yeah, some of us quicker than others.
Really?
Yeah. I'll admit to it. I can do it. It's we're both diehard Red Sox fans and have been.
Really?
So
you guys from New England?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm originally from New Hampshire. I moved to North Carolina 2 years ago.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah. And I'm from New Hampshire as well, and I live in Maine now.
Oh, where do you live in Maine, if I might ask?
I'm in Biddeford. I lived in Yarmouth for 15 years when I met my wife. Then we moved back down to New Hampshire, and now we're back up in Biddeford. Just moved about a month and a half or so ago.
Maine is great.
You know the Maine? Do you know the state very well?
Family from Maine. I have family from Scarborough. They live in Scarborough.
Oh, okay. Right up the street.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and it's like I live in Scarborough now, but I have family from my father's mother's family is from Maine.
Cool.
And I have Maine stuff, and I'm from Connecticut, which is that really New England? And
it's New York.
Depends where.
It's the ass end of New England.
Oh, then yeah, it's the sixth largest borough of New York City.
Oh, that's good. Never heard anybody say that.
Please feel free to use that.
I will. I sure will.
Yeah. Yeah, this is our shtick. I mean, we've been podcasting now for over 10 years together.
Awesome.
We've known each other for 30, and it's insults and New England talk. So if we ever drone on, just feel free to rein us back in.
Sure.
So, as a fan, I think you talked about, sort of the whole fantasy of being in Star Trek. This kind of makes me think of a question. I think we've all, at various points of our fandom, wished we could be a particular character at one given time. So let's say we can time travel, Paul. Let's say we can take you back to the 90s, and you get the opportunity to play a particular character on Deep Space Nine, a major character, for a day.
Which one would I want?
Who would you want to be and why?
It's too obvious for me to say Gul Dukat now. I have to pick something more interesting. That brings up a question of who do I like the most, maybe.
Okay.
Interesting.
Or who do you like the least?
Garrick is a great character. But I kind of love Odo a lot. I don't know that I could have played Odo, but it's like, I suppose maybe I would want to do him. I would maybe want to play Odo. I don't know. The character is extraordinary. It's a really beautiful. It really is, like the emotional highs and lows that character goes through. And then, the actor, he was amazing, Rene Auberjonois. I mean, just amazing.
One of my favorites.
One of my favorites. It's funny, to go off on a small tangent. We talk about sometimes, where were you when this happened, or where were you when that happened? And I'll never forget this. Renee's passing is one of those moments in my life. Gul Dukat's my favorite villain. Odo is my favorite Star Trek character probably of all time. I've always said I would want to hang out with him just to make him be friends with me, because he doesn't want to be friends with anybody. I was at Disney World in a store asking a person about a product that I wanted, and they were out back getting it for me when Bill texted me and said, dude, Renee passed away. And I had to leave the store and go sit on the bench, and I was crying in the middle of Main Street, USA, or whatever the street is at Hollywood Studios, because of that. It's one of those things. Such a fantastic actor. And one of the things that what's that, Paul?
One of those actors who really was kind of a genius.
Yeah.
Quite understand how that guy did what he did. Somebody, the makeup, somebody living through the makeup, and his is just like, it's just like this blunt mask. It's this featureless mask on his face, and that's the whole point. And it's like, he's just brilliant in that part. Everybody is on that show.
Yes.
and he's the perfect example of what I said. And I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that sometimes you're going to get out there on the convention circuit. One thing I've always told fans on the podcast is always go up and talk to the people that are your idols and that have done so much for the show. I never did that. I always saw Renee sitting over there doing his thing, and I didn't want to bother him because he was doing something or talking to someone else. And now I've lost that chance. So I've always told people that's what they're there for. They're there to meet us as fans, and make sure you go talk to your people.
No, I agree. And I look forward to doing some of these things so I can actually meet some of these people.
Yeah. Awesome.
Go out of my mind if I got to meet Armin Chimmerman, and I would lose my so it's like I hopefully I get to it. But you're right. You're very right about that.
So to follow up on your point, Deep Space Nine is perfectly cast all the way through. It is a collection of actors that I think is the greatest collection in that era of Trek. But I want to ask you specifically, do you get to see the finished product of the episodes for Starfleet Academy? And have you seen episode 5?
I haven't seen episode 5. No. And I'm looking for it. Yeah.
I don't want to ruin it for you.
No, I know what it involves, but I never got to read it either. So it's like, I know vaguely. So don't tell me too much.
Okay.
We'll tell you this, because Dan said this to me when he saw it before I did. You are not prepared.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sequester yourself, put your phone on silent, make sure you're not going to be interrupted for the hour. It's a great exploration of the Sam character, but
yes,
the rest of it, I think, will make your fanboy heart very, very happy.
Okay.
The hair on my arm is standing up right now just thinking about it, what he's talking about. So yeah, it's really, really great. Episode, when we first met your character, Paul, one of the things that took place, which I thought was great, he's so eccentric and he's so wild-eyed and everything he does. You were having or Braca was having the fight with Caleb, and he gets into an escape pod, and he puts up his hand like in Star Trek 2. Was that you, or was that the writers, or was it a combination of both? Because that was awesome.
I put my hand up there, and I think it was Alex Kurtzman said, "Oh, can you do that?" And I was like, "Oh, that's a good idea." And the problem is I couldn't do that because of those rings. So they had to actually tie my fingers together with filament, with kind of fishing wire, so I could do it. So I had to be sitting there with my hand like this and then go like that, because I couldn't hold them because of the rings. So I'm glad it read, because when I saw it, I thought, oh, is it reading as that, or does it look too kind of like mushy because of the rings? But I'm glad it read.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it did. It's one of those things. There's so many great Easter eggs in this show and callbacks, which I love. I don't call it fan service. I think it's great to be able to pull the history of Star Trek into the show. So there's so many little nuanced things, and that's one of them. So I'm sitting there watching my wife, and you do that, and I just start cracking up.
I'm not smart enough to come up with that kind of thing. I'm not smart enough, definitely. So it's like somebody else, like I say, Alex Kurtzman came up with that. I'm not smart. But the great thing about this show is how much it's really kind of like the flavor of all of Star Trek passing through it, I think, is really nice. I mean, it's like there's just such a great nostalgia in it going on that doesn't necessarily hit things on the head even very much. It's like it's just a kind of a feel that, for fans, hopefully for longtime fans, you get this great feeling of like this somehow feels like baseline Star Trek to me, even though not necessarily it is. It's really cool.
And I'm going to give credit to the writing team and the actors for that, because one of my criticisms that people who listen to the podcast know of Discovery was I was very upset when they jumped into the future, because it was the way for the writers to not have to deal with canon. But here we are in Starfleet Academy, and the writers are doing a fantastic job with canon.
Lots of it.
It's incredible. Yeah. So, yeah.
Which is cool.
Very exciting.
I think one of the things I love the most about Starfleet Academy, and by the way, I see all kinds of old-timey fans on social media praising this series, talking about how much they love it, how they're watching it with either their parents or their kids, or a collection of all of them. I think this is what people need right now, because Academy is about hope for the future. Academy is about rising above and doing the right thing. And I think that that's what people are resonating with.
Yeah, right. Hope and change. And yeah.
The other thing I think resonates with people are, in particular, your scenes with Holly Hunter. There is such an amazing dynamic between the two of you in those scenes. I'm guessing you've never worked with Holly before, but it is, for those of us watching, who've been fans of both of you for a long time, I have to say it is an absolute treat, Paul. What's it like to be in a scene with somebody like Holly Hunter, who is her own energy source?
Yeah, she is around. That's a good way to put it. She really is. She's like her own. She generates unbelievable. She's got a real kind of animal quality to her.
Yeah.
But she's very, very precise and controlled. She's a great actress. It's like she's one of those. It's a cliche to say, but she's one of those people you walk in and you are better acting with her. You're just on point more. She has in her contract. I think this is right. I remember saying this, that she has to rehearse. And it's like, it doesn't happen a whole lot.
Wow.
And she makes the space to rehearse. No, not everybody loves to rehearse, but I think it's a good thing, and I like to, but I got used to not doing it. So, there's just a seriousness about it, but also she's incredibly playful. She's having a great time doing this, and I just thought, when they first told me it was her, I thought, oh my God, that's such a fucking great idea. Holly Hunter. As a captain, I never would have thought of that. What a great idea. And then, she's 400 years old and she's this eccentric, like kind of crunchy hippie captain teacher. Like, it's fantastic. And she's so inventive and she's just a wonderful person and you have a good time and she's in the spirit of it 1,000%, and she's loving it. She's having a great time. And so.
And you like to sit on the sidelines of the sets, if I remember correctly, while other people are doing scenes, which is something that not a lot of people do. Is that correct?
There's that. There's also, yes, there's that. But also I think what you were talking about that she said is, I like to watch other people do their scenes, and she does that too. But the thing that she and I both discovered that we do that nobody I've ever met besides her ever does is we don't leave the set while they're setting up for the next thing. We actually go sit somewhere and stay there. We don't leave the set. And I've rarely encountered anybody else who does that. And we both were kind of surprised that we were still sitting there. And we're kind of like, I don't know what it is. I like to be there while everybody's working and not walk away. And it keeps me in the mood or something. Or I just enjoy the thing of guys moving the lights and the cameras and working. Like, I like it. It feels inspiring too.
As people who are not actors, it's very interesting to watch that. Bill and I got the opportunity to go to a set to watch episodes of a fan-made production done years ago, and it's really cool to watch what goes on behind the camera and in between scenes and everything like that. It's very cool. And to have someone with your star caliber back there watching these people do it is probably something that they very much appreciate as well, I would think.
And it's like, because I'm always interested in what they're doing. It's not boring ever.
Yeah, absolutely. My last question for you, Paul, basically kind of is in relation to what Bill just brought up. And that's in episode 1, when we first met your character. I felt sure, and maybe it's the fact that you have, or Brock has got this big time attraction for Nala. I mean, he's 6 to midnight all the time whenever she's around. But in episode 6,
glad you get it, because that was a really important thing, and I don't know why. If you're going to ask me why, I'm not exactly sure why. She and I have talked about this, and she was like, I'm maybe a little turned on by him, and it's like, I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, there's a strange erotic thing between the two of them. Yeah,
there is. And in episode 6, it kind of shifted for me, because you talk intensely about how much Braca hates her, and you actually said, hating you made me better at my job, is what you told the chancellor. So as an actor, in your head, how do you get that love-hate relationship lined up?
Because I thought to myself, when I said I hate you, I was thinking I love you. And it's like, I think he has this weird need. I think he's jealous of all those kids having this like great thing that's supporting them and helping them. I think he envies them that. I think he wants her as a teacher and a mother and a lover, and I think he would love to have somebody caring for him in that way. I think he would like it. I saw that scene, and there's some stuff they cut out and changed because it got even weirder at times, where it was like I was kind of holding her in very weird ways. I mean, I think he wishes he had her in his life like the kids have in his life. I mean, it sounds hokey, but you'll see by the end what I'm talking about, because it's by the end you see like what's going on with the guy in some ways. So.
Boy, we've covered a lot of ground here today, from Thunderpants to Planet of the Apes to Dan dropping the phrase 6 to midnight. That's it's really quite a conversation.
This is really, really a good, rewarding time for me as well, gentlemen. It really was.
Well, I'll tell you what, Paul. I love what you do. I've loved your work for years, and having you on Star Trek Now is just right up there. I am praying to the prophets in the wormhole that you will be in Vegas. Hopefully, something that's gonna come about and be in focus, especially with the big 60th this year. So, and if that's the case, I will be at your table, shaking your hand and thanking you again. Looking forward to whatever else comes your way. Again, thank you so much for being here to support this worthy cause.
Thank you for having me.
It's amazing to meet you, talk to you, and we wish you all the success in the world.
Thanks, guys. It was a real pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll be right back with more great Star Trek discussion, so please don't go anywhere.
We did it. We did it. That's our show, everybody. Woo!
Yeah.
Woo! Oh my
Bravo.
goodness. Wow, everybody. Over $82,000 raised. And if you haven't donated yet, you still can. In fact, you can donate later on today, tomorrow, if you win the lottery sometime soon, next week, next month, or if your Aunt Matilda kicks the bucket and leaves you a bunch of money, you can donate to that and say, thanks, Aunt Matilda. I'll stop rambling.
Good old Aunt Matilda. This show will live on, as do all of the other iterations of Trek Talks 1 through 4 on YouTube. So you can check out anything you might have missed today, maybe because you were out righteously protesting, and you can let your friends know about this cool event, tell them to check it out, and donate as well. Bonnie, you're still working. Don't.
Someone just donated. I had to add their name to the
Okay.
song.
I'm gonna keep speaking.
Okay, you do that.
Your donations throughout the year, this is very carefully crafted, these scripts. Your donations throughout the year have been noticed and are appreciated beyond measure. Please let us know if you're ever in the LA area and would like to volunteer too at our kitchen, where you can help prepare and serve. That's my wife in the background. And serve meals 7 nights a week at our exchange space, where from Monday through Friday, you can help process and distribute the thousands of pounds of food a week that comes through our doors.
And you can check out the website, hofoco.org, and you can find all more information about the Hollywood Food Coalition on the website, specifically for info on how to volunteer. And you can also always donate as well at givebutter.com/TrekTalks5, or text the word Trek in all caps to 53555, or just use the QR code on the screen. I'm sure you're tired of hearing me say all those words, but I'm doing it anyway.
It's heartfelt. As things stand right now, we have made $83,661.36.
Wow.
Woo!
Bravo.
And that
Yeah.
doesn't include the amount of money we've made from the auction, which I think pushes us fairly close to 90. So that 31,000 donation that Rod made, we matched it. The 8,000 donation we made late in the day, we matched it. That's all of you guys. Amazing. Rod Roddenberry. Next year, I'm going to get special Rod Roddenberry underpants. He is my hero. Some housekeeping. The auction winners. Okay, here they are. Let me find them. Thank God it's a long song. Okay, 2 nights at the Magic Castle, one by Edward M. and Anonymous. I think Anonymous knows who they are. 3 nights stay at Palm Springs, Mid-Century Oasis, John C. Captain's Character Chevron Set, Janet H. Custom Astrophotography Print, Tara P. Collection of 3 Star Trek vinyl records, Eric H. Framed late 1990s issue TV Guide, John Delancey, Tara P. Modifius Entertainment 3 book bundle, that's hard to say, Anonymous. Odo's Bucket. Brett H. I think. Yes, Brett H. Star Trek Anniversary Banner. John B, not me, some other John B. Star Trek Lower Decks Moopsie Soap Variety Pack, Janet H. Star Trek Hero Ship Model Tara P. Wait, there's more. Autographed cast photo from Voyager Joshua R. Deep Space Niners Ballpark Coaster Model Tara P. Tara P, you don't have room in your house for all this. Merchandise bundle, la 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 la, whole bunch of stuff. I won't say it all. Whole bunch of stuff. Woo! Janet H. Star Trek Coaster Set War Dog H. Star Trek Enterprise Legacy Mini Model Joshua R. And lastly, the Star Trek T Light Set of 2, Dana M.
Woo!
Wow, I have to thank
Incredible.
Our auction donors, Stephanie Tchaikovsky and her extremely tall husband, Colin. Long Island and Paul Adams, Lisa Carlier, Matthew Simone, Tara Pollen, who when she's not buying stuff is giving us stuff, Jim Johnson, Andrew Kaplan, Jeff Happ, and the Nerd Trek podcast, Charlene Schmidt, Marina Kravchuk, and Bonnie Gordon, and I guess me. Wow, thank you all for your generosity. You have helped make this a wonderful, wonderful day. While Trek Talks was kind of my idea 5 years ago, its execution and the reason it has grown and flourished is entirely due to a roster of amazing people, many of whom you see in front of you. They specifically told me not to mention their names, and while I love them, also fuck them. So, thanks to Bill Smith and Dan Davidson, Earl Green, the guy you cannot see who's making this whole thing happen
The true
in
wizard.
Arkansas, for God's sake, Ashley Thomas, John Champion, Amy Britton, Heather Ray Barker, Matthew Simone, Jay Stobie, Bonnie Gordon, Paul Adams, Ken Koo, Yvette Blackman, Tom, Lisa Carlier, and last but not least, Nina Angelo and Linda Piani Johnny at Hoco. Gianni, the first time I met Linda, I thought that's not a real name, but it is actually a real Italian name. Gianni. Very difficult to say. There are a ton of other people who help make this event possible, from podcasters to graphic artists to, of course, all of the guests who have donated their time and talent. This is a team, though, this is the team that commits to the planning and producing this show every year. It is tons of work with no obvious glory. My affection and respect, I look you all in the eyes as best I can, is truly, it knows no bounds. I get verklempt, and I'm not an easily verklempticized person. Thank you all so much. And Roddenberry, again, I want to find a pair of Roddenberry underpants. Without you, we would not be where we are. You have helped contribute to making over $500,000 for Hollywood Food Coalition since you've been helping to support this show. Bonnie, you talk for a minute.
Oh,
Yeah, you're up.
Oh,
You want me? I can keep talking.
Yes, no, I'm good.
Okay,
I apologize. I first of all, I apologize in advance when I butcher everyone's name later. But look, you guys, it can be hard these days to feel great about the world right now with everything going on. But Star Trek thrives because it believes in something quite beautiful. That at the bottom, all of us, even those who seem the most lost to themselves, are born into this world with the capacity and even the inclination to be good and to be kind.
And the inclination to be virtuous can get squelched and degraded and even sneered at. But it also gets rekindled all the time by all of us through the actions of other people and by the inspirational doings of people in our own backyards.
In our backyard, it's where we can always go, just down the street or around the corner, to find a way to reconnect with the better angels of our nature, and why we both support the Hollywood Food Coalition.
I had to quote Lincoln. It rekindled my belief personally almost a decade ago in the power of collective action and the difference that we can all make when we work together towards a common goal. A lot of what Trek does, I think, is rekindle in all of us a spirit of optimism, a desire to connect with the world.
And to not retreat in fear from the unknown, from the other, but to go boldly forward.
So above and beyond any donation of money you might care to make to the Food Coalition today, please consider how your donation of time and energy might make a difference to people in need in your backyard.
That's right. So somewhere nearby is a kid who maybe could use help with their homework, or a lonely older person who could stand some companionship, or a great not-for-profit that could use your expertise on their board.
There are parks and beaches that can get cleaned up. There are dogs and animal shelters who would love some attention.
Oh, design a website for a local charity, become a crisis counselor, dress up like a pirate and entertain at the local hospital for sick kids. Organize a blood drive or a toy drive or a clothing drive or a food drive. We encourage you to think of Trek Talks and its sister support structure, Trektivism, as existing in part as a nudge, nudge, nudge campaign to help you identify your volunteer bliss.
The Food Coalition is special because it believes in creating structures that knit lots of not-for-profits together to better serve people in need. If nothing else today, let today hopefully rekindle in you and those wonderful marches, 9 million people on the streets of America saying enough. If you're not already engaged, as well you might be, and if you want to be part of something bigger than yourself, because we're the Federation in the end, right?
And remember too that it's true, we are the Federation. The closest thing that we can get to it yet. The most important aspect of Star Trek is that we celebrate diversity, equality, inclusion. Yeah, we're woke. Because you ain't getting to the stars if you ain't wide awake, folks. Infinite diversity and infinite combinations is what it's all about. And what our show today is also about. Acceptance for all with help as a watchword. So thank you again, all of you, for joining us today. And we're going to see you next year for Trek Talks 6.
When Bonnie will have something complimentary to say to me. Live long and volunteer.
Live long and volunteer.
And thank you all so much. And Bonnie, now you have a song to sing in which she will mispronounce all of your names.
Well, maybe not all of them, but a
Maybe not all.
majority. So I am notorious for mispronouncing names and big words, or just words in general. But I'm doing this anyway. So if I butcher your name, I apologize in advance. But I have now created a song with over 200 people who donated today, and here we go. Coming together, let's make empathy thrive, keeping the Roddenberry vision alive. Every dollar donation to Hoco helps a number of charities and organizations grow. With your favorite Trek stars, producers and designers, scientists and Vulcans and enterprise writers, medical pros and experts galore. With all of your help, we have raised even more. Yeah, so now the time has come that you all have awaited, when I rap the names of everyone who has generously donated. That's when I do my guitar solo. Here we go. Jerry Swanson, Lindsay Oakes, and Andrew Bites, Joel and Michael, Marina Krawczyk, and Colleen White. Brandon Braga kicked us off with a lovely 5K. Aileen Katz, Robin Sear, and Jessica Gray. Trek Division and My Figure Universe, we're exulting. Salon Star Trek Podcast and PMA Consulting. Alex Sergert, Denise, and Angela Carpenter Gildner. Anna Maria, Wanda Kelly, and Stephanie Becker. Carlos Guzman, Tara Poland, and Karen Overstreet, showing us that Star Trek fans truly can't be beat. Michelle Bob and Joshua Reeve, Trek Talks, and Linda Burnett. Christian, Jim Johnson, and Torben. Ooh, I ain't done yet. Shonda Weinstein, David Gregory, and Sailor March too. Tamia Harper, Joel and David Teak knew what to do. Ooh, Anne-Marie Segal, Karen Jamera, and Jamal Taylor, making our Hoco donation goals even greater. What do those 9 names share besides being good? With the SyFy Sisters, they donated in honor of Sabrina Wood. Floxy, Bonnie, Liz, and Amber DeCapia did their part. Vivian Leaf, Jason Myers, and Jay Carter, Show and Heart. Dr. Dave Williams from the United Federation of Phoenix. I wonder if on his ship he has his own Neelix. Crusher Convo Podcast and the Bliss Family. David Takachi, R.L. Westlake, Megan H., and David E. Kelly Lady, Howard Cronson, Carl Fredrickson, and Cheryl. Michelle Dismute, Pamela Michelle, Marge Jaffe, and Thomas Farrell. Oh my gosh. Hold on, no, wait, let me just take a breath. Okay. Patricia Hughes Casey, Kim Richards, Kate, Jessica Dean, and Brian Locke. Rachel Hamlet donated in honor of Nimoy, the OG Spock. Chris Karras, Thad Haight, and Bill Strauss, I'm complimenting. Mark Zuncuff, Jody Pickens, Trek Vans are representing. Dr. Nani Osman, Quaint Moptong, and Dan Bennett. I'm only halfway through the song. I hope I have more minutes.
She volunteered to do this, by the way.
I know. Eileen, Stephen L. Rocher, Toby Sonics, and Dana Pesco, Sean Olivan, Sean O'Sullivan, Chris Marshall, and Joff Owen made it so. Christoph Vincent and Grayson, Cosmo Moore, and Brian Dew, showing that donations of the many come together to help the few. Linda Anderegg, Paul Wright Jr., Victoria Lotman, and Raymond Fields, Lisa Klink, Jim Johnson, Bill Mann, and Kim, lowering our heart shields. B, just the letter, Amanda Hendricks and J.R. Poole, Bess and Hugo and Oki. Isn't the Trek community cool?
You got another donation, Bonnie. You're going to have to start again.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, I'm not kidding.
Really, though? I'll add it in there.
Keep going.
Charlie Reynolds. Okay. Where was I? What was the new name? Charlie Reynolds, Joanne Robertson, Alan S., and H.P. Reed. John Ratswamy and Scott Buchanan donated in honor of me being Bonnie. Tara matched 1,000. So did Roxanne Dawson, Arbalana, Risa and Malcolm Lawton, Bruce McMillan, and Lama Lana. Jerry Matsumoto, Remo, Selena, and Becky. Laura Balsam, Sandra Banford, Anna Gray, Jessica D. Clarity. We've got Jonathan McCabe and Pete74656, and a bunch of great donations by someone named Anonymous. Star Trek The Neutral Zone and Star.TrekZ. Amy Imhoff donated on behalf of the Astro Society. Yeah! Larry J. Smith and Jerry, Abby Salmer, and Joff Green. Helene? Sure. Alex Ray, Brandon Richard, and Victor Ling. Stephanie Berner, Malcolm, and Dave M. are feeling great. Amy and Simon Britton said, live long and donate. Shannon, as we know, is a champion, true and true. Sarah Coleman, Zachary Spalding, and Robert Kaiser, too. AZ Girl 166, Bliss Pillows, and Dominic Space Hippie. Robbie McNeil and Melissa Navia, they both fly the shippy.
Oh,
no, we're not done.
I know, but I'm marking that down still.
That's a good one, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Evie, Lena, SSF, Casey, Frank, and EMK, Scott Martin, Danny Port, and Linda P. all gave today. Heidi A. McLillan, Teresa Whitmore,
Sorry,
Cornelia
Heidi.
from Germany. What?
Nothing. Keep going. Don't
Cornelia from Germany, Bill Repcock, Michael Casaban, and Safe Starfleet Academy. Helen, Henry, Quinn, and Chris, Sam K, NKC, Headlong Foong, Sang Mason, and engineer Mark RG, Chris and Christina Werther, and Laurie Ulster, she moderated. May Barallo, Liana Swain, and Blake Strike all donated. Michael Dismuke, Chuck, Katrina, Denise, and Neil. Tavia Sullen, Sean Temper, and Johnny have Starfleet ideals. Danise Joseph, Lisa, Adina, and Richard Garrett gave to our cause. Marcus Gorham, Brian Yates, and Toby Sonics. Applause! Bob Barton and Moogie O'Connell helped us get ahead. Valerie Hutchins and Jill W. She wants a limerick instead. Vegas Willow, Melissa Liniger, and I hope I got everyone's name.
Lintinger. She's on our board. She's on our board. She's our board president.
Vegas Willow, Melissa Lintinger. I hope I got everyone's name. And even if I mispronounced it, I love you all the same. Wardogheim and his.
Oh, yeah. There's more. I think there's more.
It's just a little bit. Wardogheim and his bride gave us some huge donations, all helping us to match the $31K from the Roddenberry Foundation. So without further ado, I bid you good night, and I leave you with this important lesson. Let's all work together to make the world better, and I'll see you next year at Trek Talks 2027. Woo!
Yes. Wow.
Incredible.
Thank you everybody for I'm speechless now, frankly. But
I'm so sorry if I messed up a lot of names, and I apologize.
It's quite all right. It's amazing that
that's honestly the first time I got to read it all the way through. So
and next year we'll ask you to do it in Urdu. Thank you all so much, and have a great night. And again, from the Hollywood Food Coalition's the bottom of our heart, thank you for supporting us.
Thank you. Night, everybody.
Buddy, sorry about your names.
Live long.